We can't do none of that stuff.
And it's not our prerogative to create a hypothesis for Einstein. He should have made his own. And if he would have made a hypothesis and did an experiment, then we could go try to repeat it and test it. But there's nothing for us to fucking test.
There's nothing for us to even talk about, really, except for explaining why gravity isn't real. It's just a concept.
It's just like we all sat in a room having some beers and smoking some joints and stuff and had a really speculative, deep conversation about the cosmos and stuff all night. That's what Einstein's relativity is. It's not something to be
Yeah.
taken seriously.
Yeah, you got to read tea leaves.
Just like the American dream, because you got to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah. The stuff was out there. And I know growing up, especially, we've had some conversations like that where we went off the rails real late at night and stuff. And it's fun to do that. And somebody could have jotted it down for us, then we can claim we're scientists.
Isn't that how they claim that he came to a lot of the so-called knowledge that he did by reading tea leaves?
I actually haven't heard that.
I heard that he worked at a patent office and, may have he may have done a little bit of plagiarism.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty much been proven that even relativity itself and that stuff came. I forgot the guy's name now. German guy or whatever. That he flat
French
out
guy.
stole.
French guy,
French
Henri
guy, okay.
Poincaré.
Okay.
Henri.
I can't remember those names like that. So crackpot stole some other crackpot theory because that crackpot had more connections with the elites.
And the Lorentz contraction is time dilation, right?
In theory.
Yeah,
in theory.
Nominally, right? Existing in name only. But I kind of feel like it's, how are you going to disprove that, Like you can't just prove it. Here you go.
Yeah. And then years from now, they'll replace all that stuff. They'll replace quantum physics with something else. And they'll talk about how they were wrong. But when we're here in live action saying it's wrong, we're idiots.
And then you have Jim Panda's great-great-grandson going, nuh-uh, let me finish.
But when you really think about it, the whole heliocentric globe thing, it's really like top-notch thought experiment. It's probably the most complicated, pulled off thought experiment ever. They've actually, well, not entirely, but they've tried to match it to actual phenomena we see in the sky with the stars and stuff, and it is quite a thought experiment that someone pulled off. That's all it is. It's not reality, but it's a thought experiment.
Right, like Hank was saying with the Lorentz contraction proving time dilation, which was just basically a plug to fill in for the basically to account for Michelson-Morley, right? So,
Oh yeah.
the problem with that is it's a huge assumption that the physical apparatus contracted due to time dilation, because there's zero evidence of that. But the math works, right? So,
And they'll just flat out, like with Airy's failure, the newspaper will come out and say the opposite of what happened in the experiment. Like with Airy's thing, he didn't have to increase the angle in order for the light to catch up, or for the light to end up at the back of the thing. They don't say that in the newspaper. They come out in the newspaper being vague as hell. And it's like, why don't you show what his actual results were? That he did not have to increase the angle, meaning that the Earth is not moving.
Right. I love when I bring up Airy's failure and people were like, yeah, obviously he failed in trying to prove. And I'm like, yeah, failed in trying to prove that the Earth was moving.
It was the ether versus the Earth moving, right? So if it's the ether
Right.
carrying out the light all the way down, then you wouldn't have to increase the angle anymore. But if you have to increase the angle because the Earth's moving,
Yeah, that's the problem. Most people think that Airy's failure was a failure, like a failure to prove that the ether was existing, but it's actually a failure to prove motion of the Earth. Meaning that Earth movement loses, that's the loss, that's the failure. Ether having a movement is what was the winner within the dichotomy of the experiment.
yeah.
Which goes along with what can be picked up sometimes with laser interferometers, right?
Yeah, a deviation
A deviation of 15 degrees per hour, right?
in only one axis or whatever, only one direction. Doesn't pick up any of the other vectors that the Earth's allegedly moving.
Yeah,
Only
exactly.
one vector.
I don't think there's enough attention given to those 3 Italian scientists either. I mention it all the time, but I mean it's like they tried, right? They tried to detect movement of the Earth, and there are three scientists that tried to detect movement of the Earth and couldn't. So it's not just one attempt. I mean, there's who knows how many other attempts that we just don't know about. But anyway, these are citable. So
Exactly. And in some cases, these are like even Freemasons and stuff that are trying to prove their case, but when they end up falling on their face, they just have the powerful media and newspapers say twist it. Then fast forward to now, the Wikipedia article says the same thing of that twisted newspaper article.
Right, it's like if you fast forward 500 years from now, what are people going to think happened on September 11th, 2001 in New York City?
Planes, buildings.
They're going to think hijackers, the passport.
Right.
Yeah.
They're going to believe the conspiracy theory that 19 hijackers conspired to,
And then 500 years from now, one of our grandkids or whoever's going to tell them, no, it was controlled demolition. And they're going to be like, look right here. I have articles right when that happened. It says there was hijackers.
my great-great-grandfather was an engineer for Architects and Engineers against 9/11.
There's going to be like 500 million people who claim that their great-great-grandpa was on the airplanes. Wow, so we now, it's probably right now at this point in time, 2021, over 1 million people who have claimed that. That's a random ass number, but
It's really hard to squash an idea. Like if you wanted to take like any idea, like let's say Islam or Christianity or tax evasion or tax protesters, like it's really hard to squash it out because you can kill like 1 billion people, right? But as long as there's one dude with his Quran or one dude with his libertarian ideas,
one dude with a Quran in his attic or whatever. Yeah, it's next to impossible.
So they can't win the war.
Somebody that wants to bring it back out,
The information war is already won. We're just participating in it because we don't like lies.
Yeah. Yeah, every time they try to prove the movement of the Earth, for sure, they fall flat on their face.
Has anyone ever thought about? Has anyone ever thought about contacting Antifa and be like, "Hey guys, did you know that there's like this like patriarchal hierarchy, and it's like the largest and the oldest like fraternity in the world, right? It's like,
I don't think they'd like you saying that to them.
Well, it's the Masons, right? Do you think like Antifa is aware that the Masons exist? Because the Masons they're fascists, right? If one of them gets in trouble and they're on both sides of the war on the battlefield, you know, they say something about, I forget the sentence, but they have a sentence. I forget how it goes, but it's code for "Don't kill me, bro. I'm only doing what I was supposed to be doing. I was following my Masonic orders."
That would be funny to turn it. Like, I thought about that with the whole Q psyop, to try to flat smack the Q-tards and put them on that.
Put them on blast.
I think the problem with this is that climate change will end us all.
Yeah, like next year we're gonna be underwater.
Climate change is going to end us all. What?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
how?
next year
The
we're gonna be
problem with
underwater.
all the doctrines is that it prevents from helping climate change.
Oh,
What?
work that into it with Antifa.
Antifa is helping climate change. They're actually saving the big picture.
Oh boy.
Seems like seems like climate is changing daily, several
When
times
has
a
the
day.
climate not
Science, it's
changed
been-
in
it's been-
history?
It's been proven.
When has the climate
Yeah,
not
here-
changed in history?
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I change my underwear daily. I'm pretty sure the reason that is because mankind has put way too many hydrocarbons in the atmosphere, and the CO2 in the atmosphere is causing a greenhouse effect, right? Oh, what? Wait. You want me to prove that? Like that's why my underwear changes? Like,
A greenhouse right in your underwear? Is that what
yeah,
you're
there's a
saying?
I don't know what
runaway
analogy
greenhouse
this is.
effect. Right,
So
see,
you
there's
said
a
it
thing,
was-
correlation and causation, right? If
Yeah.
you say that man is causing this, how do you prove it? Well, can you wipe off all the men off the earth and see if it goes away? No, you can't do that.
Well, this
So if the independent variable is mankind, and we're not wiping mankind off the planet to prove that it was mankind, then it's a just so story, and there's no scientific evidence for this whatsoever.
well, there's the statistical data where more carbon emissions cause the higher temperatures.
So
So
how
what
do
about the
you-
volcanoes that erupt like so much methane in one eruption that it's more than mankind can put out in 15 years? Are we going to stop volcanoes?
Well, volcanoes aren't very common.
Really? You ever heard of the Ring of Fire?
There's volcanoes erupting all the time right now.
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
not a huge significance compared to the carbon.
15
What?
years worth of
How do you know that?
mankind in one eruption.
Yeah, it's
They
as
admit
it's
that
as if
climate
you didn't
change-
hear him when he said that.
Admit it
Go ahead.
changed
There's more
before the humans.
damages with this too. There's droughts too. All of this stuff too.
All right, so you do know about Operation Popeye, right? Do you know about Operation Popeye?
I guess you can't hear me.
Never heard of it.
No. Okay, so you're talking about
Hear you,
climate change. Sonny, if I talked over you, I apologize. You go ahead,
Oh,
brother.
no, it's my fault. No problem. I was muted and talking.
Okay, so Operation Popeye says back in the Vietnam War, the American military extended the monsoon season by 6 weeks. We've been doing this since the 40s. It's called weather manipulation, also known as weather warfare. Now, the United Nations have all agreed not to use weather warfare on other countries. Now, is there any kind of law to keep them from using it on their own country? The answer is no. So if they have the ability to manipulate the weather, right, and they could make things hotter, make things colder, so maybe you do have a theory that, man is causing it, but it's not me driving my 3-cylinder Mitsubishi Mirage that's causing it. It's more likely it's the people manipulating the weather. But are you ever going to stand up to your government and tell them to stop seeding the sky with clouds?
Well, I don't
Let
believe
me
the
at 'em.
government's doing that. It's quite a reach.
I
Oh, so
was just gonna,
you're okay. Sorry, bro.
Sorry.
You're unaware of weather manipulation from the government,
Well,
but you come in here preaching to us, us about climate change.
yeah, hold on. I just put a very good channel. I haven't seen anything from them in about 3 years or so, but Weather War 101. And the thing I was going to mention, one thing about volcanoes is Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines at that time. They said that it put out more emissions than all of the car emissions ever produced.
But it's your damn grandma going to church once a week. We really got to put a quit to that, and we need to put a face diaper on her
Nappy
because she's
time.
breathing up. She's breathing up all the rich man's air.
And then we need to make global equality too.
You realize that's what you're saying, right? Grandma's breathing up all the rich man's air. We should probably knock her off, right?
No.
Hmm.
You should go to renewable energy,
Like what?
like solar panel.
Renewable grandmas, they'll just recycle.
Okay, well, Texas is putting out a solar panel program where the government is subsidizing it.
Renewable grandmas? What?
So what else do you want? We're doing the solar power thing already.
Oh.
We should use like prime producer for energy.
We should use what?
Renewable energy as the prime producer, not carbon emission or carbon or fossil.
Hey,
So where do you live at, bro?
California.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I get
bro.
it that it's 70 all year round, but everywhere else we have these things called winters and summers where people die if we just don't use coal. So are you okay with that?
You can use the
is that
sun.
clutch, bro?
You can use the sun.
Yeah. During the
I have
summer,
a
when it's
solution
really
to the
hot,
problem.
we're going to use the sun to cool down, right?
There's also the you know what a windmill is?
No idea.
You know what an ice storm is?
Yeah, how about hydro? You know the hydro power?
I have a solution to all of the problems with power and stuff like that.
Many methods of renewable energy, not just one, and they all work in different climates.
Does anyone want to hear my idea?
Yes.
All right. So since no one lives in Ohio, all right, we tell the very few people who live in Ohio to move out, right? And then we just make a bunch of solar panels and wind turbines, and boom, there you go.
Cool.
You're
Hey,
welcome.
Gibby, is the Earth flat or a globe?
I've already answered this. It's already flat. Thank you.
It's flat. Okay, super. How about you, Path? What do you think?
Hold on, I was doing something. Give me a minute.
I don't know why my role hasn't been updated. I was in here a few weeks ago.
Does anybody
about it.
remember Gibby?
I was playing For Honor while talking about it.
Since you
Well,
don't have any
it's fine.
roles, quickly. Oh, you do have a role. 3 points participant. So you did
Yes,
answer.
and
the
if you
three
asked me
questions.
about it, then I completely forgot all the answers to it because
Okay.
I just like to listen and not really.
It's
care.
it's okay because the whole thing is just to
Oh, I
show
remember you,
that
Hank
those
Hill.
are
I know Hank
beliefs. That those things are just beliefs are the whole purpose of the 3 points.
Yes. All right, I want to go back to playing video games now.
Sounds good. Let us know if you have any questions, Gibber. Gibby.
We'll do.
Still beliefs.
You're using solar panels for that video game.
No, I'm using a generator.
All those hydrocarbons.
Gas?
What about the coral reefs, bro?
I could care less.
You couldn't care less. That's how the saying goes. I couldn't care less.
Ah, thank you.
You bet.
You never know. Maybe he could.
Look, I'm all for having clean drinking water and better technology, but the deal is that it's a very destructive process to take the lithium out of the ground, and it destroys the water. What's it called? The water table. Yeah, and it's not as good as you think. It's not green at all. So I'm all for the solar power and all that stuff, but you got to have batteries for that. And it's just not working out, right? It's not as green as you would think. In fact, the best thing to do would be to, in every single gasoline, or internal combustion engine, to have a hydrogen on demand, right? Because I'm all about having like clean drinking water and soil and air and all that stuff too, right? But the whole climate change thing is a religion.
Yeah.
It's a religion because it's not based on facts. But if you want to talk about ways that we can actually, not pollute this earth and, leave something kind of clean for our children so they could drink water, I'm all for that. But
Yeah, why not?
the whole climate change religion, it's become a way to tax the wealthier nations, because every time someone talks about it, are they talking about, hey, let's tax the Chinese because they pollute so much? No, it's always, let's tax America. It's like, wait a minute, we're only like what, 5% of the world's population? Why would we
They want it
tax?
to be a one world population. That's what that is about.
Right, but they're not talking about taxing the Indians, right, in India.
No, the
Yeah.
inequality. Why not just tax everybody and make everything equal?
But why do people need to be taxed to clean the earth? Does that make any sense?
No, not to clean the earth. I'm talking about in general, in terms of wealth.
No, I'm talking about climate change, because it's all boiling down to a carbon tax. That's the whole thing.
Exactly.
And they're not talking about taxing like non-industrialized countries. They're not going to tax Africa, right? They're going to tax the rich and give it to the poor.
It's depopulation too.
Yeah, it's the whole eugenics thing. It never went away. All the Nazi scientists came here, and Russia and other countries.
Agenda 2030, et cetera, et cetera. Like you said, carbon tax, because you have a carbon footprint. Now you're putting a price on someone's head, a tax on someone's head, just for being alive and breathing, even though plants love carbon dioxide.
What? That
My
can't
bad.
be.
They like electrolytes. my bad.
Nature?
Carbon footprint.
Nature likes CO2? Oh man, that changes the game, doesn't it?
They crave electrolytes. Plants do.
Yeah, I hear watering them with Brando will definitely reduce the temperature of the earth.
Duh. It's also a Tikkun Olam type of thing, the heal the world thing. People are so arrogant that they can destroy or heal the
When you
world.
drink Brando, you can talk to plants.
Dude, I totally didn't know who was talking. I had to scroll up. That was funny. All right, so climate change aside, what do you think about the Earth-shaped path? Says you're a Google Earther. That's one of your roles. I'm not even sure that means anything. But
The level C, that he thinks the level C is rising.
it's rising. 30 years ago, they said Florida should be underwater. Just let that one sink in.
Yeah, that
We have new technology now, though.
sea level rising.
New technology to control the sea level rise, huh? Okay.
We've
Tell me
updated
about
our
that.
technology to let us know that the sea level rise was only 1 micron. So
Yeah. Actually, it was like 2.5 inches over 30 years. Or more than that. More than like, it was like 80 or 90 years.
Keyword level.
I have a GIF. Go ahead.
Not the sea curve rising, the sea level.
Path.
Oh, hey.
He's probably
multitasking.
AFK. Oh, here he is.
What are your thoughts on the Earth?
Earth?
Hmm.
Yeah.
The shape?
Shape, yeah. Surface.
I believe it's a sphere.
Ah. What gives you that indication?
Well, the science literature makes sense that it's a sphere.
Oh, so we're going to appeal to authority on this one too, huh?
Yes,
Or
no.
consensus?
Is it a perfect sphere?
No.
What do you experience Earth as? When you walk outside and you look around, do you experience it as curving and spinning?
Well, it's well, we're too insignificant to feel the effects of it, though.
Some people believe they're insignificant. I'm not one of those people. But, so you say,
Quite small to feel the force of the Earth spinning and moving.
oh. So
Well,
has
that's it, guys.
anybody,
It's over. No, I'm just
Yeah.
joking. Go ahead.
so, has anybody throughout history, anybody you know, that you can say who, when, and where, has measured the curvature of the Earth?
Directly.
Well, the curvature is the
Direct.
horizon, right?
Is it?
Yeah, that's what I learned.
So who directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Has anybody ever done it?
Sure, somebody else.
Are you aware of the measurement?
No, I think there's a number though. I'm sure somebody's measured it.
So you don't know of anybody that has. So is that a no to that question of who, where, when?
I can Google it.
Oh,
That's how he got that tag.
yeah. Google Earther.
Shocking.
So really, do you think for yourself, or do you have any knowledge at all? Or if I ask you any questions, are you just going to go to Google?
No, I'm just not aware of the specific data.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's being honest. We
Fair
appreciate
enough.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, if I were to ask you, like, were you born a male child? Like, is that something that's like yes or no, or maybe sometimes on Saturdays?
No, you're not born with a gender. It's given to you over life.
It's given to you.
Given to you by whom?
And this guy comes in here talking about science, right? You ever heard of biology?
Everything is given to you, bro. He speaks the truth. Everything is given to you.
You're just born like a Ken doll, and then they give it to you later on.
Oh, my male parts are here. My male parts are. Look, it's an Amazon
That's
box.
coming of age. That's what puberty really is.
Mom, why are my male parts here yet? Because you're not ready, honey.
So is it like a Mr. Potato Head? You have a bag of them, and then when you decide to choose, you can just choose them? Is that how it works?
I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that. I mean, the man speaks the truth, bro. I mean,
Well, it's fair enough that he's saying he doesn't know offhand the experiments and the people, but my question would be, have you ever known? Like, did you ever look into it? At one point, did you personally see an experiment someone did to test the Earth moving? You just can't remember the name.
No, I mean, if you do the math on it, like you go to a physics class and you learn about like gravity and stuff like that, you could probably rationalize that Earth is not flat.
We didn't ask about rationalize. We asked about someone who directly measured the curvature, and you were saying you're going to Google it. So I'm saying, did you ever know that? Like, did you ever look into it?
Yeah, I looked into a little bit of it when I took physics, but
So do you kind of slightly recall that someone did a test and proved it?
not a specific test, but I'm sure a lot of the things that we do now wouldn't be possible if the Earth was flat.
How can you be sure if you're not sure? You just told us you're not sure and had to Google, so how can you be sure?
First of all, it would be a lot of work to add the fact that the Earth is flat. And it's gonna be like, I think, what do you even get out of it?
Well, I mean, you know, maybe the Earth's shape hasn't been given to it yet. You know, maybe we could just give it a new shape right now. What do you think?
I don't know. It's probably going to stay the same now.
Well,
What
wait
are
a
you
minute,
eating?
wait a minute. How come the Earth's shape stays the same, but gender can be given away, like at birthday parties?
Some things just don't change.
Hey, what gender were you given?
I wasn't given a gender.
Oh, what do you identify as, like an airplane or a tree, or what's going on with you?
No, just believe that there's a difference between gender and sex.
Oh,
A difference
okay.
between
Okay,
gender
so
and sex.
yeah, let's
Okay,
start the
that's
conversation over. Okay, so were you born a male child?
No, I don't like to put labels.
Yeah, because
Please
labels
tell
are
me you're
bad.
not serious about that. Please tell me that that's not the next generation talking like that.
This won't get anywhere if we're
Yeah.
going to
No
be
shit.
speaking like this. So let's not speak like this, okay?
So
you,
I'll
you
ask
do
you.
know what we are meaning, okay? That's idiotic to keep on about that. That you know exactly what we are saying, so please answer the fucking question. It's
I completely
retarded
agree.
to say
I
that.
completely agree.
Well, you could say that gender and sex are different, though.
Nope. Let's talk about the
Okay,
Earth.
I'm going to
People
mute you
here
if you
are
speak
very
that way.
scientific.
We don't want to hear it. Okay?
The people here are very scientific.
Yeah,
So
we believe in science, right? In biology class, they teach that it's binary, right? Gender's binary, male and female, right? And there are abnormalities, right?
Asians.
Occasionally, but the norm, right? And I know that word is going to trigger the fuck out of you, but the normal thing is that it's male and female with humanity.
Well,
So if you can't agree to that,
that's
then
the
we
sex.
can't.
Yeah. Biologically, like your chromosomes can be male and female, or XY or XY and
XX.
what?
which
So
which
gender,
chromosomes
you
did
can
you
be
have?
malleable.
Well, see, we can't have conversations with certain people that don't believe in objective reality. So I'll ask you again: were you born a male child?
I was born with the male chromosomes.
And have those chromosomes changed?
No, but my gender can.
What,
Some
changing your belt buckle?
His
Now,
T-shirt.
we're in Narnia now. Now we're going to start debating within
Now
the
it's
realm of
Narnia.
Narnia.
Yep.
We can't
Let's
really
move
have
it
a
back to the Earth,
conversation.
please.
We can't really have a
We really
conversation
can't.
with this guy. We're not going to be able to
Certainly
get
not about
anywhere.
that topic.
We're not going to be able to get anywhere with this guy because all he's going to do is change the definition. Like gender doesn't have anything to do with biology class.
Exactly.
I didn't say that. I said that the gender and sex has. Well, there's a big difference between gender and sex. Sex is your biological DNA, like X, Y, and XX, and gender.
So gender is a choice then?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's imaginary.
So
So
gender is a product
What's in
of
your mind?
psyche and its psychology, then, right? Psyche.
Yeah. It can be, and it can also.
Yeah.
be,
So
since it's replaceable.
psychology isn't a real science. You have no empirical evidence to back that. It's just somebody's opinion. Like
No,
Freud.
You can change it. It's malleable.
You've got no empirical science to back psychology. Don't attempt to say you do.
Well, it depends on your personality, right?
Yeah, it's
No,
subjective.
psychology is a
Exactly.
philosophy.
No.
Subjective.
No, whether or not
Barely.
it's scientific doesn't depend on your personality. No. It's not scientific. Psychology isn't a science. It's a pseudoscience. Doesn't
Correct.
use the scientific method at all. You can't prove any of that. You just talk to 100 different people and then generalize how you believe they all act the same. But see, the
He's
problem
right.
with that is individuality. We're all individuals, so it's a bunch of hogwash.
Well, everything's based off statistics and
No,
in
it's
their
not.
opinion.
scientifically and statistically.
No, statistic
X, Y,
and
X.
consensus, that's got nothing. Where does that exist in a scientific method? Can you show me that?
Psychology uses statistics, mainly.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about science. I prefaced it with
Statistics are not
psychology
empirical
is not.
facts.
It's not a science. Psychology is not a science. Statistics aren't anything. They don't prove anything.
see, the thing about science, what makes it so valuable is that because you can isolate the independent variable and then do the experiment and then prove that this caused this effect, we don't have any room for subjective, shit after that.
Can they show us a psychological gender gene there? Can they? They have an experiment for that?
Nope.
Well, there's a difference between personality of men and women.
Oh, can you scientifically prove that?
Yeah, there's a
Everybody has a different personality, but I wouldn't say I could prove that through science.
Yeah, how do you
So we're talking
objectively
about
prove that?
You could.
we're talking about hold on guys. We're talking about natural science. Can you tell me what are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Like, what do you mean? Part of it, like a scientific method?
The three things that you need for an experiment in the scientific method.
Well, you need observation. Like first is the observation, and then
Yep.
hypothesis,
Yeah, that's called the dependent variable.
and then you have the conclusion, something like that.
No, then you need the hypothesis, the control, and independent variable, right? So we're dealing with cause and effect relationships. You follow?
Yeah, I'm following. Kind of.
So when you're in here, we're hyper empiricist. If you don't have a scientific method or anything to back up your claim, we're just gonna like take your cool story, bro, and flush it down the toilet because it's not worth anything unless you can verify it.
Well, I did verify it through Well, psychology uses
It's a pseudoscience. Psychology, theoretical astrophysics, cosmology are all pseudosciences.
And how about the what is that other one? Well, I'm using,
Paleontology is also
Like-
pseudoscience.
well, I'm giving you the like science here is that X, Y, and XX chromosomes are male and female, but genders are not.
Yeah, biology is a real science. I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
And somebody has redefined the word gender, like gay back in the early 80s used to mean like content or happy, right? Remember the Flintstones? They were having a gay old time, but they were all like the atomic family, so they weren't really having a homosexual time, were they? No, they were all like heterosexuals with kids, right? But they changed the name of the word, and now gay means something else, right?
No, it doesn't, Hank. It still means both things.
Oh boy.
See, that's the thing. You can't change the definition of words. Merriam-Webster, he's a freaking idiot. And if you read the London Book Reviews after his thing came out, like, they were all complaining, like, you can't take such liberty with these words that we've had established for so long and just change the meaning, right? And this is what,
well,
what the problem is with the modern day people. They think they could just change the words to fit their ideologies.
Meanings of words can change over time depending on the society.
Right,
Do they
but
evolve?
they're not supposed to change to fit your ideology, right?
No, they're changing to fix society's like demand.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's the shortest distance between point A and point B?
What do you mean, like shortest?
The shortest distance between point A and point B. Is it an S curve or is it a B line?
Well, probably a beeline.
Yeah, it's a B line, right? So now, if you listen to the Globers in the other room, they say that lines are curved, right? And level means curved. Curved is level. Does level sound curved to you?
Well, no. When you have when it's such a big thing, right? It doesn't seem.
What do you mean by big thing? Use your words.
Like if you have like it's like a millimeter, like 1 millimeter or like 1 millimeter square footage on like a million millimeter square footage platform. That's like the correlate, like you see the significance there. It's like weird, like nothing compared to the size of the Earth. That's why we don't notice the curve, but we can measure it. We have the technology for that.
So
Bro, what
was
are you
there
talking about?
curvature in that
Sorry, you go
millimeter?
ahead, bro.
Oh, my bad.
No,
Was
feel
there
free to take
curvature
over.
in that millimeter?
Huh?
That level millimeter. Was there curvature?
Yeah, there's curvature, but well, depending on the surface, which like the environment exists on, which is like
Yeah, that's called
Sure.
topography.
mountains, stuff like that.
In the millimeter, you're saying like if it's something short like a millimeter in level, we can't see curvature, but if it's something really big, we can see the curvature, right?
No, I'm saying that we can't measure the curvature of which we are on right now. Like, well, I mean, without technology, if we just try to do it by like measuring with like a camera or something, like some.
So what does the word level mean to you?
Like, what do you mean level? Like, I mean, I'm talking about as in, like, the layers of the Earth, the crust. Like, you can't measure curvature because it's kind of like messed it up. It's not
Just colloquially.
Not tracking with you.
Colloquially.
I don't know the scientific terms of it, but I'm trying to explain it.
What do you mean we can't measure curvature? If we can't measure curvature, then how do we know the Earth's a globe?
I'm saying we can't measure curvature with like a telescope or something, just standing.
So do boats go over the horizon?
Well, yeah, you can measure it to the horizon, I'm sure, but I'm saying
No, do boats go over the horizon?
No, they go under.
Okay, so boats go under the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think you're talking about submarines. Now, boats, they stay on top of the water, so they go over the horizon on a sphere.
Well, it depends.
Just like going over a hill, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, it depends what perspective you look at it.
Okay, so if boats go over the horizon, then we should be able to measure this curvature. Now, do you have an Earth curve calculator? Can you pull up Earth curve calculator?
Yeah.
It should be like right there in your Google. And put 1 foot observer height in there.
Yeah, let me open Google.
Yeah, and then just put 1 foot observer height, and just tell me the distance to the horizon, if you can. It should say 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer's height. Otherwise, it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But it should just say 1.225 miles.
Well, it's 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2, close enough. So if we can see the horizon is 1.2 miles away, then we should definitely be able to measure the curvature, right?
Yeah, it's only a mile away. It's right over there.
Well, not with the surface. Like, the crust is not smooth. You can't just measure it.
But we're talking about water, right?
Oh,
Boats go over the horizon. Right, because the Earth is 70% covered in water, right? Isn't that true?
Did you know that?
I don't know if you can. I don't know. It's like you need to do it industrially. You can't just go and measure it like with your telescope over the water and expect to be right.
Right, you got things that you need, right? You need to know like at what distance the horizon is at, and you can't just tell by looking at the water, right? You might need an oil platform or something. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Can you see what?
Can you see the live stream voice text, the room above this one?
Live stream voice text. Yeah,
Yep.
I can see it.
All right, so this is a simple argument. It's called modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So not Q, we'll get to that in just a second. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. So can you see the horizon in the picture right below that?
Well, I mean, like I said before.
Yes or no? Can you see the horizon?
Well, sure, you can see it from there.
This will be over quick. It'll be over real quick. So where is the horizon? Is it before, in between, or after the two platforms?
But wait, you can't just go up there and just grab a camera and I can take a picture and expect your data to be right, or your experiment needs to be a lot more scientific than this.
What do you think we should use? You think we should use like a hypothesis?
You need to take.
All right, what are we going to find as the cause of this ball?
You need to take environmental factors. You need to take like your height. You need like factors such as like perspective. You can't just take a camera and take a picture of.
Oh, perspective. I'm
yeah,
glad
we
you brought that up.
got the 1 foot observer's height down, right? We can show you the original video, but the thing is, anybody can go to a large body of water and test this yourself, right? And that's the interesting thing. You ask the globers, right? How do you prove that the Earth is a globe? And they'll say, well, you can measure shadows, or you could look at an eclipse, or you could think about what if possibly gravity, right? But you ask a flat earther, how do you measure curvature? They'll tell you, go outside, find a large body of water at rest. You need about 10 miles, right? And maybe like a mirror if you don't have a lot of money, or you could just use binoculars, a telescope, right? Or a high zoom camera, right? And what you see here is that the horizon is 10 times further than it should be. Now, we can give you the original video that's going to eliminate all of your concerns, because you're right, there are variables, and we do need to be as rigorous as possible. I wouldn't use the word scientific because scientific deals with cause and effect relationships. We're just trying to make a measurement here, kind of like going in to get your shoe size taken, right? You measure your foot directly. You don't look at the shadows outside. You don't look at the eclipse. You measure your foot directly. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that I don't think you could like you.
Sure, but wait a minute. That's like saying I'm not gay, but sometimes on the weekends. The answer is yes. It's not sure, but you measure your foot directly,
you
right?
can be gay on the weekends.
You measure your foot directly. You measure the earth directly, right?
Well, no, I don't think this this experiment that you posted takes into it. Like,
It's not an experiment. You keep exposing yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. This is a measurement.
Well,
We're trying to measure Earth curve. We have Earth curve calculator, and you make observations.
Well, there's probably some variable that's not allowing, or that's allowing this because.
If I was showing you Earth curve, you'd be like, "Yep, it's right on, bro." Like if I pulled up a Google Earth image, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is solid, bro. Came off Google for sure."
Earth's curve.
For sure, dude. This is solid.
Verified.
It checks out. It's legit.
Well, it's
right, but I'm showing you something that you can. You live in, dude. You live in.
It hasn't been officially verified. I don't see the literature on this anywhere. Like,
dude, you can. You live in California, right? You live there.
I don't. No, I don't. You don't just look at something and expect it to be real. Like that's just sensing. You need to.
I know. That's why I said you can go out and do this yourself.
I'm saying my eyes. You can't just go out there and depend on your eyes. I mean, your eyes can trick you.
You can't depend on your eyes.
Yeah,
if someone's shooting at you in real life, what are you going to do?
There's a difference.
Are you going to depend on your eyes? You know what truck drivers do all day long for like 8 hours a day, sometimes more? What do they do all day long? What do truck drivers do?
You're taking this out of context. I'm saying you just can't look at something and expect it to be real. I mean, a lot of things, especially something complicated like Earth, investigating like gravity and stuff like that. You can't just depend on your eyes. You need to use actual math calculations, stuff like that.
So can you tell us what the argument is here, though?
Where's the horizon in the image?
Until I see literature and actual paper published.
Tell us what the argument is, though. What is the argument being made here?
All I have to say is just you need to show me a paper on this literature.
Do you understand the argument made in this picture? Yes or no?
Yeah, I understand. Well, not really, because there's no literature on it. I don't.
Well, you're not very bright.
You're not listening.
I need a paper on it.
Hey, man, what can be edited? I manipulated more, a paper or a
I'm gonna
image.
need to see a full paper. No,
let me ask you. I could give you a paper on Narnia. Does that make Narnia real?
Well, I could certainly look at it and do the calculations, like whatever it is.
What?
I told you this conversation wasn't going nowhere.
Yeah.
We on a merry-go-round, boys.
I told you
we're on
earlier,
a
we're between
merry-go-round.
mathematician stuff in Narnia.
Can we get him an answer where the horizon is at least? He didn't actually answer.
Well, the horizons where, like, I don't know, the Earth curves.
Can I get a paper on that?
Is it now? Because
I can actually get you a
the
paper on
image
that.
shows that it's 10 times further than it's supposed to be. So has the Earth now got a 10 times larger radius?
No, you're gonna have to just, there's some things you can calculate. You need some things you can't see, and you just need to calculate some stuff you just can't see.
But see, that's where you guys are speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Because for 500 years, people just like you have been saying the boats go over the horizon, bro. The horizon's the Earth curve. That's how you know we live on a sphere.
Thousands of years.
People just like you have been saying that, and now we've got better technology and we can zoom in better because we have telescopes and P900s, right? And now you guys are saying you can't trust your eyes, but science, it's observational, but you can't trust your eyes.
If we just went around and just kept only using your eyes and just writing down whatever we say, we wouldn't be getting anywhere.
Is that what I'm saying, or is that a straw man? Did I ever claim that you only use your eyes?
I just revised what you said.
Did I only claim to only
He
use your eyes?
revised it. Oh gosh. Hey, Hank, you should thank him. He revised what you said.
I said cameras, telescopes, right? Known distances, known observer height. You got an Earth curve calculator right in front of you. You should be scratching your head right now going, huh, maybe I should go out to a large body of water and measure the actual Earth, that dirt under your feet, instead of looking what's on the TV and the Google, right, and the internets. Maybe I should go look for myself.
It's not a matter of the internet. It's a matter of logic and actually, like a lot of
No,
that
it's a matter of
now-
measuring it directly. Measuring the Earth directly.
Hank, can I ask him a question, please?
Sure, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, Pat.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Huh?
How are you? How are you doing?
Well, I'm fine, but my internet's kind of messed up.
Okay. All right. So when you look, or when you take a point A to point B, what is the fastest route from one point to another?
I already asked him that.
Oh, you already asked him that? Oh, okay. All right.
Hank did. Hank did.
Oh, Hank already asked him that. Okay, because they've been telling you, like, I've been listening. I guess I didn't listen to that part. And we're telling you, like, you can go and see for yourself if you go look out at a large body of water. When you pour water into a bowl and then you look into that bowl. Oh, I'm roboting. I'm sorry.
Chief, you all right? Are you there?
When you measure. Yeah, hold on.
I was hearing him fine.
Maybe I need to reconnect. Hang on.
No, he was coming in slow for a minute.
Okay, Enoch's going to use my mic. I'm Sonny, operator of this machine. Temporary usage being allowed.
Where's the volume? Because I can't
No.
hear.
Are you guys hanging out? I'm Jelly.
Oh, there we go.
We're hanging out.
Hi, Jelly. I'm Peanut Butter. Nice to meet you.
Jelly.
Nice to meet you. We go great together.
You guys should go make a sandwich.
Get a plate, you two.
I need chocolate milk with that on the side.
Whoa.
Whoa, slow down.
You mean like
that?
You mean like chocolate milk standing in the corner watching, or?
Yeah, it's funny.
To go ahead and.
All right, back to the earth. Back to the earth.
Yep. I'll shut up.
Chocolate milk, 6th level. All right.
Huh? What?
He said chocolate earth 6th level.
So is level curve.
Chocolate milk does seek its level, guys. Every
Water's
time.
always leveled. I mean,
I think Path dipped out anyway. I'll go.
no,
on,
he
you know.
dipped.
He's gone.
He left. He's
Yeah,
gone.
he dipped. He was getting he was feeling.
Once you get the water being level. I'm sorry. Once you get
I was
sorry.
trying to.
No, you're good, Master Chief. It had been a long struggle to get to that point, so you're fine.
All right. Yeah, I was just listening to. Oh no, I know.
He was all over the place.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Hank, I can't believe
Yeah,
how.
don't worry about it.
You were being with him. Oh, dude.
Well, we have to be. You know, some of these people just can't understand. We're smart people here, and they don't think that we are.
Well, I think it's unusual to them because critically thinking about things is not the norm of the day.
I mean, I know he's been to the beach, unless maybe not or not. But if you go to the beach,
maybe he doesn't go outside.
And you just look all directions, you don't see a curve of the ocean at all.
We just flat smacked about 200 people that were standing in line to get on the ferry, and I was all talking about water. I was all talking about, look at that water out there. I was like talking to Enoch though. It was like we were having a conversation. Look at that water, man. Like look at how it's all going out. Like it continues out and further up, like it would on a plane surface.
Like, do you see a curve?
You can see
and they're a captive audience. They're a captive audience with the face nappies on because they're standing in line trying to get on a ferry, so they're not getting out of line.
Yow. Sorry.
You can see as far as your eyes and the atmosphere will allow. Or whatever optics you got. It's funny how they can skip right over the obvious too. They got a 10-minute explanation. It's like, how is it not possible that it looks flat because it's flat? Like, did that ever cross your mind?
Yeah, I don't understand why people these days are so ambiguous. Ambiguous? You know, it's like,
Exactly.
why can't there be an exact truth? I mean, you're a man.
People like
There is.
ambiguity because
Like, uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just a matter of where you draw the line.
Is that line straight or curved?
Yeah, which one is the shortest line?
I think people like to live in ambiguity because, you know, they can flip-flop around on their beliefs whenever it suits them, and you can never pin them down to any principle.
Yeah, you're not expected to, be a grown adult about your beliefs or anything. You just say whatever you want, whenever you want.
Yeah, you can just totally go with the flow.
Malleable.
Wherever the herd takes you.
Yep, no such thing as empiricism. It's just kind of whatever feels right that day.
You know, 2 genders today, 45 tomorrow.
45.
It really,
And we're expected to learn them all, too.
Exhausting. It sounds so exhausting. Just like, just pick one.
Well, they think they're complicated rocks, and the doctors treat them like they're robots, right? So when their male parts come in, they're like, "Oh, finally, right? I'm not a rock anymore."
Well, or you could be a complicated crystal, I guess. What kind of,
Okay, so anybody know about some Earth curvature or
Glatflobe wearing globe pants. What exactly did you mean by that? I'm curious.
Well, I said someone said, "How do we know he's American?" And I said, "We may not know, but I'm going to act like I know." And then I said, "Because I'm trying out my Glober pants, I'm going to act like I know something, even though I don't." Hope that makes sense to you, Glober.
What you're saying makes sense. Sure. A little weird, but...
Well, the geodesists or whatever, they imagine curvature and they put it into their math and then they minus it back out. Does that count? C plus
Did you mean
R,
geodesics?
C minus R.
Why would you even do that?
And then they take out the 1/7 refraction number, even though they admit that refraction varies. So why would you pick a flat number to minus out?
Dude, I love that we're getting closer to wintertime because now when I get out of work, it's nighttime instead of daytime, so I get to look up at the sky on my drive home.
Glober's looking at the sky.
I do enjoy that.
I know there's a lot of proof about the Earth up there, I heard.
Smorgasbord. Cornucopia.
I like to think of it more as a complete and total void of explanations from the flat Earth side.
Yes, you do like to think that.
I told you
You
I
don't
go
have
with
to
the thing
explain
that
being
makes.
born.
Well, it's fortunate we don't live in the sky, isn't it?
You don't need to tell us, Platypus. We know you go along to get along. That's why you're a Glober. Hopefully we can help you out with that.
Oh, Platypus, we can explain things if you want us to. Like, we can make all kinds of shit up. We have imaginations. We just don't choose to teach it to little children like it's real. And force people at gunpoint to do so. Right? That's the difference between you and us.
Anytime anybody words it like that, especially when you do it, Hank, with all due respect, it just sounds like willful ignorance.
No, it's absolutely true.
It's the
verifiable,
assumption.
actually.
It's the assumption that
You've
you
heard
could
that people
never.
pay taxes, right? Do people pay taxes? Are people forced to pay taxes? Like, they're forced to at gunpoint or the threat of imprisonment. You're some
Hey,
kind of
if you
force,
don't,
right?
hey, dude, if you live in America and you don't want to pay your taxes, then just go live somewhere else. It's that easy.
No, I was born here.
Or pick a different state. Go live in Florida. No income tax, at least at the state level.
It's not that easy.
Why are you obfuscating, man? Just answer the question.
He's the one who brought up taxes.
You didn't answer it, though. Are you forced to pay taxes by threat of loss, violence? Yes or no?
Should you pay your taxes in the first place?
Is it forced? Is the question on the table is it forced
on
or
my
not?
part, for me, it's not. I don't have to worry
Answer the
about that because I pay
question.
them.
Where it is on right now on the table is it forced or not, Platypus?
Is it forced? Forced.
Simple question.
Yeah. Forced by the gun.
He's saying you can't
at
force the
gunpoint.
woman, is what he's saying.
I'd say it. I honestly say it isn't.
You see what I mean? This is the ambiguity that I was just talking about.
Okay,
5 minutes ago.
when you
don't want to be
you go and get a job, right? Hold on, you go and get a job. Part of the hold on. Part of the hiring hold on. Part of the hire. If I go and get a new job, which might have to happen here shortly, you have to sit down and do all your paperwork to get hired in because they got to
What
get.
does this have to do with it? That's not
I'm getting there.
No.
Hank,
What does it have to do with the question? The question on the table once again is it forced or not?
I'm getting there. I promise you.
Just let him get there.
When you
yes
when
or
you
no
fill
answer.
out your paperwork,
Whatever with his little story, just
It's a
go.
yes or no answer, Platypus.
Sonny, I
It's a
answered your
yes
question.
or no
Sonny.
answer, Platypus. It's a yes or no answer. I won't settle for anything less. I'm sorry. It's either yes or no. You decide how long you want to be muted. Yes or no? We need the answer. Here you go.
Well, you need a social security card to be employed.
But can I answer?
Got to do your W-4s.
You're
How many
unmuted.
dependents?
The answer to the question is no. I was simply explaining why I believe it's no.
Okay, now explain.
And you're detached from reality.
When you go and get a job, you have to fill out all your paperwork, and one of the things you got to fill out is your. I believe it's the Is the W-4 the one that you fill out, or is it W-2?
It's W-4.
Either way,
I'm self-employed,
you got to
so
fill out
I'm
a form.
spoiled.
Right.
W-4.
You got to fill out a form. You declare all your.
Whether or not you have taxes taken out is an optional. You can have 3 checks a year, 3, maybe 4 paychecks a year. You can have printed without taking taxes out of them.
Well, case in point, I got hold on.
But you
I
can't
got a
do
friend
that all year long.
Hold on, I got a friend who lives down in Georgia, and I think he's fucking weird for doing this. But what he does is, when he got hired at his new job, he just wrote down what's the point system that you use when you file, so they know roughly like how many dependents you're going to claim. Like, I file as a 0-1. And I forget what that means. I believe it like
that
I'm
means you're
myself.
claiming yourself. Yes,
Right.
You claim yourself 0 dependents.
Right. When he does his taxes, he claims like 3-3, and his logic is he essentially gets none of his tax money taken out from paycheck to paycheck. He just ends up having to pay a big tax bill when he files his taxes at the end of the year.
Yes, it's smart.
Voluntarily or involuntarily?
Hey, here's the thing.
So there,
You can only claim exempt so many paychecks a year.
You're forced to incriminate yourself via the W-4 form.
Yeah, and so could you tell me why the IRS special agent department and the IRS special agents, why their department ordered 3.5 million hollow point rounds?
Because they carry
Those are
guns.
just for looks, bruh.
They carry guns.
That's not to enforce. That's not to enforce anything, right?
Sonny, hold on. Sonny, I got a response to that. Go and find me one news article or one piece of information anywhere about anyone in the United States that's ever been shot at gunpoint by a federal agent because they refused to pay their taxes.
You think someone that is not ever...
I want you to show me one.
Listen, do you think that something... Wait a second. Do you think that something that has never been audited, this cabal that's never been audited, you think they're going to give you information about what they're doing with their guns?
They were shot for resisting.
So what you're telling me is
you're fucking high. What are you high on?
So what you're telling me is you are incapable of showing me any evidence anywhere of anybody enforcing the tax code by means of bullet.
No.
Oh,
There's video evidence. Motherfucker, I got video evidence of IRS raids. What's up? Case after case. Supreme Court too.
Oh, your guy. Hey, well, hold on. Your guy didn't write the IRS on radio,
man. So you're just fuck up your ass.
Hey, and why does the IRS usually raid people?
Al Capone.
They didn't do what?
Exactly, for tax evasion.
Exactly.
Well, exactly what? Hold on now.
Exactly. You didn't pay, dude, you want to ride the bus and not pay for your ticket.
It's called enforcement. It's called enforcement. That's why it's forced. Because it's enforced.
Platypus, let's see how smart you are. It's called income tax, right? Where is the income tax defined in the IRS code? What page and what line? Now. And under what statute are we supposed to pay income tax? Now. Right. That's why they all won in the Supreme Court. Because under Constitution, your income, or I should not say income, wages and salaries are non-fucking taxable. And they won versus the IRS many fucking times. Time after time. If you got the money, if you could take it to the Supreme Court, you will win. Period. Okay. Okay. I have to sit down and actually dig it off. Yep. I'll get you case by case, bud. It's actually a 1918 case that defined income, motherfucker.
Holy crap, 1918?
Yep, that's right. 1918.
All right.
Income was actually defined in that case. I forgot who it was, but yes, it was 1918.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. If the best that you can do is show me a case that's over 100 years old, I get the impression that this
is law. This is law. Hold on. Stop. I gotta say something. When you're talking about science, changes every day. It can change down to the minute, down to the second. When you're talking about law, there's no such thing as your case law. It's old, bro. It's moldy. No, case law is permanent.
Okay, if you're telling me a Supreme Court ruling
1918, yep.
declared, okay, you want to see it?
Just give me 15 minutes. I should go get it.
That's fine. So then, I would like to know why anybody anywhere pays their income taxes.
Exactly. How about
the same time,
IRS agents, once they discovered this information about this court case, they stopped paying their fucking taxes. And no one said shit. That's right, motherfucker. You don't know that, do you? Exactly. It's the knowledge that you had access to in life. You know, it's not a conspiracy. It's nothing. It's where is the income? Where is the word income defined? Right? And just to let you know, filing is voluntary. All right? Are you with me here? Filing is voluntary.
Are you saying firing?
No, filing. Filing for income is voluntary in the IRS code. Word for word. You just read it. And if you try to find the word income, right, what does it encompass? You will never find it in our IRS code. Never. So, it was the 1918 case that defined, it was the wages and salaries are non-taxable. And then income, which is like the percentage you make on an investment. That's income. That's the taxable bit.
Quick question for you, sir.
Only for corporation too, by the way. It wasn't even. Yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, who defines tax brackets then?
What the fuck is that? Doesn't exist.
Okay, so how does anybody anywhere? Hold on. Hold on. Taxes come out of my paycheck. All right.
That's right. My employer.
Who determines? Hold on. Who determines how much of my paycheck comes out, and where does that come from?
That's your employer that takes your taxes out.
My employer determines what percentage of my paycheck comes out of my taxes.
No, hold on. Dude, let me finish. The IRS, because he's by gun, right? He's following their shit, and they determine the bracket on how much the employer takes out.
And what do they use to determine that?
Whatever horseshit they got.
Congressional law. Congressional law.
Do you use the IRS code?
Congressional law.
Congressional law.
Research time. I got you, bro. I'm gonna give you case after case. I'm on it.
Yeah, they say they call people that don't agree with this freaking kangaroo freaking thing we have in the IRS. They're calling them extremists in the media.
All right,
welcome to the Globe side.
What's up?
Oh, never mind. I didn't look at who posted that. Some Prospiracist posted something. I clicked it, and I was going to say something to. Yeah, I was going to say something to Cirrus about it, but that's because I thought I didn't look at the name. Never mind.
Okay. Oh, it's good. I told you 15 minutes. It's going to take me a bit.
So what time do you go to bed tonight, Glober?
Who, me?
Yeah.
So, funny story. The economy kind of sucks right now. And I have been uninvited to work until we can receive more raw materials.
You know, man to man, I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope things get better for you. But I just wanted to ask you, like, if you wanted me to, I could tell you, like, a bedtime story tonight about the stars. And I was thinking to go, like, cosmic horror, you know? Like, I was thinking about just making up, like, a really good story for you.
Please, can you send me that thing, too, please? Can you record yourself?
Yeah,
that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I need more of your voice in my life, Hank.
Come on, you know you hate it when I'm filibustering.
I really want that. I really want
Don't assume what I hate. Don't identify my hate like that. You don't know my hate.
Identify.
See, Mars, it grows so red because it's so angry all the time. And it's always angry because it's got a tooth infection and it's angry and it's glowing red.
I'm gonna cry.
My mama said it's a gula mbagata, but it turns out it's a tooth infection.
Wait a minute.
The moisture they found on Mars is in like a little cavity.
Did someone say they need a fairy tale to go to sleep with? Another fairy tale to go sleep with? Okay. Awesome.
See, we can make shit up about space too, you know. And guess what? It's just as scientifically valid as you guys.
Absolutely.
Shit, I grew up with the space stuff, dude. I can wax intellectual. I can wax space intellectual. Shit.
Yeah.
Try me.
We can use all the same science that they use for theirs. It works the same. It's just as invalidatable, as if that's a word. If it's not, I'm going to copyright it right now.
I'll show you how to act like a professor in a college. So there's this doctor, whatever her name is, from the UK, and she's now saying, right, Dr. Becky, yeah, she's a YouTuber. She's now saying that black hole, or the Big Bang was a white hole, right? So it's obviously the racism embedded in the culture that is causing her to think this way, right? And she needs to not be so ethnocentric in her cosmology, right? Doesn't that sound like it came from a college?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very good, very good. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Now you have consensus.
Yay!
Go on to the window over there and pick up your paycheck.
I get an extra bonus for hating on Whitey, right?
Yeah, they're gonna throw those, those people. They'll send.
Hey, I don't know whose mic that's coming
It'll probably
through,
be under the table.
Sorry.
Dude, all I can think about is kill Whitey.
I know.
How about we not think about that?
Apparently, I'm the plague of the freaking universe.
No, it's Chris Farley smoking ganja with the Rastafarians.
No,
Kill
I know.
Whitey.
Black Sheep. Yep.
Yeah.
Great movie.
That's how you get a stipend.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds painful. It's like when you get a sty in your eye. Is that what that is?
No, it is sudden influx of cash. Stipend.
Trying to turn big bangs into white holes. Racist bastards.
Has it got to be a black hole?
Because it's so dark you can't see it.
Well, the Federal Reserve and the income tax was never properly ratified anyway, so all of that didn't matter anyway.
The law was not passed because there was not enough signatures and the states didn't ratify it.
Exactly. Got that 3/4 of the states to ratify it, and that didn't happen. So it's just a mirage.
Yeah, but I knew that you didn't know that. So you guys ruined my argument, but that's okay because the truth is more important.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. The law didn't actually pass. It bended around.
It's like a cellophane. Or was it the cheerleaders' little pom poms?
Yeah.
Our teachers used to
the little
hate that shit.
Oh yeah. Drive your parents and teacher crazy.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Helio.
Greetings.
These guys in the chat are out of their minds. In the YouTube chat. Holy shit.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Since I restarted the stream, people are. I mean, it's like being in the lobby, here inside the Discord. But they make better stupid arguments than the lobby arguments. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather just address their arguments here instead of typing the shit out. You know what I mean?
Well, they're a lot safer in the YouTube chat because I don't go in there.
Yeah, that's what made it's like I don't go in the lobby here, because it's just too boring.
All right, guys.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, man. I was just getting back to the old combo that were. I got the court case.
Well, I thought the combo was slowing down a little bit. That's why I jumped in. I didn't want to interrupt what you guys were talking about.
No, you're good. He was pausing, researching.
Yep.
You're okay, Helio.
I'm sorry. I'm the one that rumpused you, Helio. Believe it or not.
No, to be honest, I was listening to what you guys were saying, and there's so much I have to say about that too. But
all right. So I don't talk law. It's my first time on the air ever talking about this. So, if I'm not mistaken, Eisner versus Macomber, 1920. Here's the link. Go read it.
Thank you.
This is me backing my stuff up. This is the 16th Amendment, right? And this has never been overruled till this day. Till this day. The IRS code and the local courts must be in compliance with Supreme Court, which is right here. Here's the case.
Also wanted to back up what I said. I said that science changes by the second, and law, it takes a lot longer for something to change like that. In fact, it has to be like overruled, like you said. So to back up that and kind of cite my source, Alan Dershowitz made the argument that U.S. citizens don't have the ability to choose whether or not they subscribe to the menu of the CDC. He was saying that because there was a Supreme Court case back during the Spanish flu. Oops, I said too much already. But yeah, he was citing that from like the 19 teens as his case law. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got case law that sets precedents, the interpretations.
So, Helio, you were saying before you were rudely interrupted by people trying to cite their source?
No, sure. I mean, there's so much I have to say on that, but that's not what this forum is about necessarily. I mean, obviously, you know, we you know, when you talk about flat Earth, you're going to go off into all of these things, and I have much to say about that. But addressing the people in the chat that have been there, I don't even know where to start with some of this shit.
I got an idea. What if we started recording like our little rabbit trails and called it Flat Earth Fractals? Like our little conversations that go off. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I just like I can hit start on the live stream and let you guys go. You know, that's what I do. I hit start in the morning when I go to work, and then the live stream just runs and runs. And then, you know, when I come home from work, I restart another stream. But yeah, if you want to capture any portion, and this has always been the case for everyone, if you have a YouTube channel, if you want to capture a portion of a conversation you have with someone on here, and you know, you can use OBS and just record it while you're talking. And
I've recorded off of your live stream on YouTube before, though. Is that kind of shitty because your OBS screen is set up by you, and that's kind of like taking your intellectual property in a way?
This is a public service. I'm never going to strike anybody for using any of my content. As far as I'm concerned, this is our content. I use the YouTube channel to actually promote the Discord. That's what I do, you know. And I hopefully, dude, I want everyone to, you know, if you're having a good conversation, capture whatever part of the live stream is happening, put it up on your channel. Do it.
I just don't ever remember to hit record. Like my phone will capture my screen and everything and the audio, but I don't ever remember to hit record.
Yeah, I know. But even at the same time, I know my videos are long, but you can download them and then clip out that portion that you might want to save, and then upload it to your channel. And I don't have a problem with that. I mean, they demonetized this YouTube channel a long time ago, so I'm not making any money off of YouTube. So.
Yeah, there's been a couple of conversations with Matthew I wish I could have recorded. And it's like whenever he comes to play, he lobs me a softball, and I'm just like Babe Ruth, like fucking 300 pounds and hate baseballs. Like I've had a little too much to drink. Fuck you, baseball. Get out of here.
There's no crying in baseball.
There's no crying in baseball.
Are you crying?
Yeah, bro, man, that goes for every single person here, including the listeners. I don't even give a shit. If you never come in here, take clips of our footage, here, put it up on your YouTube channel. Just put the link to the Discord. You can put it up on your YouTube channel.
Drunken karaoke night.
No, don't do that.
Preferably not that night.
But anyway, if you actually come in here, or if you think you have something, just take a clip from what we've done here on the YouTube channel. You can take a clip of it, put it up on your YouTube channel, and as long I'm not going to strike anyone, but if you're going to use our content, please just go ahead and put a link to the Discord. That's all I ask. Because I do this as a public service, for the Discord. So it's not, yeah. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's not necessarily about the channel. People are going to find the channel, and they do every single day. Hundreds of people find this channel every day. But it's really about getting people in here to talk to us.
Yeah. Speaking of, I'm doing a paper on bipolar disorder right now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So, what have you discovered so far about it? Is it psychology? Is that?
Well, it's psychology. I'm finding out kind of what I already knew, but the specifics of it. There's a reason that there's so many different medications, quote unquote, for bipolar, quote unquote, disorder. It's because it's such a broad-ranging topic. Anybody, depending on the time of day, can be diagnosed, quote unquote, with bipolar disorder. So it's kind of a misnomer. When someone says you're bipolar, it's like, yeah, I know I'm human. What else is wrong with me? Is there anything new? So
yeah. That's what I was asking.
So many medications.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Is there? It's like I'm either normal, as I'm. What would be the opposite of bipolar?
One or the other.
Just like I'm not bipolar, or I'm bipolar. So,
singular.
Yeah.
No, it means you would be perfectly regulated.
Yeah.
It's like
it's exactly what I mean.
I've always been, and so how would you diagnose
exactly
somebody?
What I mean.
How would you not
diagnose somebody?
This is curious. How would you diagnose someone with?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna.
Okay, well tell us about what you discovered. Well, you're not a doctor.
I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yet.
All I can do is recommend. That's it.
Can I talk to you about this bipolar thing?
Can I ask you something first?
Sure.
Are you going to touch on nutrition at all?
Here in the server or
in
my paper? No.
Your paper.
They're not asking for anything regarding nutrition. It's not like how to actually treat it. It's medical stuff. The medical practice. Okay. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I wish.
Go ahead, Hank. Thank you. I'm not a robot. That's why I butted in. Thanks.
No problem. Good question.
So my child was almost diagnosed with bipolar. He kept getting in trouble at school. He did terrible things. He climbed a tree, right? And they really wanted to hit him with a piece of a tree for climbing that tree.
How dare him climb a tree?
Yeah.
I know, right?
Gosh.
Well, anyway,
regular Dennis the Menace over here.
Yeah, they put him on ADHD medicine for 2 weeks, and then he quit eating. So obviously, yoink, I yanked him right off of that. And, they wanted him to go and see a specialist. So we took him to Chase Bank, and there was a floor that had a doctor on it. And she said that she wanted to diagnose him with bipolar disorder, but he got too much sleep. Like his sleep quality was good. And I'm kind of thinking, what do you mean you wanted to? Like, You almost did. You wanted to, but you couldn't. Like, what the fuck
Oh,
does that
she
mean?
accidentally told the truth, my friend. Look at. There are 58 medications that I can find right now for bipolar disorder. 58. That is a lot of money being made somewhere.
Well, what I don't understand is okay, so it's so generalized the way they diagnose people. If you are at one given time in a really good mood and happy, and then at another given time you're depressed, then boom, they want to say that you're bipolar. If you're not sleeping well, in addition, then they will say that you're bipolar. But when you really look at what the clinical protocols for the diagnosis, like the individual needs to think that they have like some kind of supernatural powers or supernaturally something's happening to them. And it's like a combination of things. So they'll lose their train of thought and they can never get back to their original thought. And they have like their manic episodes will consist of incidents where they experience the things like I was just aforementioning, with, So they just like take someone who has broken sleep, are happy one day, and then and then later on they're depressed, and then boom, they're bipolar. That's the most misdiagnosed thing out
I
there.
wouldn't say it's the most one, but I mean, people
Helio, let me tell you, it is the most misdiagnosed disorder.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, maybe it is. Yeah, because people are manic sometimes, and
yeah, the human condition states that nothing is perfect or permanent. So there's no medication for that. Just fucking grow up. You know what I mean?
It's an agenda. Because get this, okay? These gun laws that they're passing, part of the gun laws and how they pacify all of the gun owners is they want to say that these people, and regardless of whether or not it's real or not, I don't even want to get into that discussion whether it's crisis actors or whether it's a real thing or someone who's really truly mentally disturbed. Who the fuck knows, right? But they want to say that because they had so part of the gun laws they want to have is if you're ever diagnosed with a mental, then you can't own a gun, right? So look at how many people's diagnosed with anxiety, depression, bipolar, it's ADHD, like all of these things. They're so liberal with them. They want every individual to have some sort of label, and it's part of their, it's just part of their regulation. Like they want to regulate you, and they will use this as a means to take your freedoms.
They want to label you a felon so you can take away your protection, so you end up like Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
There you go. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
But this is not medical advice whatsoever. We are not doctors giving medical advice.
Sure, but we're humans having the same experience that all humans do.
Correct. And again, there's no medication for that as far as I know.
Well, the medication for being human is living on Earth. That's where we live. It's Earth. This is our medicine. Earth.
Yeah, anagram for heart. Somebody said something else?
Yeah, so he missed one requirement, so they diagnosed him with ADHD, which is probably the second misdiagnosed. But I want to point out that right after that, I pulled him out of school, put him in Taekwondo, and he completely mastered his self-control. Obviously, he's a black belt. And I got to say, his ability to hold attention was never the problem. Because my son is the type of my son is the type of child to 100% his games.
Yeah. Oh, you just needed to put another focus. He needed to have another focus.
He may not have needed anything, and kids especially don't need a bunch of pseudo professionals in a field where they call it practicing medicine, telling you how you feel, how you should feel. Hold on, I'm almost done. Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead, Flo.
No child needs that, and being told how they should feel, how they should react to their emotions.
Right, so you guys know what I did. I took him off of the medication. I prescribed a little, Taekwondo to help him with his focus and his maturity. And he had chicken sandwiches. He went back to eating crunchy chicken sandwiches just like before.
Brother, check it out. And it was so easy because all you did was you switched his focus from something external to something internal. And boom.
He flourished.
Yep. Fuck a medication, bro.
And when I tell you that he could knock your block off, I am not joking.
I'm sure he could, dude. I was driving I think it was yesterday, Hank, and I was thinking about you telling us that story because I saw another kid getting into his family's old minivan, looking real proud with his black belt on and his blue belt in his hand, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, dude!" It's cool. I thought about you.
Yeah. So I always liked martial arts, and I would recommend it for every single person on the world. I hope that you never actually have to use it, but it's kind of one of those things where it's better to have it, not need it.
Mm-hmm. It's good focus too. It helps with your self work. You know, if you feel like you might need a change in life, like you're too negative or sad or depressed or whatever, try martial art. It really might help focus you. 2 cents, just an opinion.
Helio, I didn't mean to hijack the conversation, but when he said that he was studying the bipolar thing,
No, you guys are flowing. I mean, I'm not here to jump on your conversation. Yeah. I'm actually in the middle of
That's really all I
something.
had to say about that.
Well, I mean,
but
I'm
yeah,
I'm giving True Prevails a wrench in the YouTube chat.
Good.
And so it's going to be True Prevails and Glatflobe. I know there's a lot of people here, inside the server that aren't in the YouTube chat a lot, and I need people in the YouTube chat that are there, and I've seen you in there, Glatflobe and Truth Avails a lot. Mm-hmm. So I need to have people that when I'm not there and I'm not paying attention to the chat.
I'll help you out.
I mean, there's a no ban problem. No, don't ban anybody.
I'm not going to ban anybody.
Yeah, and same with Truth. But if you want to share,
you weren't supposed to let them know that though. Now,
well, I mean, it's just like, hey, I don't care what they think.
They'll find out eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm picking out certain members that are active in the YouTube chat because I've given and taken wrenches so many times, and a lot of people are very confused. I actually want, if I'm going to do this again, I want, trusted members. It's become YouTube has made it very, very difficult for me to unban someone after they've been banned, and so that's why this is like don't ban anyone. If I give you a wrench, don't ban anybody.
Oh, really?
Because
timeouts, though.
Dude, people email me and shit, and it's just like I can't just go.
I can't wait to do 100 timeouts on one person.
You can time them out, but you get
for sure.
Ban them, please, because I can.
I'm excited for it.
I can't freaking unban them. I get emails from people and just like, can you unban my account? And I'm like, no, I can't. I mean, YouTube has made it very, very difficult for me to
Dude,
unban
it's endless fodder for helping our side of the argument. So yeah, I'm not going to ban anybody, man. Not a single one.
Please don't ban anyone.
Are you hearing that word was God? Because they're in the text chat, in the live stream text chat, saying they're still banned. So I'm hoping that you heard what Helio just said. That it's like, are you saying that you can't, or it's just really hard?
No, I'm saying. Well, you guys you don't know why I can't do it. And that's what I'm saying. I can't unban people anymore. I can, but I have to go back through YouTube videos where, in the live chat, I have to find a video where they were actually in the chat and then click on their name and unban them through that platform. So it's just like, if I give you a wrench, please don't ban somebody, because it's very difficult.
If word was God is banned and they want to be unbanned, what they need to do is find a video where they can find themselves. That way you don't have to do it. To where they can find a
Yeah,
video.
they can find a video where they were in the chat, and then I
Find
can
the
go
moment
back
where
and
you were
DM
banned.
me,
Undo it.
and then I can go back. Yeah, that would be much easier. I'm not gonna freaking go through 1,800 videos trying to find out the last time you were able to speak in chat, whatever, or type in chat.
Now you know what to do. Word was God.
Yeah, because I used to be able to there's a community tab, not community. If you go into YouTube Studio, I mean,
oh, by the way,
you guys are producers or whatever. So I mean, when you go into there, you can actually like search through the thing. It used to work. It used to work, but it doesn't anymore.
Oh,
and
by
so
the way,
if
Helio,
you're banned,
you can't do that. By the way, because what happens once you become banned, you see yourself writing, but no one else can see you. So you actually show up on all the things to yourself, but not to anyone else. So you can't actually find which was the last one you were in.
Wow, that sucks.
So
that's
you can
what I'm
never find
saying. That's why I mean, on top of all the other reasons that I stopped moderating people in the YouTube and stuff like that, I just it became a big problem with drama between mods and stuff like that, which I don't really give a shit about. So it's like open chat, no chat. But at the same time, I want people to be able to share information. But if you ban someone, then I can't unban them. That's basically what I'm saying.
No banning, but I think it's good to have a little bit of civility and boundaries, because most every other chat has moderation, and people are going to get out of line. That's all it is, and they will eventually leave if you just keep timing them out. And if they don't, it just looks terrible anyway. It's whatever. So yeah.
Yeah. So if you have a wrench in my YouTube chat, only use timeout. If it's necessary. But they make silly arguments anyway. Just make it fun. But
make it fun.
But
sure.
don't
Laugh at
ban
them.
anybody
Just laugh
because
at them.
don't ban them because I can't unban them.
Oh yeah.
We're an American band.
It's an American band. No.
We're driving
please,
to your town. We're going to party down.
If I give you a wrench, I already said it. Please don't ban anyone.
You did. You're good, Helio. We got it.
Cool.
Thank you.
Quick, ban everybody on Helio's YouTube list.
Oh boy.
I'm only joking, bro. I'm only joking. I don't believe in banning anybody, right? In my YouTube channel, I was the only one that had a wrench.
I used to ban a shitload of people, but now I can't unban them after I ban them, so that's what's fucking pissing me off. It used to be easy to unban them, after I ban them I'm just like, I'll ban your ass, just like we do inside the Discord. I'll put you in detention, or I'll ban you, but we'll let you back in a couple days. I can't do that on YouTube anymore. That's why I'm saying, I mean, it's very difficult to unban somebody. So yeah, if you get a wrench on the YouTube channel, don't ban anybody. We can do it on Discord all day.
It will cause much drama from the Dalai Lama's baby's mama.
Dalai Lama's baby mama.
Can't you do it from YouTube Studio?
No.
You go to community.
That's what I'm saying, dude. No. The reason I'm saying this is because the answer is no, I can't. Because there is a section in the community thing under the YouTube Studio, but all the people that are banned, I get emails from people and I search their names and they're not on the fucking ban list. And so I used to be able to unban them from the list, but they're not on there anymore. YouTube is fucked
YouTube
this
is
up.
so retarded. They made it when you shadow ban people, you basically executed their YouTube account.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm sorry, everyone that's listening. If you have an account that is banned, the only way I can unban you is find a live replay of a live chat video that if you were in the live chat and you can't freaking post anymore, send me that portion of the video where I can go in there and click on your name and unhide you from the channel, because YouTube has fucked this up really, really bad.
So you did it because you banned them in the first place.
No, I didn't ban them. I get too many wrenches out, and people were banning people all over the place. And so, it's just like, if I give you a wrench in the chat, don't fucking ban anybody.
You give
them the wrenches. You know what makes it hard, guys? It's impossible to find. Look, listen. It's impossible to find globe evidence. That's what makes that whole thing so hard. They're pissed about it.
Yeah, they're
right about
pissed.
it, and that's it.
Helio, how easy it is to ban and unban people on YouTube? Is it easy?
No.
Jimsy.
God damn it, Jimsy. I'm going to fucking...
Jimsy fucking shows up with like a roaster, and Helio's looking like a big pile of beef.
You're in Florida, aren't you, Jimsy? I'm going to come to Florida and kick your ass.
You gotta come down to Mexico.
Oh, you're in... No, you're not in Mexico. God damn it, Jimsy. You're in the
Jimsy,
US.
you almost as crazy as Helio.
God damn, he's almost
That's
crazy
why it'd be
as
a good
me.
fight.
I thought he was in New York or like up that direction somewhere.
Oh shit! No, all right. Hey, let's go do Where's Jimsy instead of Where's Waldo, right?
Where's Rumpus? In case you guys haven't seen that, there's a YouTube channel called Fanny Lancer, and there's a YouTube video called Where's Rumpus. It may not be suitable to watch in front of children, but it's funny.
Hey, speaking of Fanny Lancer, didn't he put a song out? I don't know if it was his song. I was trying to... I don't know the video. I was trying to find the video. The earth is flat, and that's a fact. But it's okay if you don't think like that. I don't know if that was his original song or but I think it was on his channel, Fanny Lancer.
For everybody not living in the UK, Fanny is a euphemism for a female reproductive organ. I won't say which one, but I'll let you guess.
Well, hold on. I mean, Fanny's always been a troll, and but when you actually talk to him, he's a pretty cool dude. But he's a freaking comedian. He doesn't give a shit if the Earth is flat or not. But Fanny Lancer is the original troll. But there was one song on his channel that that the Earth is flat. It's like a techno beat. That's a fact. It's okay if you don't think like that. I gotta find that song.
No, it's not.
Let's just party tonight. Maybe I was gonna play it last night.
Is that how it goes?
It's not okay if you don't think like that.
No, you have to think like us.
Or we'll send IRS agent. Oh wait, no, that's on their team. Sorry.
Yeah, you gotta think. You've gotta think critically.
God damn, y'all niggas almost as crazy as me. Holy shit!
Yeah,
You're a white dude.
We're trying to brainwash people. I've seen that go over the YouTube thing too. We're trying to brainwash people to think for themselves. How dare us?
There we go. How dare us? Say, hey, you can actually think for yourself. You can take a look at both sides of an argument and choose your own path. Oh my goodness, you don't have to be indoctrinated.
Helio, the other day I saw a car with one was a NASA bumper sticker and the other was "Think before it becomes illegal" sticker. And
ooh, that's good.
I really wanted to talk to that person.
One time I pulled up at a stoplight and this guy had a flat Earth freaking sticker on the side of his truck, and I was looking at him. My mom was driving, but I was sitting in the passenger seat. I was looking at him. He's like, "Why the fuck are you looking at me? We're at a stoplight." And then I was pointing back. I was like doing the flat sign.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh," and then we turned left, and he went straight. He was like, "Oh,
his best man is wedding." It's pretty cool.
This dude's driving around with a truck with flat Earth sticker on the side. You know, he's
It's
like,
awesome.
"Oh, I get it." Yeah.
Probably gets seen more on the side than in the back. I fucking don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Who knows? I don't even know why that was funny. Why'd you laugh that hard? That was not funny.
Helio likes you, bro.
I do like Let Flow.
I like you, Helio. I guess I like you.
I
You're
like
getting there.
too, man.
Hey, what's up, Flat Earth dude?
Flat Earth dude.
Oh, Flat Earth dude! You were doing a live stream. Today, like this morning. Are you live streaming now?
Overnight, I guess. Overnight.
Didn't you do a live stream yesterday or early this morning?
Very early this morning. Yes.
Yeah, it was kind of
You
weird.
mean to tell me
I
Flat Earth dude
watching
was
it.
hanging out
What's that?
late at night? Flat Earth dude was hanging out late at night. Come on, man.
I got a live stream going.
I don't believe it.
On YouTube, 24/7 hangout, and
Post the link in the voice text, bruh.
oh shit. All right. But everybody's like, nobody's around at fucking midnight, but you guys are.
All
That's
popular
why
in the
we call
chat there.
ourselves 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're always here.
Oh,
I'm coming in.
Mine's more like a
Brother.
pub. We sit around and talk about everything, but Flat Earth's definitely one of the top subjects over there. But we might
So you
talk
talk about Flat Earth and other fractals?
What's that old joke? It's
once a live stream goes past 12 hours or 14, and us now, it's really hard for YouTube to fucking censor you because there's really nothing for them to go back and look at because they're not. It never gets published.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Here's a secret. If you're broadcasting on YouTube, they will archive 12 hours. But if you go over 12 hours,
yeah,
they'll keep the 12 hours. But if you go 15 hours live,
right,
they'll only archive the 12. But if you go 24, they completely delete the video. You don't have any access to it.
Yeah,
so I've been doing this shit for freaking. We're on what's some video here? We're on 2013. We're on 2013.
Yeah,
on my video, 2013,
Maybe they
2013
say
videos.
back room that you don't have the key to.
You got a lot less. If you go past to whatever 24 hours, you're probably fucking really good. You could talk about anything you want.
Dude, I want to hear what Jemsy said. What did you say, Jemsy?
He kind of roboted.
Oh, my bad. No,
Go
you're
ahead.
saying that. I'm saying that maybe the video is being saved somewhere else.
Oh, it definitely is on Google servers, of course. But I'm saying they will only publish the video.
But they can't timestamp you and say, "Well, no, you have."
No. What I'm saying is, if you accidentally, which I don't accidentally go past 12 hours, if you go up to about 14, 15 hours, they won't keep the 2 or 3 hours after 12. They'll archive the video as a 12-hour video. And so
I'm glad you guys told me that because I used to wonder how I used to play those subscription videos like 24/7 on my channel, and I never got shut down. And it was like I found this 12-hour documentary, and I was like, "Oh man, we doing this 24/7. I don't want nobody getting."
That's not the same. That's not the same for uploads.
I was streaming it. I was streaming 24/7 anti-subscription.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you can go up to like about 15 hours. Stop it before 15 hours, and it will archive the 12-hour video, and it will say 11:55, and that's as far as you can go. If you go about past 16 hours, then your video's not even accessible anymore.
You know how much hate I was getting on my YouTube channel in those days? Oh, man.
Oh,
There was some sour pusses.
Sour pusses, man. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm
They
just
couldn't take me down for some reason.
That's just if you're gonna live stream on YouTube that way. If you're gonna live stream, you can go past 12 hours, but they will only archive 11:55.
Right.
And if you go past 16 hours, they're just you won't even be able to access that.
By the way, this is not YouTube advice. We're not actual YouTubers. So don't
Dude, I already figured this shit. I've been doing this shit for fucking 3 years.
But let everybody know, if you fuck up your channel and you get your channel shut down, don't say it's because you learned it from Helio.
Yeah, but that's the robot that does that. That's just the way that it's built. If you can go past 12 hours, but they will only archive 11:55.
I learned it from watching you, Helio.
Ooh, here it go. But anyway,
You
that's
watch
why
Helio?
Even
Fucking
tonight,
weird, dude.
I was listening to you guys past the 12-hour point, and that part's not archived. But you can listen past the archive point.
You can think of it as archive.
And then once I stop the stream, the 11:55 will be saved, and then I can restart it. And the 2 hours past the 11:55 will be live for everyone else at the time. You know what I mean?
Is amazing.
Dude, I never told anybody about this, but then you're probably not aware of it, but now you are. So there it is.
Thank you.
Now you are.
I definitely just got YouTube advice from Helio. Thank you.
That's the way it happened. I mean, but who fucking makes 12-hour videos? I mean, besides me.
Me?
Obviously you. And Hank. Definitely not ISS.
Oh.
says, "Ooh, boom!"
Yeah, the only
That's what she said. She said
about
they
the
don't.
Globers is I care about the anti-subscribers.
Good stuff. Smooth operator, and that's some freaking Oh damn! Who is that smooth operator?
Sade.
Song?
Sade.
Operator. Oh.
It's Sade. Helio.
Operator.
I'd like to get the video for you.
No, that's not necessary.
Well, it's gonna happen anyway.
By the way, if you go to World Truth Videos, there's a, I'm just going to call it Waxed 2. And I guess you'll have to figure out the spelling. I don't think it's spelled exactly the same way, the traditional spelling for wax, like you wax your car. Maybe it's the German spelling. Volkswagen.
Yes. What?
It was in code. If it didn't apply, let it fly.
Well, Helio, I gave you the video there. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a good one. Good song.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. Tell you the truth.
I'll tell you what, man. It's either really good to use in the background on a date, or it's not. So.
Well, it depends on how old your date is. If she's over 30, you're good.
It really depends on the person, to be honest.
Yeah, if she's wearing like some cowboy boots.
You don't want to play that song for her.
I wear cowboy boots.
Do you like Smooth Operator?
Yes, I do. But I'm over 30.
And married.
So I'll just yeah, and married.
He still remembers that.
Well, how could I forget, Hank?
You're a gentleman. You couldn't.
That's right.
That's a dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
See, here's the thing. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Hi, ma'am. How you doing? Would you like to go out tonight? Would you like to have a drink? And then she says, I'm married. And then you do like a 180. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's the problem is when you say, well, I steal shit all the time. I'm
gotta do a 960, Hank. Fuck that 180 shit.
What, Tony Hawk style?
Yeah, 1080, bruh. Catching some serious air, bruh.
Bro.
So I looked for your channel to be live streaming Flat Earth Dude, and I didn't see it.
It's called Flat Arf. EARF.
What?
Flat Arf.
You want your channel to be small, and it's about quality rather than quantity, right?
No, it's just actually shit over quality, usually, which is fine. I'm okay with that.
I don't see you.
No, you got some good people, hard hitters at your place, bro. Some old schoolers.
It'll pick up, man. I haven't live streamed in about a year, so it'll pick up. Everybody, took a break, and we'll get it back going. But as long as Google Hangouts is working, we'll keep it going.
What's your stance on the transgender debate?
No one's interested.
Yeah, I'm like 50 and 0, bro. You want to go downstairs? We'll hammer it out.
Who, me?
Yeah, you want to have a transgender debate?
We all love trannies.
I mean, there is.
I've already.
It's like 50 to 1. I mean, it's like.
Hold on. Before we do anything, please let me speak. Before we do anything,
we shouldn't do this here. No.
Correct. So let me speak.
Right.
Thank you so much. Hey, that's not where we talk about this. Okay, we don't talk about that or much of anything else.
No, I'm right.
In the Flat Earth channel. So if you do want to talk about that, though, Hank Hill, he's more than willing to educate you.
I've
on
already
finer
talked about
points.
it, and I must say that
You already did, then.
I've won the
Okay.
conversation.
Whatever. Do you want to try again, then? Because I'm just saying we just don't do it here. Is that okay?
Yeah, I understood because I kind of already debunked it, so it's fine.
So we're not going to talk to you about
There's
that. But do you
plenty
want to
of
talk about the
blitz
Earth?
rooms that aren't on YouTube, and you can talk to Hank Hill, about that. Yeah. There are plenty of places that talk about that here.
Yeah.
Not
So anyway,
get a room.
You don't have to leave.
You guys want to get a room?
You guys get a room if you want to talk about dicks and vaginas.
He left.
You're so nasty.
Girl, you nasty.
You get a room already. Damn.
He's still here. What are your views on the Earth? Dude?
Mine?
Yeah, yours.
Earth's a sphere. It's not a flat. Like, are you kidding me? A disc? Am I gonna fall off of it? Holy shit!
No, bro. If we put you in a water bowl and we spin it, and then throw it through space at nearly the speed of light, you might fall off of that though.
So
Can you tell me where you?
globe
Yeah.
Earth, and what makes you think that anyone here says it's a disc?
Well, it's flat. What else is it supposed to be? Is it a square?
Flat's
if
just the
it's a
surface.
square,
We don't
is it a-
know. No one here is claiming the entirety of the Earth. That's just the surface, right?
Yeah, that's absurd. We're really small.
Yeah, I want to hear though. Look, I don't even care about all that. The only thing I care about is your evidence for this globe that you say you live on.
Oh, do I have to go on science papers and just go and paste them in the chat or something? Because I could do it.
You gotta measure
No, there's no such thing as science papers. We need scientific method, hypothesis.
Science papers.
Yeah,
Is
they
it
all
like
use
rolling
the scientific papers. They're all PhD papers, studies, research.
No. Listen.
Wait,
you know
so the kind
difference
of
between
paper that
science
they're
and
on is
pseudoscience.
scientific as opposed to raspberry
Pseudoscience.
flavored.
No, it's not pseudoscience. It's literally
What is
a research
pseudoscience?
paper.
Can you define
Just
that?
a type of paper, then
Pseudoscience
specific
is
kind
artificial.
of paper.
It's
Artificial.
joint paper for me.
Pseudoscience is artificial.
Well, it's something that
So it's not man-made.
Actively measure.
Oh, wait. Pseudoscience is that which isn't derived from the scientific method and is mistakenly thought as coming from the scientific method.
Well, I'm not going to
Kinda
get
like a
papers on pseudoscience.
Hold on, bro. kind of like a
You don't
pseudo
have to.
court. Like a pseudo court isn't a real court, right?
So everything's fake. Then how am I supposed to prove?
No, well, bro, how did you go
What?
there?
That.
Well, do you have any science papers or science? I'm sorry. Real. Do you have any?
No, I don't have any science flavored paper.
Don't
Sorry.
spiral, please.
No,
please.
no. I'm just asking.
Calm.
Do
Everything
you
is
have
calm.
any proof with the scientific method that your little thing works? That you're,
A scientific
To you,
method.
because that's what I was asking you.
do I? Well, yes, I do actually.
Okay, so what's the hypothesis? I need the independent variable, the
Let's
control
see.
variable,
Do
Well,
you even know what those are?
and the dependent variable.
well, yeah. There's the constant variable. There's the
What's the phenomena we're looking at, man?
yeah. Well, okay.
Well, you clearly
Yeah.
don't understand because it's a
Well,
category.
the callback.
It's not even. Hang on. It's not even a scientific question. It's a measurement question, right? It's not a cause and effect question. It's a what is question. So you need a measurement. Do you have a measurement?
Okay, look. Here's the measurement. The data display of the sample of the outliers of the demographic will be the column density within the population for the dot graph.
Oh my god. What are you reading, dude?
I'm reading the scientific method paper.
How is that a measurement?
Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm
Google
giving you
better.
data.
Use Google better.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a troll, be funny, right?
What do you mean be funny? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a troll, be funny.
Google comedy
That's a rule here.
science. Comedy
we have
science.
a rule here. If you're
Google.
gonna be a troll, be funny.
Who said I was trolling?
You're not funny.
Yeah, it's still like I was gonna give you a paper. I read a little paper here on scientific.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Nick, let's do it.
Well, post it. What does it say? Because the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with science. Nothing to do with natural science. Say it with me.
Nothing to do with gravity.
Okay. Gravity. Is that what we're talking about? I thought we were talking about shape of the Earth.
Well,
So what are we talking
shape
about?
of the Earth relates to gravity.
I know that it does, but which one are we talking about? Because if I need to know,
They're related.
if I'm talking, yeah, I get that, bro. I know how Spaceballs are made in your fundamental religion, bro. So what I'm asking is, are we talking about gravity or are we talking about curvature rate?
Or curvature. Look, is curvature your only argument? Like, I'm
Bro,
pretty
it's
sure I debunked
flat Earth.
You kind of gotta have it if you're gonna have a sphere.
I'm pretty sure I already debunked that curvature argument.
Yeah.
Dude, you left
So
in
you
the
found
middle
curvature?
of. We asked you to explain my premise, and you left without doing so. How did you debunk that? Seriously.
Well, I told you that there's no valid.
That's why you're such a fundamentalist, religious person, bro. You're a zealot.
There's no valid.
Did you really think that you
on
won
your
that
little
debate? You
experiment there.
fucking left in the middle of being asked, can you just explain his argument?
Well, I've already debunked it. Like I said,
No, bro,
that
you
little
didn't
scientific
debunk
experiment, like a
anything.
fifth grade.
You couldn't even regurgitate the argument to understand that you understood the premise, bro.
You did a fifth grade research
told
project.
you
sent
that
me a
you
picture.
haven't, though.
You sent me a picture. How does that prove anything?
That's fine.
So what are you proving right now?
I'm proving that your proof is incorrect.
How? How are you doing that? You're showing us or telling us nothing.
I'm telling you that a picture doesn't prove anything.
You are telling us nothing. That's it.
Well, I'm simply rebutting your argument.
How? How
I
are you
just
even
said that.
saying that? How are you even saying that? Why are
Well,
you even saying that?
because a picture doesn't prove
what
anything.
makes you say that?
A picture. A picture. If you see a picture of something, it's not.
What
it's not
makes you
supposed to
say
believe it.
that?
Well, look. Okay, look at a picture. Right? If you see a picture of, I don't know, Medusa, do you think it's really Medusa?
So if we see a picture of the
Are we
globe, is it
talking
really a
about
picture of
Medusa?
the globe?
Well, there's actual scientific evidence for it.
Are we talking about Medusa?
Well, it was an analogy. Can you not understand
Oh
it?
my god, dude. We are talking about the globe and we're showing you
You guys love
reality.
using analogies. Why can't I use it?
because you try to twist it into your
twisted it
own.
too. You
no, we haven't.
No,
we showed you
no.
reality.
I'm using the same
We showed you
tactics
reality
you guys are using
in a picture, and you
they just
don't like it.
completely debunked your claim.
No, you
us
haven't
where
debunked
you're problem.
anything.
You're cherry
You
picking
just
my
said a
argument.
picture doesn't
You're
prove
cherry
anything.
picking.
That's all
you're
you
cherry
said.
picking my
anything.
argument.
Like,
That's
Cherry
all
picking
you
my
said. Is a
argument.
picture doesn't prove
First of
anything. That's
all-
all you said.
First of all, you can't prove a negative. You can't just say, I proved your model to be
Exactly.
like.
And show us where we were
no,
using
I
an
didn't say
analogy.
that. I didn't say that. I said
We're
that.
using direct, verifiable
Money.
information. Is what we're using.
We're using direct measurements.
So we're not
We're
trying to
using-
sell
a
anybody
picture-
on
a
anything with
picture with-
tactics.
So a
we're not
picture with
selling
paint.
anyone.
Picture made with
your
Google Paint.
Medusa.
So yeah, I guess
You're
a
trying to
picture
sell
proves
us on.
everything. Picture proves
No,
everything.
we have
Never
laser
said
tests.
Laser test.
That's kind
Yeah.
of our argument.
Show me the calculation. Show me the math.
Right
show
there
me
in,
the
in
physics.
there, there's FE Core.
Show
FE
me the
Core
show me
shows
the physics
everything.
of it.
It's in the PDF, motherfucker. Why don't you look
PDF?
in the damn chat?
I can put it in a JPEG and it still won't do anything.
Wow. We're not listening
So-
to him anymore.
Morgan's done with him because
This guy's
He's
trolling.
done.
Yeah,
He's done.
Well,
Yeah.
we've known that like 15
We're done. We're done.
Bye bye.
Don't let this guy trig you guys out, man.
Yeah,
He's
he's
gonna
he's
be
got the burden
muted.
of
He's
proof.
gonna
We don't
stay-
need
stay
to.
muted.
We don't need to
he
prove
can
his
leave on his
claims.
own
You
accord.
got fuck all, man.
He can leave
I'll say
on his
that.
own accord. He's muted. He's not being talked to anymore. So about the curvature, we can prove it with laser tests from FE Core. We've been showing you in the chat all of the black swan pictures that show no curvature over 30 miles. And then, you just say that a picture doesn't prove anything. Well, this is reality, and that's showing reality in a picture. So, yes, it does
And-
prove everything.
That's kind of our argument, though, that because you can go here and do the measurement yourself.
You can actually
do the
go there.
observation yourself.
That's the whole thing. And he's saying that he can't. So that's fine. You can just leave the server then. We don't need to.
He couldn't even, Justin. He couldn't even keep a straight face during the whole thing. It's like I can. Anyway.
No, he couldn't.
Yeah.
We don't even have to debunk the globe. They need to prove their globe. It doesn't pass the smell test.
Did I get yelled at for yelling at that kid?
No, you didn't.
No.
It was a different guy.
It wasn't you, Sean. It wasn't you, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's totally your fault, Glaflope. Totally your fault.
Yeah, I'm just trying to not do that anymore, I guess.
It's totally your
You guys
fault, man.
You guys are the best.
Chill out, man. Fuck.
It's a safe haven here, in this corner of the internet with you guys. It's
nice safe
it's a good thing
space.
for all of us. It's even good for the Globers. Because can you imagine trying to go out to your friends and always talk about how stupid flat earthers are? Eventually they're going to be like, hey, shut up. We're trying to watch a movie. Shut up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're trying to. Oh God, it's so.
We're trying to watch American Idol.
Yeah, I'm trying to eat really bad things that are considered food and waste away judging everybody else and not looking internally, okay? And dying from it physically.
Go Red Sox.
That's right, Red Sox. Go Chiefs, go Tigers, go sports ball.
Go football.
We have Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell, what do you think about the Earth?
Flat.
Flat.
Why? What makes you think it's flat?
Water.
No, that's not.
Very eloquent.
Yes, it looks flat.
It looks
Measures
flat.
flat.
Have you
Obviously.
So, how do you know it measures flat?
There are people who tried to measure it by using laser tests, and they found zero curvature.
What kind
That's
of people?
Right. That's true.
What kind of people were they?
There's FE Core. And I also saw a PhD guy, Dr. Johnny G.
What country are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Philippines.
All right, very good. Moving on. Please continue.
No, I'm curious. I mean, what would you think a laser test would prove or disprove anything about shape of Earth? I'm asking the new guy. Shape of Earth.
Could be anything.
Well, I mean,
rephrase the question. English isn't his first language.
No, sure. I remember that's a shape of Earth. That's pretty.
No. What does it prove? What does the laser test prove?
It do what it do.
The inverse square law applies to you too. Can't have light years and bubble beer galaxies. All you come in here doing is dropping all these fallacies.
There you go.
Say that shit, Hank. Say that.
Spit it. Spout it.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Filipino, we're going to give you another chance. Are you there, buddy? We lost you for a second.
Dude, people in the Philippines have a lot more access to the ocean than we have. You know, people, like you, Hank, you're from Texas, but you're not near the ocean. I'm Arkansas, so I'm definitely not near the ocean. That shit looks flat to me.
Why can't you see the ocean from Arkansas?
Oh, because it's too far away.
I don't play a
We can
very
see
good globe.
stars millions of miles away.
But if the Earth is flat, wouldn't you be able to see the back of your head?
Margaret, look at that chandelier, Margaret. Let's go take the chandelier and go measure our floor with it. Okay.
Stellar spectroscopy.
Margaret, how big is the shadow? just measure the shadow. Okay, now we got it. Okay.
She's like, I just walked 500 miles through the desert for you.
And I would walk 500 miles.
Yep, okay, boys. So that shadow's bigger than it was just 5 minutes ago. So the Earth is moving, and now we know that. And we can pack her up.
Now moving. Okay.
Pack it in.
Every time you move toward the horizon, that some bitch moves away from you.
Some bitch don't move.
Some bitch.
Cannot
Must be a
catch that
magical
horizon.
ball.
Okay.
Some kind of magical
Try to
ball.
get it. You can't get that horizon. You just can't get it.
That magical ball horizon.
What if the Filipino gentleman was like a physicist and English wasn't really his best language, and he was like they just asked, how do you prove it with a laser? Like, well, they're dumbasses. Moving on.
Hey, Sonny, check your DMs.
Oh my goodness.
Because I know it may be, if I don't tell you, it'll be 3 days from now before you look.
Yeah, because Sonny never checks his DMs.
No, he doesn't.
That pesky horizon just keeps playing hard to get.
What time is it?
It's Christmas time in Halloween.
Hey, y'all, I just got over a sickness. It took about 3 or 4 days. I ain't gonna lie, I thought it might be COVID. Well, I didn't think it was
Don't
COVID.
say it. No.
I didn't think it was, but dude, I was sick for the past few days, and I had a cold, which I often get. You know, I mean, like every few years I'll get a cold.
It's because of the change of seasons.
You
weren't even sick. You were
just
experiencing.
getting over
Listen.
Yep.
You're experiencing a pressure differential. Your body was adjusting. That's all.
Sure, and it usually happens during season change. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
What if the body is self-healing and self-regulating? And drafts are supposed to have high blood pressure because it takes quite a bit of pressure to get the blood all the way up to the brain.
Holy shit, you guys hear that thunder?
I did.
I told you it was coming.
No.
Yeah, there's a thunderstorm happening right now in my area.
I thought it was a horse.
I felt it.
On like a
I
power
felt it
supply.
coming.
My wife said she heard it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Please don't
man.
have a
Bro.
power surge.
What's that? You guys near?
It was super thunder. Super thunder.
Hang in there, Power Grid.
Whatever the fuck.
Thunderdome.
Hang in there, Power Grid.
That's some Mad Max shit right there. Thunderdome.
Just spouting out words. Everybody's talking over each other. So
I know. But we were doing that. I think 12 hours ago.
It's late night hours, adult only.
This is Adult Swim. You have American television channel.
It's Adult Swim Flat Earth. Adult Swim Flat Earth. There we go.
We're trying to recover from Ladies' Night.
Ooh. It doesn't take that long to recover from Ladies' Night. But yeah, there's actually a thunderstorming like just looming right where I am.
Thunderstorming. I love it.
Super adverb? A verb? Is that what is that? An adverb? Thunderstorming? I think I don't know.
I have no idea.
That's an action verb.
It's an action verb, yeah.
Maybe
like fighting.
I didn't know action verb was part of the
fighting. English. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Yeah, action verbs as opposed to like when you say I'm gonna go home.
Everybody was looking for lightning.
Listen, I spent all day doing school, so I'm not gonna do it here.
Everybody was fast as light.
There you go.
I'm go homing.
That's pretty funny.
Was that chemtrail?
Yes, chemtrail. What up, chemtrail? Welcome back, bruh. How you been?
Thanks, man. I just love to listen to you guys. I'm playing 8-ball pool. Just kind of
cool.
8-ball pool.
Just don't mix your uppers and your downers. You'll be fine.
I try to.
That'll be a speedball, wouldn't it?
Here all day, fellas, is because I take the conversations you have and I spread them to everybody that I'm around, and like I get fired from everywhere that I work and shit. So like,
Good boy. Get fired from your job because of us. Chemtrail, don't fucking get fired from your job.
Oh, don't get fired until you find like your favorite job, and then don't get fired anymore. Because right now it's a workers' market. It's like you threatening me, like you're gonna fire me because I'm not getting a subscription.
Yeah,
motherfucker, I will go open a Burger King.
Canceled my subscription to the resurrection.
Oh man!
Like I wish you would fire me.
I will come to your neighborhood and I will reopen 2 McDonald's right now up in this bitch.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, what was your live stream about earlier? Because it was kind of obscure. I mean, I saw you go live, and then I was listening, and it was just like, what the hell's going on here?
I'm following in Poncho Pete's footsteps, and I just have an open panel all the time.
I love
people that got the link can join, hang out.
That's the free chan model.
What's that?
So, what platform is it?
I love it.
Yeah, is it
Google Hangout? It's a Google Hangout live stream. I can screen share I can screen share Discord, right?
And I saw that, and that's why I was wondering, what because it was.
It's an odd. I'm still in the testing phase.
All right, cool. Hey, if you need any help, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'll help you out. If you're just learning OBS, I can help you out.
No, I got it down. I'm just lazy.
See, I'm lazy too. All I have to do is hit stop and start. That's what I already have it set up. I set this shit up a couple of years ago. So all I have to do is stop and start. So if you
scene one, there you go. Scene one's good. Okay, go with that.
QE, not QE. Sorry, Mark. Whatever your name is, Helio. I gotta say, you're a pretty funny dude because you were just like, "Oh, you're lazy, bro. I'm lazy too."
Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you guys think I do it. I don't do as much work as you motherfuckers do. You guys are on here all day. I just hit start in the the beginning
Helio,
of the day.
dude, I'm just in school. That's all I'm doing. I'm just in school. You go out and you earn a paycheck.
And then I hit stop
That's
when I
what
get home from work, and then I hit start again. And then you guys just freaking make the content. It's all pretty much all I do. I mean, it took some work to get it set up, but yeah, that's pretty much what I do. I just hit stop and start. I mean, what the fuck?
It took about 3 years to really get it right, but it's rolling. It's rolling good, man. Thank you, Helio, for all those buttons you click to make this possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I click them about 4 or 5 times a day. Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Yeah, well, it's something you got to do. You're like, oh, I got to eat. Oh, fuck, I got to restart. Oh, fuck, I got to restart.
When I wake up in the morning for work, I just like, oh shit, I gotta stop the stream and then restart it. And it's so hard. Just click a button and
but it's something you have to do. It's not that it's hard. It's not hard. I know it's not hard, but it's just something that at every 12 hours you got to go clickety click.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any issues, I'm in contact with everyone. If there's issues, then yeah.
Let me ask you here, though: is there like a donate button somewhere or something?
Yeah, it's in the description on the YouTube channel. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna send you a couple bucks, man.
Yeah, there's a PayPal link in the description, but
you'll get it. I'll send it this week, man.
Appreciate that. Somebody sent me some yesterday, but yeah, I mean, this is a public service. It's to promote the Discord, and I've said this several times.
Damn it,
but yeah.
Helio, do you have a timer on your phone or something to remind you, or you're just used to it? You just go.
Well, I try to start the stream at 6 a.m. Central Time, and then restart it at 6 a.m. because YouTube won't archive the video past 12 hours. That's what I was talking about earlier. If I go like to 14, 15 hours, they'll save the video for the 12 hours.
The 12, right.
Right. I was wondering how you remembered to do it. Do you have a timer set, or is
it's well, I'm a 9 to 5er, right? I have to wake up, before I leave for work. I start the stream, I stop it, and then start it. During the weekdays, weekends it gets really sketchy for me because I don't have to go to work,
because your night goes from Friday to Monday.
Yeah. So yeah, for the most part, it's like I'm gonna restart the live stream at about 6 a.m. Central Time, and then when I get home about 6 o'clock, I'm gonna restart it again. So that's the way it goes. That's where the 12-hour live streams come from.
Thank you, Hilo. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Cool, man.
Dude.
Yeah, that's the way it works. I mean, if you guys want to capture
doing
any
humanity an amazing service.
Well, dude, I'm just clicking a button and you guys are doing humanity. I actually don't even want to talk in here most of the time. You guys are doing better than you're doing better. You guys are making the content. What the fuck?
The funny part is you
we got your finger. Let's all praise Helio's finger.
Fuck you.
No, you, Helio. No, you.
You.
Let's praise the Helio finger now. Press his
possible. Magic finger when I wake up. like hungover as shit in the morning, and I just say, "Hey, stop!"
Helio wakes up in the morning feeling like P Diddy.
This is awesome.
You guys act like there's something that I'm doing that anyone else couldn't do. You know, I mean, a lot of producers could do it better than me. Probably should.
Your finger is magic. Let me tell you.
Not anymore. We have too strong of a community now.
Magic finger.
So you guys are taking advantage of me.
Nobody's deserting you, bro. You got that shit.
I love taking a piss with you guys sometimes, man. It's
dude, this is the best, isn't it?
It's the best. It's great. I will not take advantage of a great opportunity. May take piss, okay?
Now, why did you go into a Romanian?
Because Glad Flow, man, he does a great Russian. Yeah, where is it? Glad Leaf? Glad Leaf.
No, the best Romanian guy is Jebby Jed. He does the best Romanian because he actually
burgers
is
right
Romanian.
now. I can kind of sound like get big, but more like Russian. And I cook burgers right now.
You know, get to be good. He'll be waking up pretty soon.
Don't forget the vodka. Okay, you need to pour the vodka all over and mix and marinate the vodka.
I don't think Get Baguette drinks. I never heard Get Baguette and thought to myself, I know what you've been doing.
Don't drink it. Don't drink it. No drink it. You just marinate the steak. You just marinate.
Yeah, he's totally sober as far as I know. Yeah. Jebby Jed is totally sober, and I love that dude. It's just like he's like, I am, you know. He's so.
When I think of Get Baguette, this is what I think of. Hang on, I'll post it. It's what comes.
He's always like super.
Every single time.
I wish he was here so we could roast his ass right now because he's so freaking brilliant. But I don't want to talk about him when he's not here. But I love him. Man.
I do. He's always patiently waiting his turn to get his 2 cents in. And he's like thinking to himself, like, you Americans talk a lot, but I love you guys anyway.
Yeah, but I guess he won't mind us roasting him in the background, but whatever.
Dude,
go ahead. Truth prevails.
Helio, can we do a roast one night? Can we do a roast host?
No, that shit is Masonic.
A Helio. Oh, is it Masonic for real?
Dude.
Yeah, that's what the Masons do.
That's not Masonic. Dude,
they're ritual, bro. It's literally what they do to each other.
Well, it's okay, though, because we deserve
you got some explaining to
deserve a roast. Hold on. People like us deserve a roast, but I want Truth Prevails to say what she was going to say about Jebby Jed. Come on.
Oh, I did. No, I was just going to post what comes to mind every time I hear, when I think of him. and I posted it. That was it.
Yeah, man, we're all friends.
Jimsy has some explaining to do. He's always roasting Helio.
Yeah, we can. Shit, you guys fucking roast me all the time. So I mean, friggin', why can't we roast each other? I mean, shit.
Fuck.
If you can't take a joke, then you're fucking out of the game.
But you can't take a piss if you're out of the game.
Not in public next to a playground. That should have got you on a list.
My
water is level.
Only 3, and he thinks he can go pee anywhere. Mom,
can pee anywhere.
We're in a parking lot, son.
I mean, mechanically, he's correct.
I know, right? He's cute.
I mean, he's right.
He's right.
There's other people involved.
Mechanically,
right? What?
Mechanically right. You can piss anywhere, but like, should you?
Hey, that kind of makes me think of James Hetfield.
I was very curious.
I'm anywhere.
Where
when we talk about male humans urinating, he thinks of
James
I want a
Hetfield.
picture of Tartarian bathroom. Anybody got picture of Tartarian bathroom?
Tartarian bathroom.
That's a good question.
That's another
Toilet water is very deep. Very deep toilet water.
That's some very deep water.
Deep fucking water here, baby. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Did they poop or pee? What's going on?
Where's the pooper for the Tartarian?
They plead.
Where did they alleviate themselves? And if they didn't have to, why?
Why did Tartarian not have bathrooms, man? Somebody help me on that one.
It is a weird ass fucking truth. Can't find a bathroom.
It's so true. It's been bugging
I don't know if I want to live back then.
Like, where's the freaking flusher, man? Come on.
This is like, should I? Who should I offend? With anything that I bring up.
Guess you could put it in the fireplace and burn it. I don't know.
There you go. There you go. Exactly, bro. There it is. There it is.
Right on, bro.
It's like, who should I not offend in what I'm about to say? I'm thinking. Oh, hold on. I'm thinking about who I should not or offend.
We know who you shouldn't offend. Hollywood, right?
Now you've touched a nerve of mine.
Yeah, Helio, you should never.
We finally touched a nerve with someone. Let's see.
I don't care who the hell else you're talking about, fella. No. Listen, you listen to me. I'm just kidding.
Do that.
Me drink beer now.
Me drink the beer now. This is so fun to me. I mean, I don't know if you guys are like too.
We have fun with you.
I like to piss out everybody because people are so fucking spongy that who the fuck gives a fuck what you think about anything?
People are people, so what should it be?
Yes.
You're so spongy. Don't be spongy.
Yeah, don't be spongy, you fucking faggot weirdos.
I'm kind of mad about.
Whoa! Take it easy. Those words were normal in the '80s, but nowadays you might as well say the CUNT word.
Get out of the time machine, man. Come back.
Kentra, what were you saying?
Nothing. It wasn't really that important.
Oh.
Hey, Chemtrail, can you be as enlightened as me and say something like spongy faggot weirdos?
Stop saying that word.
Say a little deeper. Use like a more high voice. You got to use a higher voice when you say it, though.
Oh wait. Spongy faggot weirdos.
There you go.
All right, I'm letting that one slide.
Now that's totally like politically correct. When you say it
in a low voice, you spongy faggot weirdos, just get the fuck out.
You sound like Alex Jones, bro.
That's wrong. You can't do that, man.
No, I can't. Well, I just did, so that means I can. So whatever.
Mechanics.
Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. If I was. All right, you guys continue. Hey, next time you guys friggin' try to limit my free speech here on this platform, this shit's gonna come out.
You're gonna let us. That's what's happening. Next time we try it, you're gonna let us again and again and again. Yep.
Okay, whatever.
Oh my gosh, I could even mute him. Wait a minute, let me see if I could.
Yeah, you can mute me, but you can't stop me.
Look, my hovering over. Yeah, no, wow, that's amazing. I would never even try.
I know, it's okay.
Well, I might. Wait a minute. I might actually for 0.3 seconds.
It might last that long. That's okay. I'm just fucking with everybody. You guys continue. I'm just fucking around.
I'm cooking burgers.
I'm just
you
fucking
guys
around.
take the lead. Take the charge.
No. Everybody else has to. I'm just fucking around. You guys do what you're gonna do.
I'll have a flat Earth burger, please. Can I have a flat Earth?
Yeah, orders from the grill. Orders from the grill. Flat Earth burgers.
Okay,
all
it's
around.
really a really flat burger like McDonald's, right? It's not square. Like that other shit place that sells food that's not food. Anyway,
Soylent Green.
flat, really flat, like iron pressed flat, like a cabana. You know, yeah, you press the cabana with the iron. You got to get that thing. Right, and then you throw the cheese on it, and then you throw the iron on top, right?
It has to be deli flat.
Sorry about the
Pepper
sound.
jack cheese. I think it would be pepper jack.
Anyway, how could you slide a hamburger and call it a slider on a curved surface?
Ooh.
Yeah, 'cause then it would be a sphere.
You have a scientific paper for such phenomenon.
Burgers can't
Let's see, I
slide on
got
a
some
curved
JOB
surface.
papers. I got some zigzags.
I like my burger meat. Deli
You need to get the hemp roll.
Oh yeah, dude. Take it natural. I like it.
Wasn't for you guys, I'd be fucked. I'm telling you.
Me too, bro. Ah, man. I can believe that.
Yeah, I second that.
A
Yeah.
deli sliced burger.
Or I third it.
Cheeseburger?
Chemtrails.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit, man. That, like, never resonated with me more than, like, if it wasn't for this place, I'd be.
I remember when I became a flat earther and I didn't know any flat earthers. I didn't know one. And it was like, fucking, this is weird. I gotta meet some flat earthers ASAP, man. I gotta hang out with some flat earthers, man, because my soul was like crying.
Dying here alone, freaking only flat earther on earth.
Anyway,
now it's Enoch and I against the globe on a massive scale. We're going to infiltrate their entire system with music and joy and happiness.
So I got discovered by calling people out.
Like that, Sonny. Chris from Take Back Space said that one time, man. He's like, we can just out-cool them, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was like, dude, that's the way we beat them. We
have people stopping us on the street. Listen, we have people stopping us on the streets. Say they were stopped in traffic when we were going by singing. They go, "That was the best version of that song I've ever heard."
Yeah.
And we're sending them links and stuff for our material.
Follow us on Instagram and Facebook.
Exactly. We're just gonna out-cool these bitches. Fuck them.
Yeah. Instagram and Facebook. Universal Outbreak is our name for now, but. I know it says universe, but we know what universe it is, so don't worry about that.
Yeah,
has nothing to do with a fake universe.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're gonna be the outbreak from the universe, that universe fairy tale.
That's it, man. And this is where we start. You know, we're 100 years behind these bitches at minimum, but you know, they really had a big time head start on us, you know, and they're like, why don't you have a model? And I'm like, fuck, man, we
You're
don't
looking at it all wrong, bro. Like, if we weren't here, they'd still be chasing their tails 100 years later with E equals MC squared and all that bullshit. We're probably 100 years ahead of them just because we're not married to a model.
What, every year we've been at this is probably about 10 years catching up to these bitches. So, we're creeping up mighty fast, man. I thank you guys. It's been a great ride. Let's keep it going. I love this guy skating across the pond there with a beer, man. Check this out.
Do a kickflip.
This is pro, man. Woo! I wish I could. I would do that if I could. All right. Cheers, everybody. I'll shut up now. I'll shut up.
Cheers.
What you talking about? Willis, you're live at the party, man.
Where's the papers, man? Let me see papers. I roll big fat joint, okay?
Not too fat.
Hey,
we don't want to incense.
Can I get in on that, man? What's up?
Oh, what incense? Not too fat. Anyway, it's fun. Flat Earth is fun. Let's keep it fun, man. I mean, it is fun, man. Even for the Globers, they're having a good time, man. Because if we weren't here, man, they've had nothing to fucking do. Be like, hey, man, did you see the latest NASA thing, man? It took off with the fucking Mars. Check it out,
dude.
I don't like my joints too fat. You know, I like them a little. I like my joints like I like my women. Just pregnant. You know, that way they're already fucked up. You can't fuck them up any worse.
Right. They got a lot of resistance to pressure. Like no pressure, no globe. Okay.
Did you say fucked up? They're already fucked up. Is that what you said?
He did say
I'm
that.
only joking. I'm only joking.
He did say that.
It just came to me, and I'm not responsible for the first thought that entered my head. Okay.
Oh my bad.
Yeah.
You're in here with the plebs, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Truth. Thanks for checking it out. I'll get you a wrench next time I'm over there, my other side of my building.
And when you get to the toolbox, no, I'm good. I just wanted to.
My building. That sounds big, didn't it? It just sounds like, man, guy's got a whole building. Fuck.
I'm in building 8. I have 8 buildings.
So block 6 for me.
Other side of house.
CB4.
Put me in block 7.
Anybody ever see CB4, the movie?
Narp.
Subblock 4. It was funny. So, yeah, anyway, cool story.
Did you guys watch that?
Glad you're sticking to it.
What nerdy video? Probably seen it.
Yeah, he's funny.
No, but I will come on though one day. That like when you asked me that time, I didn't even see it until after, or it's either that or I was in the middle. So I don't know.
Yeah, Flatitude, you remember when you go live?
Definitely one day. Come on.
Yeah, when you go live, Flatitude, let us know. We can actually,
Did I not mention? I think you missed it, bro. But I started the live stream about 36 hours ago.
Dude, I don't miss anything. I saw you go live. What are you talking about?
Just before I came on tonight, I switched it over to Discord. So we've been live since whenever I got here.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. If you want
live since before you were born, partner.
Since you were
But no,
no, but since you want to do a live stream, you want a couple of us to go on your YouTube channel? Sure, man. Freaking just let us know, bro. It's not
Buddy, I've been doing live streams since you've been shitting in your mommy's diapers.
I sent you a link. I'll send you a link. You come anytime. Okay.
Yeah.
You send me link. I go. You send me link. You go live.
You come anytime.
I'm gonna break my Cuban cigars.
Here in Japan.
You go live hardcore. You go live hardcore.
Here in Japan.
Careful where you sit. Break my Cuban cigar.
Oh, it's like a break bag. Okay, I see.
There you go, Helio. It's in the chat.
No.
Also, I'm sharing the trailer of the movie I was talking about. You'll all go watch the whole thing right now. Doesn't look like much from the thumbnail. I'll tell you, back in '93, they didn't know how to make a YouTube thumbnail very well.
Oh,
okay.
I gotta say, 4 days ago, I said something that wasn't true, and I have to recant. I'm sorry for putting out bad information.
A recantation.
Yeah. So a few days ago, I was talking about Nintendo putting out a game called Metroid, and I thought it was a sequel to Metroid Prime, which would have been fucking awesome because if everybody knows, that's when
yes,
it went 3D.
I remember you talking about that, Hank. I remember you.
Hold on. Let him finish.
It's more of a side scroller 2D like the original Metroid on the Super NES.
No, we can't have none of that game misinfo.
But other M's the best one still.
When I heard you say that, Hank, it's the side scroller. That's the only way Metroid was ever introduced.
It was introduced side scroller, but they made a 3D version on the GameCube called Metroid Prime.
So the new one is a new side scroller.
That's correct.
Okay,
cool. So all the nostalgia is going to be there, and you're just going to be like,
I might check it out.
Wait, what? How are we going to be again?
We're gonna be like
little kids.
Is that what little kids sound like? Don't you have kids?
I'm still in touch with my inner child. How does your inner child sound, mister?
Doesn't sound like that, man. I'll tell you.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, no, but
Have you ever
fuck. Falsification is independent of replacement, sir.
Have you ever played Metroid?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
didn't you?
My father's favorite video game ever.
So that noise I made was me like geeking out on the inside and trying to hold it in.
But I don't know children who make that sound, Hank.
Look, I was a weird kid, man. I collected fossils. I was like, look, this thing is dead. It used to be alive. Cool, I'm gonna keep it in a bag.
Right. That is what kids sound like. What you did before, it sounded like you were about to pass out. Okay?
Yeah, because I was trying to hold in my excitement. You ever try to hold in a sneeze? It's kind of like, that doesn't sound like a sneeze.
Okay,
Well, of course not. You were trying to hold it in.
Of course.
I'm going to give you a little difference here, Hank. Yeah, the 3D. No, he doesn't. 3D Metroid is that is kind of weird, but the 2D like platform game is Metroid that way is way better than the 3D. I've tried both, and
Come on,
so,
Hank,
yeah.
I missed it. You gotta do it again.
Dude, there's Metroid Prime 4 out right now.
It's recorded. I did Hank Hill freaking out, right? But I did him freaking out on the inside a little bit like a nerd, okay? So if you want to go back and listen to that sound.
I don't. I really don't want to hear that again.
I think we just heard it. So
again. I'm going to deafen.
We love it.
Look, I'm always going to be that little nerdy kid, okay? No matter how much I work on my,
You must work on your cleanliness, Hank.
So remember when you were in school and you're like, and you knew that you were the nerdy one, right? And you're like, I wonder, like, where do all the nerdy people end up? Right
Here's how it goes, Super Best.
Because we all are nerdy.
No, there's a lot of geeks here, so it always ends up like googly googly goo, googly googly. But it's just like that's how it ends
Is he still
up.
talking about it?
Wasn't me this time.
Everybody's gone totally
All the geeks are. I mean, they might, when they get older, they'll be like, "Well, I'm just freaking Metroid, motherfucker."
You didn't play Metroid.
You didn't play the new Metroid. It's the baddest ass fucking thing you'll ever see. And that's the Alex Jones voice.
No, it's an 8-bit video game, but cool.
When you see it, you'll be like, "Googly googly goo, this is freaking badass."
Look, man, when I was a little kid, right, I beat the game faster than I beat it the first time. And when I did, she took off her clothes. And I was like, it was a girl. So it fucked me up, okay? I'd never played a video game where you play as a girl before. So it fucked me up. And
it did fuck me up.
Yeah.
He's like, it did.
That was the first transvestigation I ever had to do, and I didn't even choose to do
Did
it.
it change your gender?
Whoa.
No, she was wearing a suit the whole time. And it was a gender reveal at the end of the game if you beat it really fast.
Oh.
So if you beat it slow, it was a man or
No. If you beat it slow, listen. If you beat it slow, Samus didn't overheat and she kept her clothes on. Okay, but if you beat it fast, like she, got hot under that Samus suit and she took her Samus suit off.
She was hot. She was hot under the Samus suit.
So she the whole time, but if you beat it fast, then you can figure out it was a woman. But if
I'm not going to lie to you. Samus is hot, man. Samus is smoking hot. Smoke show.
It do what it do. It do what it do every time.
You're not going to lie.
So yeah, when you guys hear me talking about Metroid,
do what it do.
It was a lasting impact. It was a lasting impact, and there wasn't enough hockey pucks in the world for me.
Straight up,
bro.
Straight
up, man. Far
up. It do what it do.
I posted the trailer, the Metroid Prime GameCube trailer from 2012, Hank, and you're welcome. That's my favorite Metroid as well.
Yeah, because it was so good.
That is why I like it. Yes, because it is a quality video game.
Cats dancing is very creepy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm curious. I haven't played the game, but so you say if you go through it really fast, then you'll find
That's
out.
not a good GIF. Kenny,
Well,
that is
you'll
not a good
find
one.
out
It's,
that
it's something like if you beat the game under 2 hours or something like that.
you'll
then
find
at the
out
end
that
of the
it's a
game,
woman.
if you first time you beat it, I think she takes like the first time you beat it is the first time you ever play the game, right? So she doesn't take anything off. The second time if you beat it like within 2 hours, like she
How
takes
many
off her
fucking
helmet.
times do you have to beat this game?
Well, listen, bro. She takes off her helmet, and then if you beat it, I may be wrong about this last part. If you beat it really fast, she takes off her whole suit and she's wearing a bikini. I just remember she was wearing a bikini, and I was like, "It's a girl."
You didn't know how to handle yourself.
That's when he started saying hockey puck.
Hockey puck.
Dude, my favorite's Chun-Li, right?
Dude, that was deep inside there, Sean.
Hey, deep inside that's racist.
Yeah, look there.
No, I
there you
mean-
go.
I mean, that's
Actually,
sexist,
I don't
not
think-
racist.
Yeah, look at that big one wearing the suit, and then like the middle one, she's kind of out on the town. She's dressed up for the town, and then the far right one, she's just like, let's just do this. Just go with it. It's fine.
There were so many things. There was a big one and a middle one. I mean, that is so just sexist. I mean, there's so many.
Like Tully.
Look, Goldilocks zone, man.
Like, come on, guys.
Goldilocks zone, like for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who Goldilocks is? That bitch.
Tom
Oh
Cruise.
my God! Don't even get me started on Goldilocks.
Don't you talk about the old locks like that? Why don't you talk about her like that?
Hey, like I said, don't get me started on Goldilocks.
Fine. What about Rapunzel?
Hey, all I gotta say is that little communist gets what she deserves, and them 3 little pigs go, "Oh, how did that work?"
See, that's why I said don't get me started on that bitch.
This is what you guys creep me out. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're okay. We're making jokes.
We are.
Yeah, this is comedy hour, so there's no free speech zone, right? The whole Discord is a free speech zone. So if you need a safe space,
No, but if you're brand new here and you don't understand the references that we're making and we're just making jokes, if you're brand new, go ahead.
Helio, we need a room called Safe Space. Okay, come on.
No, we don't. No, we don't. I disagree.
I want to go Safe
we're
Space.
free to talk about Nintendo, though, right?
I'm not even making sense.
Need to go Safe Space.
Hold on.
I agree with that. Safe
Hold on.
space
Is there a new
have
person
mom
that's talking? It's like when we're busting balls here, like we've been doing for the past few minutes.
I'm taking piss. I heard.
But if there's a new person that jumps in and says, "What the fuck is going on here?" then we should give them some time to actually.
Okay. Hi, young lady. How are you doing tonight? How'd you come across the Discord?
You got this, bro.
Hi, old man. How are you doing?
Good.
No, that's another
right.
bust.
That's right. It's all
ball busted.
relative. Yeah, it's fine. So, yeah, I'm doing great. I was wondering what brought you to the Discord. How'd you
By the
find
way,
it?
remember Rabbit? And I was busting her balls last night. So whatever. Go ahead and Rabbit. What you got?
Oh, is this Rabbit?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't really want to talk to Rabbit. I'm just joking, Rabbit. You can talk to whoever you want to.
Don't talk to Rabbit, please. Do not.
No, I ain't gonna beef with you.
Hey, you see how the ball busting goes here, Rabbit, right? Because you were trying to bust our balls last night, but you weren't very good at it. We busted each other's balls, and you just listened to us do it, and we're good at it.
I don't get you guys. I ran away from you guys more like. It was
Yeah. You like coming here.
weird.
Yeah, you like the flat earthers, don't you?
Well, you could go into another Discord room and find yourself surrounded by a bunch of Slim Shadys, carbon copies, right? They're all just the same, and then you won't have any surprises.
Ticky tacky.
Yeah, get rid of all that little pesky individuality. You won't have to worry about that.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Rabbit.
I need more of it. Exactly. I got only 3 of them. I need more other
You only found a Discord room with 3 dudes? Discord is a sausage fest. I bet if you try harder, you can find a room with hundreds of Slim Shadys, and they're all going to have the same jokes and the same beliefs just about, right? Like, I bet if any of them, like, say that, oh, like, the science is the best, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, science is the best. Evolution's right. It's cool, right? And they're going to be like, oh, yeah, evolution's cool. And I'm going to get my subscription.
And now I can never talk. Yeah, I guess so.
What would you like to talk about, Rabbit?
Nothing. Honestly.
Don't be sad, Rabbit. You know, I know that you miss your old community and your old lifestyle, but this Western civilization, it's really not that bad, man. You know, it's kind of freeing when you think about it. Separation of church and state. You know, Jesus really knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, and listen, we could talk about anything, you know. Just whatever you want. Sorry, I could barely get through that.
And
what are your thoughts on the Earth, Rabbit?
I have no motherfucking clue.
Huh?
Rabbit refuses to talk about the shape of the Earth.
No, you're just so loud. You make me have a headache.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying
There's
to
a
be loud.
volume
I'll
button
just
on
talk
your
softly.
end.
The other guy. You make me have a fucking headache.
Here,
I
I'll put
ran away.
my phone way over here now.
Listen, I can
so
just talk
you got you got a volume. You got a volume button on your end. I do not have a volume adjuster on my end, however.
You can click on each individual person, Rabbit. You can click on each individual person.
Right? Like, I just never had to do that. It's just not. I just never had to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, don't ever try to help her again.
You're always going to discover new things in life.
Yep.
Yeah, because the freer your society is, the freer they are to like adventure out, you know, past the taboo, and we'll discover things like the Scottish people are some of the freest people and some of the best inventors, right? Because they're free enough to go, fuck you, Rome.
Talking. I can hear him even when I put him down. Jesus Christ.
Who are you talking about?
She's targeting me because I trolled her a little bit when she came in.
Oh, Hank, come on.
The rabbit you were
Hank's,
talking about.
Hank's a very nice person, actually. So
Hank's awesome. Don't take us down another rabbit hole. You feel me?
No,
Yeah, we're going down the rabbit hole.
The Rabbit, do you have a claim of the globe Earth? Any claims that you are holding on to?
I liked you better when you were a Muslim, Rabbit. For real, I like Muslims.
I'm fucking dead. I liked it when you were quiet.
Fair enough.
And I could still hear you in like a very modified.
Are you watching Hank of the Hill right now? By your roommate watching Hank of the Hill?
That's what she's watching.
Hank of the Hill.
Is that what it
Hank
is?
of the
Hank
Hill.
of the Hill? What?
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
The Quran is a
This is
flat
too
Earth.
Oh, shit. It's too much.
Anyway, maybe I should start over. What's going on? What's going on in here? Hi, Rabbit. Welcome to the server.
Not with it. I left because of Hank. He was just so loud. It gave me a headache.
Okay, well, maybe my soothing voice will be a.
Well, I think you're getting Hank and Helio mixed up.
I don't know. Both of them. It was just like they were just doing it, and I was just like, "Yo, fuck this shit," and I left. The only person that like made me come back is Truth, and I was just like, "Oh, I miss you. I want to talk to you again." That's all.
Well, I didn't make you, right? I thought that you were
No,
banned.
you didn't.
And when you
No, baby, I left.
and when you DM me and said, I miss you, I'm like, I did. That's why I didn't even respond.
I said hey. Yeah, I said hey.
I wanted
And not like I miss you, but I said hey, and I was like, "Yo, what up? I miss you." And yeah. Yeah, Loki did.
Well, I mean, no, I wanted to make sure that if you were banned, it was okay for you to come back, and so you know how things roll here. So
No, I don't think I pissed anybody off. It's just somebody pissed me off. I was just like, I don't want to hear this voices.
it's all good. It's chill. So yeah,
Okay,
Sonny, in case you don't know, like she says that she knows the Earth isn't a globe, but she doesn't want to be called a flat earther. So
Oh, yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, it's all right. In my book, it's all right.
so maybe give you a good premise to go on with your conversation with her if you want to.
Well, I don't know. I was kind of rumpusing. Is there anything that you want to talk about or have any questions about, Rabbit?
No.
Not really?
No. I'm good.
Okay.
Y'all can continue.
I heard a funny reference, like almost a subliminal message, if you would. Like, okay, no, that's my opinion. I'm not going to claim that. Sorry, but a funny reference to seeing too far in a movie when a guy said to his kid that he was at the could have gone to that tallest building that looks like the Space Needle in Toronto, and then says, yeah, you can see across all of Canada, from there. I was like, well, yeah, sure, if it's not a ball.
Can I talk to Rabbit? Rabbit, are you there?
She just got through complaining about your annoying vocal cords.
Oh, my
So yes,
annoying
Helio.
vocal cords?
Yes, please continue.
So I'm very annoying. But what, Rabbit, I mean, you had an experience here last night. I wasn't there, but I listened to
It
it.
wasn't last night. It was the night before.
Okay, might as well been. It could be any night. What draws you back to here?
Truth did. Honestly,
Okay.
I liked her personality.
Okay, so
You like the Illuminati?
Huh?
What did you say?
I said
You
I
said-
like truth. I like truth.
okay, cool. You
And
like
then what did you
truth.
say
Okay.
after that?
I liked her personality. and I
Oh,
was like,
personality. Okay.
Cool. So
personality.
some personalities have drawn you here, and so you want to discover truth about what we express here, which is the flat Earth. Basically, was what we're saying. The flat Earth is not. Flat Earth is not. Earth is not flat. The hold on. The flat. All right. The Earth is how you experience it. It's not a flat stationary plane. Well, it is that, but it's not. If you say flat Earth, that's a trigger term to introduce people to what they actually already experience. So it's not.
Let them get triggered.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like flat. I mean, Earth is not flat. Hold on, guys. I mean,
what the hell are you saying, Julio?
No, listen.
There's topography.
Yeah, there's topography. I mean, flat is 2D, but obviously Earth has topography.
Whose man's is this?
What?
Why did you say Earth is not flat? What does that mean?
Well, you're gonna have to explain
Dirt has
flat Earth to me, bro.
Cartography.
Yeah, cartography. Yeah, of course. So yeah, flat. A flat Earth is a trigger term that we use to help people understand that this place that we experience is the only place that can exist.
Well, I just think it's a little far. I wouldn't say it's a trigger term.
Are you fucking serious? Or you think it's not a trigger term?
Well, think about it this way. What other term would we use? I mean, I use the term plane of existence all the time, but other than flat and flat plane with topography.
Okay, plane of
what else are we gonna
existence.
say?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I just said both of them plane of existence won't exactly trigger people to come and talk to us about this.
Yeah, but the problem is that a lot of people aren't smart enough to understand what you're talking about when you say plane of existence. That's why I typically say those words after I say flat Earth.
This is a trigger term. Hold on. I mean, it's back, back to ground zero, Earth. Right. Okay. We all live on Earth. We all experience Earth the same way. It's not as if someone that you meet on the street or you meet in your classes or whatever, wherever you go, in the market or whatever, we all experience Earth the same way. Go ahead.
I mean, since she was here the other night and everything, can we continue this conversation in a minute after we have Rose in the room and she doesn't have any roles, and I was thinking about like just going ahead and unmuting her and seeing if, well, it may be a he. I don't know. Rose.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I was talking to Rabbit. Rabbit already heard us go through this before. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah,
go
we
ahead.
can continue in a minute. Rose, you're unmuted. Welcome to the server.
Oh, hi, hello.
Oh, hello. See, I was wrong for assuming.
Gender reveal.
Gender reveal.
So what brought you here?
My mates.
Do what?
My mates invited me here.
Are your mates flat earthers?
No. Yes.
They are. What have they told you about flat Earth?
To be honest, like I don't actually know anything about it, but like I had a think. So basically, I'm saying like, how come you guys think like Earth is flat? Like, what's the fear like behind it? What's the talk about behind it?
Spoiler alert: we don't think it.
Yeah, you guys believe in it, but yeah.
No, we don't. No, either. It's measurably flat, and we can get to that in a minute. But let me ask you, what do you? Okay, so you said you didn't know anything about the topic of flat Earth. Do you know anything about the globe?
Not really.
Okay, well, so it's just like a brand new clean slate for you, huh? You don't have
Yeah.
any.
That's
Do you
beautiful.
think that you're living on a? Did they leave? Oh, do you think that you're living on a sphere that is spinning in space? Do you think that you're moving?
Not really, no. I don't think I'm moving.
Do you think that the Earth kind of is pretty much? How does the Earth present itself to you? How do you observe the Earth?
To be honest, okay, I want to get this straight, yeah. I honestly, like, I'm new to this, so, like, I don't know what you, like, mean by how the Earth.
Okay, Earth. That stuff you go outside and it gets in between your toes when you walk around barefoot. That's what we mean when we say Earth. We don't mean like the cartoons you've seen on TV.
We mean water, really.
Okay, I just really want to say this. This whole fucking server is a bunch of faggots that believe in Earth.
Yeah.
That's gonna help us and your friends.
Yeah,
Go back and tell your friends that all the flat earthers are a bunch of faggots. Go ahead and tell them.
Go ahead and find out, man.
That's all he has.
Faggot. Wait a minute. So what does that make him? What does that make him if he hangs out here? I don't get.
We can move on from that. We don't have to keep talking about it. Like it's
You know what? What happens is that's a boring motherfucker. He's boring.
Bob, Helio, just kick it.
Rabbit,
Hey,
you need to.
I'm jumping out tonight.
Chill, man.
I know I'm being a dick. You know,
You're
that's
fine,
okay.
Leo. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just we don't need that. Like we really
You
don't need
guys
that every 5
kick him
seconds.
immediately. Wait, why did you kick him immediately? I want to hear him.
Well, then his name is Rose. Look him up, DM him,
Well-
and chat with him in your DMs.
The reason that we would immediately kick someone like that is because they're just
Very
trolling. They're trolling. They're being very disrespectful and they're trolling.
This is not a place for people to have those kind of conversations, right?
He's
That's not what
trolling,
this is
too.
used for.
Why would you come in saying that if you're here to respect someone? No, that's disrespecting.
Huh?
So you don't come in and you tell everyone that there's faggots and they should die.
He said that.
This is the closest they ever get to proving the globe is just yelling a bunch of swear words at us.
That's all they do. So yes, we are going to just boot them. We don't need that here.
Like, give it like I wish you guys would have gave it like a little bit like.
Why would we give him an inch if he's going to disrespect us like that?
Just stop.
He's got cognitive dissonance to talk to the other fucking retards.
No.
On y'all.
We're done. I'm sorry. We're done. We're done.
Okay.
I'm just saying we really need you to stay here for a much longer period to kind of chime in like that, because we've had these people come in every single day, the exact same people, type of people. So
yeah, Rabbit. Why would you even defend somebody like that?
Yeah,
why would you do that?
Let's just let her hang around for a little while. I'm sure she'll see someone else do the same thing, and then she'll get it when she sees the second or third person do exactly that.
It's like if you were to see cognitive dissonance, Rabbit, you would understand. Like, there's like a lot of people that are stupid.
Yeah. Like
we didn't pick him. He's just out in cognitive.
You're like, I think you guys are right. Like in a weird way. I get it.
Who is echoing, man?
Even if we're wrong, hold on. Even if we're wrong about this, that asshole came in here and just was trolling our channel for no reason other than just like, hey, I'm just gonna be a dickhead for no reason at all. And you know what? Why would you defend someone like that?
When I go to Glober servers and talk to Globers, I don't just randomly yell cuss words into the microphone.
Hang on, Chemtrail, can you mute yourself?
Yeah, Cam, you were having back feed. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to hang out here and have conversations and chill, cool. You're very welcome to. But no more crying and complaining about any of that, okay? Let's just leave it at that and let's move on from it. Because the more time we give to it, the more fuel you give it and the more energy it gets. Let's just drop the energy for that and direct it towards something productive. And just chill and relax.
I got an amen on that one. True prevails. I got amen.
Are you getting religious on me now, Helium?
Well, amen means I concur. I concur.
Just playing.
I know.
Like, I want more people to talk in this big ass.
Okay.
Whatever. Can that happen?
Yeah, but the Southerns are the talkative right about now.
Because everyone's muted. It's not cool.
What did you do different to your mic, Hank? Because you sound very far away and like you're in a tin can.
Well, I did it for a rat.
Oh.
No, actually, you do now. You are in a tin can.
Sounds like you're pooping. Hank, are you pooping right now? You in the bathroom?
He's in a confined room right now. Yeah, he is.
You talking shit?
Are there pads all over the place? Are you in a straitjacket?
Harry was just taking a shit.
Everybody poops. It's okay.
Everybody poops.
He's just checking on the Fallout shelter in the backyard.
I was about to say the same thing. Everybody poops sometimes. And that's true about humans, right?
ETZ. How you doing?
Yo, what's up? How we doing?
Pretty good.
You guys, that's good. That's good. So, I'm here with a few questions. Is that okay? I'm not I'm fully like not trying to like contradict any of your beliefs. Like I'm open. I'm an open like mind kind of guy.
Well, let's start from the basics. I mean, how did you find your way here?
So I've been in here. I've been in the server for like a while now, and I just haven't really had time to like come through, you know. But
Okay.
Yeah, no, is not an answer. How did you find your way to a flat Earth Discord server?
I'd say I probably searched it up, to be honest. Because
That's still not an answer.
Listen. I'll get to it. All right. My first impression. No.
All right. Better make it quick.
Wait. So what do you want to know?
Why did you come? All right. Fuck you guys.
Helio wants to. Idiot.
Let him talk.
Rabbit. God damn it. Yeah, Rabbit. EDS. EDZ. You said you were here on the server for a while now. You just joined, bro. You just joined.
No. Listen.
An hour ago. You joined an hour ago. 2 hours ago.
Just listen to me.
Yeah, you
right
did.
here. Okay. No, just let me talk.
Why would you lie about that?
You're not letting me talk.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to a liar that said he's been here for a long time.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
How can you say that you have been here for a very long time when Vortex specifically says that you have been here since, the account actually was barely created?
Yeah, we blink. We also have eyes, and we blink also. So
I don't understand why you would even say that to us. That's the whole thing. We know about your account.
Why would we waste our time talking to you if you're going to be dishonest right up front? That's
I think the internet's anonymous.
So now,
are you on a VPN? You think that you are on a VPN? We can't tell what account you're on. I mean, what are you talking?
He doesn't even have to be on VPN. He was just dishonest with his first statement.
So let me tell him that now, since he was dishonest about that. If you want to be able to talk, you're going to have to go to VC check-in first to get a row. You don't get the privilege of.
This is so funny that these guys think they can pull the wool over our eyes.
So
God
we may as well
damn,
do Lopi too, because Lopi came in with Etz and Rose, and they're sitting in the room, so may as well.
Yeah.
Lopi.
Yeah, hello. Wait,
so you're gonna lie to us, Lopi? Are you gonna lie to us?
Me?
Yeah.
Why would I lie? What?
Yeah, why would you lie? Right? Why would your friend?
Getting a couple liars right in a row.
I'm being attacked. I'm just here to state my point, and you guys are.
So you feel like you're attacked?
What's your point? Do you have one?
Lopi.
Well, I just feel like there's no possible way that it's round. So they're saying it's round, right? And you can clearly tell they're saying there's no wind on the moon, and the moon doesn't even exist. And they said that there's no wind on the moon, and then the flag in the picture it's moving. Explain that to me.
Wait, do you think that hold on that point? Do you think there's actual wind on the moon?
No.
Do you think there's any evidence for that?
No, I do not.
No, that's not what he said, Helio.
And then
I don't think that was it.
For some reason, the flag is moving. So that just proves that NASA is lying to us, which probably means that all the photos are fake as well.
But that's nothing to do with the Earth, Lopi. Right? So you come here.
So that's NASA.
Yeah, but NASA's lying to us. So I'm saying.
But what about the globe? Let's switch to the globe then. What can you tell us? Do you believe in the globe or no?
Gravity is not real either, obviously, because that's just if.
Well, you're going all over. Let's wait. Can we stick to one thing?
I am just if you let me talk.
No, you're going several things.
Yeah,
at once.
So here, ready? You ready? So, if people living in if there's people in Antarctica, if it was round, then they would fall off.
Ha!
What the fuck? Fall off of what?
What are you doing right now?
Where do you get that idea?
Where are you at in your head right now?
Are you under the impression that somebody claims an edge?
Well, I think there might be an end to it, but I think they might just be blocking it off with some virtual system?
Based on what?
Well, you just used two different words. Well, you just used one word, and I used another word. I said edge. You said end. An edge and an end would be two different things. So an edge would be the edge of a cliff, like the edge of your table, something like that. And then an end would be and then an end would be where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. So it would be where the earth ends. But it wouldn't be a cliff.
I got one, Gladflow. What happens when you try to jump off the end of the edge of a lake? What happens?
The edge of a lake, or like
the edge of a lake. What happens? No, what happens when you try to jump off the edge of a lake?
Wait, so you're jumping into the lake?
No,
I think you're just confusing with this one, Julio.
I'm doing this on purpose.
I know,
because he doesn't really have an argument.
We should take him through the 3 points. How's that for an idea?
Gosh.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
I like how they come in with an analogy that makes no sense to them and they don't know anything about, but yet they're arguing that that's what proves it, right?
Don't waste your time with this fucking guy.
Yeah, don't waste.
Well, we have to waste some time.
Lopey, when you
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your inconvenience.
Lopey,
No.
if you fall off the edge, where do you fall to?
That's like I don't really know that yet because no one's. I don't think it's happened to. Well, it might have happened to someone, but if it did, then we don't know about it because they're just gone missing. So maybe say if people went missing, say if they just fell off the edge.
This
yeah,
is
well, no one here claims an edge. No one here claims an edge. Okay, I would like for you to tell us where you got that idea at, but no one here claims an edge.
Yeah.
So I can't have my own opinion. That's not.
Your
opinion. You can have your own opinion, but you can't have your own facts.
Hey, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. So continue, ladies and gentlemen. This will be my last statement for the night. Love you guys. Okay. Continue.
Love you.
So Lopey, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, or do you even think that you're on a sphere?
I do not think we're on a sphere.
Yes.
All right. And
you fucking.
Yeah, I know he probably does, but let's just go along with this for a second.
Are you trying to change my mind to think that we're on the sphere?
No, absolutely not, Lopey. None of us are. We only want you to think for yourself. We want to make that very clear. So do you know of it? So I guess you don't know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and found curvature. You don't know if anyone's ever done that.
Well, I'm not that old, So like, I'm still in school. I'm doing my shit. And it's just my opinion what I think, and I've seen some articles about it.
So why don't you think it's a sphere? Because they give us NASA tells us every day that it is, and most of the people in the world think that it is too. So why don't you think it is?
Just like it's just weird, Because
it's weird. So you don't, Lopey, you don't, right? Everybody already knows you're just LARPing, right?
What does LARPing mean? Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, live action role playing. You're faking, right?
Wait, where are you from? Where are you from?
It's fine.
Are you from the Netherlands?
It's fine if you believe that you're on a ball, right? That's all. That's perfectly fine.
Quick question. Are you from? Wait, hold up, 1 second. Are you from the Netherlands?
Yes.
Ik ben ook van Nederland.
Oké. Waarom doe je dan zo?
Ik doe helemaal niet zo. Ik probeer gewoon mijn eigen idee aan andere mensen te zeggen.
Ja, wat? So let's focus this on English, right? Because there are more people here in English in the room. But you came here with a few friends, right? Is that it?
Friends?
Yeah. So are you from Australia or from the Netherlands?
I'm from Australia right now.
Okay. So the guys that came before you, the Eds guy, is that your buddy?
Who? Sorry?
Do you know Eds and Rose? Are they friends of yours?
I know. Who's
Yes,
what?
they are, dude. Come on, man.
Ets and Rose.
It's
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you guys are making a lot of assumptions about this guy. I think you should just ask him the 3 questions.
Yeah,
that's all fine.
Thank you.
I don't think you should ask any 3 questions.
I think we should, just in case we break through to whatever Cogdis he might be tucking under his shoulder or might not be. So, do you know if anyone has ever proven actual rotation of the Earth ever? Or do you believe that the Earth is rotating? That's why we have day and night?
Well, I think it, like, although it's not, it could be, like, spinning on the spot, but it's, like, not flipping, because it's, so, how do I explain this? So, it's, I think the moon and sun rotates, not the actual Earth. But I think the Earth could be spinning, maybe. I don't know.
So you agree that we observe the sun and the moon in transit above our heads, but you observe that, right?
Yeah. But I don't know about the stars, though. Like, the stars, I don't know. They're a bit off, eh?
Well, they're all unverified lights in the sky at this moment. But you don't know how. Do you know how anyone's ever proven? Because we were taught in school, you and I, that the Earth is a ball, and also that it's rotating, and the sun is relatively stationary, and that's why we have day and night. But you and I observed the sun and moon in transit above our heads. We observe the sun and moon moving, and we observe the Earth is stationary. So do you know how anyone's ever proven, truly proven that the Earth is rotating on an axis?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Like, there's no real evidence of but that's what I was saying earlier. Like, you have those photos from NASA that look like the Earth is curving, but that's like Photoshop. Like, you can do so much nowadays with all that programming that they're just changing people's memories to think that, oh shit, wait, oh sorry, yeah, oh I have to have dinner. All right, ladies.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Guten Tag.
No, that's German.
Nein.
That's also German.
Well, they're the nice Germans.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry if it's offensive. I'm only joking.
Kind of random, right? 3 Aussie boys coming in. Oh, he's not my friend. He's not my friend. Yeah.
What did he say to you in your native tongue?
That he was Dutch and he just wanna give out his opinion. And I asked him why he was so weird. I'm not weird.
Dude, that was funny when you were like, "Okay, bye."
Okay, I'm gonna unmute Rabbit now. If I unmute, I feel like I'm getting ready to let a floodgate open though. But if I unmute you, please just let's continue on with the normal conversation, and not like. And I hope that if we talk to someone else new, that you can just let us talk to them, right? And that we don't have to do this every time someone new comes into the room.
I'm literally questioning, why do you think that you can? So every time that I talk to someone new, you're gonna mute me?
No, not you. Every time, like, okay, so when we're trying to address someone new to the server, right? It's hard enough when there's a room full of people trying to. It makes it even harder if someone is like complaining and concern trolling about. Okay, so when I unmuted you, I felt I didn't want to open a floodgate, and this is what I'm talking about. I just want to go on with the conversation, a normal conversation, not about this, about something else.
So you don't mute other people, but you feel like you have like some type of tail on
it's everybody who does that. Okay, everybody who does that. Let's just continue.
Because you allow other people.
If you continue, I'm just going to mute you again. I'm telling you right now to stop and move on. And I mean what I say.
We just don't want you hopping around the place, Rabbit.
Like you're not a moderator. You know what I mean? It's hard enough.
It's enough.
And none of us are moderators.
It's enough. Move on, I said.
That's wild.
Hey, who just said hopping around? I caught that. You're not cleaning that.
I did. Yeah, jumping off the walls.
Rabbit, just so you understand, lots of us in here are actually moderators. That's why people are getting so annoyed when you try and do our job for us. Do you understand?
Do I understand of what? What job am I doing for you guys? Tell me.
You're trying to moderate the chat when there's new people coming in by voicing your opinions on how we talk to them.
Adam? The only time I ever did that was when it was like someone was being disrespectful to someone else. I was just like, oh, this is like an ew.
It's okay. We just don't want you talking like a moderator would. You know what I'm saying? So that's about it. You know, just let the mods handle the room. When it's getting a little bit out of control, the mods will step in.
Everybody
You are confusing me again. So I'm not allowed to talk. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, that is not what we're saying.
So have you decided what you want to, like, you don't have to have a label, but have you decided that like a plain earther? Are you comfortable with that one? Wait, we didn't talk about aliens. Do you believe in aliens from outer space?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I think we should go over the points, right?
We did night before last.
Oh,
She
okay,
doesn't think it's curving, and she doesn't think it's moving. But so what do you think?
You might have stumped her.
Do you believe in aliens from outer space?
I'm right now. But
Do you believe in aliens from outer space?
We should have answered your question.
Aliens? Are you asking me if I believe in aliens?
From outer space, yeah.
From the vacuum of space.
Way before. Yeah? Way deeper. So, yeah, I always did.
I think she's talking to somebody.
No, I'm talking to you guys. I said, yeah, from way before.
Are you saying you did before, but you don't now?
They're not. I said way before. Yes. To the point. It's deeper. I said deeper than that.
What does that mean? Can you expound on that? Like, from deeper from space, or like I'm not understanding.
No, I just said, yeah, I believe in aliens. I should just say that. Yes.
So what do you think aliens are? Where do you think they come from?
God knows.
Do you have any direct evidence for their existence?
Yes, I definitely do.
Wait for it.
It's not happening. I'm not gonna do this, like me going on tangent of my thoughts and stuff.
Well, I'm just curious because you said that you didn't think that the Earth was curving, that it seemed level to you, and you didn't think that we were moving. And I can't really remember about the need for a container for gas pressure, like whether or not you believe that outer space as they present it exists. So I guess that's what I'm asking. Do you think that outer space, which the way they present it as a near perfect vacuum, do you believe it exists, that it's a medium with which we can go to? Or that other beings may live in?
I can't tell you. Honestly, to tell you that we're capable, and I said this before the last time we talked, I'm not gonna tell you. And I've like already figured out that these people with all this money can't get the fuck out of here and go up in deep space. They can't do it. All they can do is go to a surface level of space, but they can't go higher than that. That's why.
What is a surface level of space? What's that mean?
I think it means low Earth orbit, but that's a fairy tale too.
Mm-hmm. They can't go. It's not possible for them.
Okay, so if you're saying that they can't, so we live in an area that's enclosed and no one can leave. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, fuck, you're forcing me. But yeah,
well,
definitely.
I want to understand what you're saying. I'm trying to get your viewpoint.
And you already know my viewpoint, but you're forcing me. Sure.
I really don't. If I did, I wouldn't be asking.
Baby, we already talked about this. And
baby,
yeah.
Okay. So I don't know where that's. No, we haven't talked about this actually.
We did. Like a couple of nights ago, we talked about this. And yeah, we're in a closed system. There's no leaving.
Okay, so but you said that you believed in aliens. So if we live in a closed system, in your viewpoint, what is an alien?
Honestly, I cannot tell you. Like, if aliens exist, it's just it might not exist. Like, fuck, I'm not some person that can be like, oh my god, I know everything. No.
Okay, so there's no evidence for them. It's just a belief. Okay, well, we can.
And then, like, even UFOs that are happening, like, it's just like, what is it? You know?
Well, yeah, I've wondered that myself, but you got to keep in mind and tell me if you disagree. You know, seeing an unidentified flying object of one kind or another in the sky, even catching it on camera. You know, in the name unidentified flying object, it states that it's unidentified, meaning you don't know what it is, you don't know who or what's piloting it remotely or not, and you don't know what it's made out of, and you don't know where it came from. And what we're trying to point out to you here is that most importantly of all, you don't know where it came from, but we do know that it didn't come from the vacuum of space, because that would violate natural law if that place existed. And so it simply cannot exist. It would break the laws of physics if it did exist.
Please explain that. Please explain that. I want to know. Explain that.
So, the second law of thermodynamics states that a high pressure system will always move to a low pressure system in reference to gas. And gas is omnidirectional, meaning it has the potential to go up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. And so, if a vacuum existed above our heads, far up there, with the kind of vacuum that they describe, which would be a near perfect vacuum, not a perfect vacuum, but the way they describe it is a near perfect vacuum. And we had gas down here on Earth, 14 psi. Then, if that were to be the case, all the air here on Earth would find its place of equilibrium in the rest of the universe. it would all just go up off into space, and there would be very little air up there, very little air down here. We would all die very quickly, suffocate. And so, you cannot have gas pressure without a container, nor can you have a vacuum without a container. And you cannot have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So since we have 14 psi at sea level here on Earth, we know that we are inside a container. And so, when they say that anything is going to the vacuum of space, like astronauts, they're lying to you. When they say anything's coming from the vacuum of space, like aliens on spaceships, they're lying to you.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know.
So if you were to
or not.
If you were to try to prove me wrong, one way that you could do it, if you could do it, we'd always like to see if anyone can, would be to demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Like if you could have, say, the 36 psi pound, air pressure around the rim of your car, but without the tire holding the car up. Or hell, just around the rim of a rim, would be enough to impress me. But you have to contain that gas pressure around the rim, contain that gas at that pressure around the rim using gravity somehow, some way. Of course, nobody can do it because it's like talking about magical wands in Harry Potter and other nonsense that doesn't exist. It's just magic, fiction.
So you're saying when we look up, we can't touch that we're in a container. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and what it's made out of is unverified. The dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But the fact that we're inside of one is well known because the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. Also, the necessary antecedent for a vacuum is a container. And we see no natural vacuums created by nature. So there's no reason to think that one has been created by nature. Especially since it, the one they describe violates natural law itself, so that's kind of a step further. But yeah.
That it doesn't coincide with natural law? Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I'm kind of hearing you kind of low.
Oh, sorry, I'll speak louder. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So what you said is that it is a code. So you're saying that we live in I don't even know, like a fucking...
Oh, just a container. We live inside a big container. Or, like I said, the material that this container would be made out of is unverified because we're not allowed to travel freely over the Earth. We're not allowed to travel a certain distance from the North Center point, what we were taught in school is the North Pole. We're not allowed to go that far north, nor are we allowed to go that far south. We're not allowed to travel freely from one country to another without permission. We're not allowed to travel over military bases and other restricted zones. There's a lot of places in this world we're not allowed to travel to, and that would include Antarctica and really far north. And wherever this container, wherever the walls of this container that do in fact give us gas pressure so we can live and exist in the first place, but everything in this world can operate in the first place, where the walls of the container come in contact with the ground, the earth or the ocean, whatever, would be beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, somewhere beyond there. But again, it's all just unverified. So, what the dimensions of it would be.
Antarctica is very unverified. We don't know.
But no. Ordinary civilians are not allowed to go there. Only high-ranking members of certain governments
Yeah, that's a fact. But it's like, even with like NASA trips me out. They make billions of dollars in saying we're going to space. These people can't leave this earth. It's a closed system.
Yeah, it's a racket. Make a lot of money by doing very little, putting on a big show with maybe 1/10 of their budget or less.
It's a way of making money. Yeah, it's fucked up. UN
could just be, one of, many reasons of why people would do stuff like that, But yeah, money and control.
And they're angry about it. I can tell even more that they're like they're so angry about it that they were like, oh, we're gonna hurt everyone in this world with this whole COVID shit. That they can hurt everyone just to prove a point. They're waiting for something. These people think that something is gonna come into this world. That's what they want. And all of it, they want something something bigger than them. Like all of us want something.
They want an uprising, right? And the reason why they want the uprising is so it's Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution, right? What they're going to do is they want to revolt. They want massive chaos so that they can institute stronger controls and institute a one world government where 10 regions are in control of everything, and those 10 regions answer to one emperor. That's what's going on. That's what they want. So they're doing everything they can to confuse us, to get us to fight amongst each other, so that we don't take them out when it happens.
That's on God. There's so much, and the last time that I spoke to, I don't know, I was here with you guys. I don't know. I think it was was that Friday or Thursday? I don't know. But I said exactly that. These motherfuckers want us. It's not about ethnicity. It's about good and evil.
I hate to interrupt. Neb, I see that you don't have a row. You want to hop up into the VC check-in? I'll follow you up. And we'll hook you up with a row. That you can unmute yourself and join the convo if you'd like. Go ahead.
What, you muted somebody?
Was that Rabbit? You muted somebody?
Yeah, no.
What is up with you and getting so triggered when people get muted? It's like
I don't like when people get muted.
You're funny, yo.
Yeah, but you've got to worry less about that to the point where you're not worrying about it at all. Actually, but no, I didn't. Actually, I was trying to get someone up in VC check-in. So continue with your story. And they left. They didn't go up there. So I don't know.
Somebody's gonna talk before I do. Oh God.
Saying just worry about yourself.
Always. Always.
So something I've come to realize recently about being in an enclosed system is that there's a lot more than just the carbon cycle. It's, as far as I can tell, I mean, unless anyone can point to me an example where it's not the case, it seems like there'd be a cycle for everything, not just carbon, but every element, every material. Like change, like they say, change is the only thing that's constant.
Change is the only thing that's constant. Change is always. Changes this world. Yo, what's happening? Why is everyone so quiet? I'm scared. How do I...
I'm trying to load a poll.
Why are you scared, Rabbit?
Everybody got muted, bro. It's your worst nightmare. Everybody was muted, Rabbit. It's like, it's like, oh no, did somebody mute everybody?
It's so low. It's not creepy. I was like, some
It
Halloween.
happens sometimes. Just take a break.
What? Silence?
It's all part of the show.
It's good to have silence every once in a while.
Yeah, sometimes we need breaks for our advertisers and stuff. Yeah.
It beats having commercials.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Fucking
I skip through
commercials.
most of them anyway, so. We could play a song, right?
New from Giant Corp. Something you don't want, don't need, and have no use for. But yeah, you're going to buy it because we got this catchy tune that you can't get out of your head.
For you.
Introducing Flat Earth, brought to you by The Nature of Reality.
Oh my god! All of it, the commercials.
What's your taste in music, Rabbit? What kind of music do you like? We've got everything.
We already got a taste of her music Friday. We couldn't play
They
it.
didn't like it. They hated my music. Like one song I played. Oh my god! They fucking hated it.
Change the
It was some Caribbean type style.
Yeah.
Caribbean.
Some ramba in it.
Okay, I got a legitimate question here.
You're lying. It did not sound like that. You're lying. The biggest liar.
The outlier.
It did not sound like that.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at myself for that. Did somebody mute everybody? Oh no.
Pass the Dutchie on the left-hand side.
I think that shit is so funny.
It made you guys talk. Shit. Because I was about to dip. Because I was like, yo, this shit was horrible.
Well, well now do you want it's too quiet or it's too talkative? Like,
Or
damn,
too loud, or
No, this is good. I love this. Y'all are pretty cool. At least it's great.
You should make up your mind.
Yeah, you gotta find that Goldilocks zone.
That freaked me out, old dude.
Goldilocks zone. You mean that song that was going?
Look, old dude posted a gif of 3 demons playing a freaking triquet.
What's up with their mouths, man?
They're demons.
Nah, they got too much. What is it called? Botox.
I'd like to hear Sonny play that song on the guitar.
What Botox? What are you talking about?
I don't know. She was looking like that.
Looks like there's a string running down the middle of their face and someone pulled it from the top.
Enoch's getting some funky jam going.
Yeah, no, that was Sonny doing that.
Yeah. I can't hear it.
You don't hear that?
Don't hear it?
No.
Yeah, I don't hear shit either.
Shut up, Josh.
I hear it. Hey.
I hear it.
Also, Rabbit, you're like really ridiculous for that. It's like every time. Why are you there every time?
Come on.
In which time? What's every time? I don't
every
know.
Time. Every time there's a silence, you're like, what happened?
Like that I make a space for silence? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Being in
My
silence.
personality.
And it's every time, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, you haven't missed a beat.
It's something wrong with me.
No. No.
I'm not good with silence.
That's
silence.
Yeah, I fucking hate silence, especially
No
with
more
like,
silence.
a lot of people. What you want us like fuck?
No locked doors. Everyone should know that. Come on.
Please
No
lock your doors, guys.
No
Please
more
lock
locked
your
doors.
No more locked doors. Gracias.
Lock your doors.
Behind the wire. Behind the wire. No, I say no more locked doors.
Get the tape. The duct tape behind the door.
And the wires.
Oh, get the gun and go boot. You know, to do. You know.
My name is Jeff.
Jeff, do.
And then swipe.
Kill Jeff.
Swipe
and
left.
Boots.
Boots too. My homies, eh?
Homies,
They kill We whacked Swiper, yo, because he kept swiping our stash essay. It's like, no, essay, that's our stash, not your stash. Go find your own stash essay. So we had to whack that fool Swiper. Me and Boots.
Clean the windshield wipers.
And Dora.
And Dora.
I sent some name changes for tomorrow. We're gonna have some Boots and Doras.
We're gonna have some cats and boots.
Cats and boots and cats and boots.
I'm dead.
Okay, calm down.
Damn it! I don't get my shot at it. Come on.
And boots.
He was about to do the little boots who can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Oh, I can.
Hey, Rabbit.
Hey, we get these cottontail rabbits out here, right? Just for fun every once in a while. I'll let my dog out. And then watch the rabbit's eyes get all like big, like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, what to do, where do I run, you know? And the dog just like runs over to the tree and pees on the tree. And that's all he does. And the rabbits are like, shit.
I caught a wild rabbit before.
The rabbits were probably going, hey, check it out. It's a stupid dog. Look. Hey, let's go over there and find out.
Did you know that if you move a turtle away from its house, it won't ever live because it always looks for its house? It'll never feel comfortable. Like it won't eat. It'll starve to death until it finds its home. So you can't move a turtle more than like a mile away from its spot.
That's funny. I brought one from Missouri all the way to California. My grandma kept it for like 12 years before it finally died.
Weird.
But you're no friend of mine.
It was an L snapping turtle.
Maybe it was just too far away.
Or maybe he just got spoiled rotten and he decided to say fuck.
There's the kicker here. He didn't want to leave the fresh food kept coming his way.
Delicious lettuce every day? What the hell is this? We don't find this in nature.
I'm not leaving that.
Rabbit carrots.
Good thing. If the sun is in space, why is there light on Earth but not in space?
Yeah, you would think that there'd be light in space, you know. So why are they doing it opposite? See, that's that whole fucking secret society, fucking occult pagan bullshit. Fucking Hegelian motherfuckers. They're always like, oh, well, you know, true light comes from darkness. Don't feel the darkness. Because they're Luciferian motherfuckers. Hey, they're weirdos. They hide out behind redwoods all naked with each other. Bunch of dudes. Hey, that's pretty questionable if you ask me.
Well, I like to run around the woods, but naked if you ask me.
Whoa, hey, TMI.
No, you were saying something about dancing in the woods. I thought
yeah, Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, I second that one.
Those guys, they hang around butt naked behind trees, and it's just a bunch of dudes that they outcropping, and they're like hanging out naked behind a bunch of trees.
No, I don't go and do that with a whole bunch of dudes. I'm just.
I was about to say, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, no, I just like to go out in the woods.
No, what the fuck, dude?
How else are you gonna get a proper suntan?
The woods is the last place I want to be naked because it's hard enough that you have to cover your arms and your legs to keep from getting like stinging needles and thorns and chiggers and ticks and all these different things. Could you imagine if you were naked? I'd be miserable.
No, I just like to take like.
Wouldn't you get used to it though?
Listen to EDM music and just run around the woods. I don't know.
When you get used to it, I mean.
I think it depends on the neck of the woods.
I would never, ever go to Burning Man.
Oh, man.
I would never go to Burning Man, but not because it wasn't ever good, but just because all the yuppies have made it terrible, at least so I've heard.
Well, I haven't been to the Burning Man.
Well, I'm not a member. I'm not a member of the cult of the owl. You know, those there in the Bohemian Grove, which is all the Burning Man is. It's an effigy of the care. You know, cremation of care, cremation of woes, the dead.
Okay, I'm currently giving it thought, and if I didn't have to travel through the woods, find a place to shelter down, or do anything like that, if I already had a homestead and I was just hanging around my homestead, then perhaps.
Are you answering a question from the voice chat
No.
or the voice text show?
She's saying she would streak around her house if she had a house
like, this
out
is
in the
starting to
woods.
sound really romantic. I think I like it. Keep.
I know. Now all of a sudden we're talking about running around naked in the woods.
Another thing is you can never go. You can never go somewhere where there's not a spider within like 10 feet of you. There's always a spider within 10 feet. I heard.
Well, it's like that when you live in the city. You just don't know about it, right? But
I welcome spiders.
I don't know whether or not you're dressed.
I like it when spiders make home in my plants.
I just don't want to totally knock the idea,
Right.
I don't know. I went camping naked in the woods. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, I did that too, but I don't remember anything. Damn.
Did you bring a sleeping bag but no clothes?
Or a dude friend?
Huh?
Did you have
friend? What does that mean?
You fucking camping?
No, and I didn't wake up with a spit on my butt either.
Like, why would you go camping naked in the woods? That don't make no sense.
Listening to EDM music, bro.
It does when you're.
You've never tried it, man. You've never
There's nothing
tried
wrong
it,
going camping.
Were you rolling, Enoch?
You have never been free until you're naked.
You never
in the
tripped
woods.
that hard.
No, that's usually the opposite of free. That's usually you made the wrong fucking mistake and somebody held you at shotgun point and told you to strip naked and left you in the middle of the woods.
It was a wrong turn. Come on, guys.
It's like if you were free,
take it to a whole new level.
See how they do you? See how they do you?
If you were free in the woods, you would like put together clothes. Like you wouldn't just be out there
rolling
naked
around in the mud.
And then you took a shower and put fucking clothes on, probably in the woods.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you'd want to at least cover the parts of your body that get damaged easily. Yes,
when we were living on this earth in the first place, we were all butt naked anyway.
I didn't know I was me, though, rolling around in.
You're bugging if you go.
Well, hell, nowadays you can be anybody you want, and you can just change it if you don't like it. Hell.
That
Express yourself.
has nothing to do with what I said. All I said was that I like to listen to EDM music, going camping out in the woods, and being naked. It's fun, and you guys never tried it, but you guys are all saying all this other stuff about tripping and being all on this and that and the other. But that has nothing to do with just listening to music and being out naked in the woods and camping and having fun, bro.
Yeah, these guys don't understand. Most of them are squares.
Wait, when the fuck did Vietnam come?
Like, you don't have to be tripping out on drugs just to be out in the camping out in the woods and enjoying nature, dude.
Well, actually, to be fair, I'm the one who made the joke about drugs.
No, I'm just saying,
We're just goofing around. We don't have anything.
Not everybody's
like I feel like
life. All I'm saying is just.
It's like, are you naked in a tent? Are you in a tent at least, or like what? Like what, bro? Like just in the woods.
Of course, you're gonna have camp. Of course, you're gonna go camping with a tent, man.
Well, then that's straight. And then you put your clothes on before you go outside. You know what I mean?
That's annoying.
They just don't get it, bro. They just don't get it. That's all. You don't have to hate me. You don't have to dislike it just because you don't
Just
understand.
like you guys don't know nothing about sex education or nothing. Like you don't know the human body, the human anatomy, or the body. Like, come on, guys, grow up, bro.
So you're
That's
like,
what I was about to say. I was like, have you ever been to a party where there was grown women naked running around and they were?
Yes, I've been to a party in the woods listening to EDM.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Have they? That's what I'm saying.
Creepy.
No, I have not.
Creepy.
Yeah, I was about to mention the Oregon Country Fair when someone mentioned Burning Man. So the Oregon Country Fair is in Oregon, and it's kind of like a smaller version of that, but without the high cost and without like the intense heat and without the hundreds and thousands of dollars you have to spend to like prepare for it, and without the like mobs and mobs of yuppies. So if you guys want to go to a place with all the upside of, you know, Burning Man, but without the bullshit of Burning Man, Oregon Country Fair over by Eugene, Oregon.
And you might be able to see Jerry Garcia there. I did.
This is why a lot of EDM like parties or whatever you want to call them or festival are very private. Is because they don't invite a whole bunch of people, because when certain people come to these festivals, they act foul, they do wrong stuff, and then they start acting stupid. I don't go to I only go to private festivals. I don't like going to no Burning Man. Like I heard of Burning Man. I think it's great and all, but honestly, that is something I probably not might want to go to.
I'm not shocked that people do not want to go to that.
Yeah, the Oregon Country Fair is a lot smaller. It's more like 14,000 people instead of like 400,000 people, you know. But amongst the few thousand people there, that it's not a private thing, you know. It's very open to the public, but it's just nice because, you know, you have a lot of nice food and a lot of nice music and everything, and a lot of neat artwork and such. But you know, people even dress as costumes, kind of like they do at Burning Man sometimes. Even I did once. But the thing is, it doesn't really draw the shady, weird crowd or the really weird, yuppie crowd. Like, it's just mostly like kind of like hippies, sort of.
Precisely. That's all the people I'm mostly chilling with. I mean, I consider myself a hippie, to be honest.
Then you would love it in Springfield.
You mean Springfield, Oregon, right?
Yeah. The only time I've been to Triangle Lake area at the I've been there like 3 times to the Oregon Country Fair. I remember like around 11 o'clock, everyone like walks around naked for like some parade, and then the main show at the center stage takes place, and it's like live music and all that stuff. The first year I went, I saw it wasn't the Grateful Dead, it was just Jerry Garcia before he passed away. But it's full of hippies.
I think it's a little ironic.
I'm trying to learn that koi ball with the fire, and then there's also the one I want to learn is the dart, or well, it's not a dart, but it's like a fireball, and it's on a end of a rope. Kind of interested in doing that. Well, I'm not kind of. I'm actually interested in doing that kind of stuff.
The fireball at the end of the rope. I think I've got a link for you. Maybe.
Yeah, they got different ones. They got like staff. They got koi balls. They got the dart. Did I say they got the staff?
Yeah, so last time I went to Oregon Country Fair, it was a long time ago, a few years before I found out that the Earth is flat, and so I actually bought a beach ball globe and dressed up with a toga, and basically my costume was Atlas, the guy that held the world above his head. Kind of funny looking back at it now, huh?
Yeah, but Atlas actually had the sky in his back, right?
Fuck.
Hank, you're being suspiciously quiet.
Everybody's being suspiciously quiet. Where's Rabbit?
Rabbit's here.
Why are you being so quiet, yo?
She just spoke I could hear her coughing.
Yeah, everyone's being suspiciously quiet. And it's fucked up.
Well, where you at? Start singing some songs or something. Do you know any Flat Earth music?
What was that, Hank? You said you already told us what?
Metroid. I posted a picture.
And me being quiet, I heard some guy from Ireland, some other guy from God knows where.
Ireland.
Everyone's being quiet.
But I am from Vod. You spoke Russian.
That was a Scottish lad, wasn't it?
Yeah, I heard a guy from Russia as well.
I'll need the vodka. Pass me.
Y'all, you need to speak.
What kind of music do you like? Tell us and we'll play something.
I'm gonna make them play the same song that I did. It wasn't yesterday, the night before.
Nah.
She likes hip hop, She's a rabbit.
It's not hip hop. Hip hop. Who calls it hip hop?
Hip hop like a rabbit.
No.
Man. What kind of music do you like? Hello?
I like a lot of type of music.
Yeah, but we're looking for some specificity. We're trying to play a song. Right?
That's all on you guys. It has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, but we're asking you what kind of music. Like, a lot of music? Just name one. Just pick one. It's kind of like
my type of, what I choose is not your choice. So
what
you guys
what? It's like, here, I'll pick one that I like, smooth jazz.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But like, pick like, what kind of music do you like? You know what I mean? Simple question.
No, I don't think it's simple. I've been through this before. Truth.
Yeah, that's a good one. Truth music's good.
No. Wait. I mean, of course, truth.
Lou and Elijah, yeah, that's a good one.
What? Who's gonna play the music?
Truth music is really good.
No, her name's Truth.
I know, truth prevails, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we asked like, what kind of music do you like, and you said truth. So that's a pretty good kind of music. A lot of us make truth music. Matter of fact.
Okay. It depends on what you guys like.
Flat Earth.
Okay.
Rabbit. Do you know Cheech and Chong?
Mm-hmm.
You know, okay. So I'm gonna play the song because it's pretty short, but it's one we play all the time because it's Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, that's the best. I do think it's.
I'm in love with it. I mean, because once I heard it, I was like, "Are you kidding me? I never heard this. I swear, I'm probably sure I heard it, but it went right over my fucking head." Literally, when I heard it. I'm telling you, I probably heard it, but it went right over my head. No, give me just a moment. Because I remember I seen them on stage live like that. But I don't remember the song. I do not remember them playing the song.
Oh, you saw Cheech and Chong?
I remember seeing them, yes, on stage. But I did not remember that song. Like, I remember that stage that they were on. That stage exactly the same. I saw the whole video or whatever, the whole scene or whatever, because they do a whole bunch of stuff in that. If there's a whole video of it.
Well, just so you know, that particular song they make the parody out of, it's from Cheech and Chong's next movie. So it's a parody from a song from that movie.
Yeah. See, I didn't even know.
I'm confused.
Here it is. Where's
Glad you
the bot?
could find it, because I couldn't.
There it is. Boom. Is it playing?
Where?
I asked MacGyver stuff. Yeah.
You might have to move the bot up to live stream 1. It might be in live stream 2.
It should be playing.
Is it playing?
What the hell? Should be playing.
It says.
So confused.
Join. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Where?
Weird.
Please
it's
tell
not
me.
playing. Maybe the bot's broken tonight.
So I was just about to play the Eli and Lulu song, and when you started talking about that, it's weird.
I just wanted to show her. I mean, she doesn't.
Well,
I don't think she's.
I want to see it.
I'll post it in live stream just so that you see the video and you can actually play it.
I love to see a live stream.
It's right there in live stream. We're trying to actually play it so that you can hear it. It says that it's being played, but where?
I don't see it even a fucking live stream.
It's that last clip I just posted in the live stream voice text.
Hey, I'm gonna try to play it because when I was using the bot earlier, it was working fine. So
it was working.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand why it wouldn't be. Wow.
Oh, you know what?
The fuck is going
There it is,
on?
I think. No?
Most fucking Americans don't like flat earthers. What the Why the hell isn't it working? That's insane.
Okay, now try.
Hey, India, are you fucking this up?
It is India's fault. We need the reset button. Where is the reset button? Wait. Let me see.
An American. Don't like flat earther.
We're doing that. It's just not. It's not.
There's the bot, but it's server muted.
How is it? Oh, well, hold on.
Wait, I don't see this. What are you listening to?
Yeah, that was a nice try, Reddit, but yeah, that's not.
No. That's not.
Damn. This fucking sucks. She was working perfectly a couple hours ago. I know.
Where did it go? It was just in here, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's just gone away.
True Bills. Come here! Get your ass in here!
Come here!
Like those aren't the kind of commands that bots recognize. Come here. He's like, I'm just gonna spam the shit out of the bot until that motherfucker.
Dude, that crashes it.
Well,
I don't know. It's probably already crashed.
The ones that are not commands for it, it doesn't even recognize.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I just thought it was funny.
Okay, well, when I did this,
M, come here.
That's what I was laughing about.
So if you just do play, if you just do play without a link, then it comes back. So, and then we'll unmute it, and then we'll.
Wait, why does it have the Heliocoast cultist roll? What the? It shouldn't have the Heliocultist roll. That's banned.
Wait. Oh, hold on.
That's a banned roll. Why does it have a banned roll? It can't play a banned roll.
Hold on.
It left again. What a bitch.
Well, it doesn't have any rolls.
It did. It had the cultist roll. And now I took it off. I don't know how it got the cultist roll, though. It was just weird.
If it had a roll that's not, try it again. See if you can get it to play something.
And exclamation help.
Most fucking Americans.
And then it left. Where is it going, though?
What the fuck is going on here?
It's like going to a different server and then playing Most Fucking American. Don't like better.
I know Indio's sleeping. Indio's sleeping right now, and it's just.
Some freaking weird stuff, man.
No, it's not doing it. But anyways.
Oh well.
Rabbit, we were speaking to you. If you want to just click on that in the
this.
live stream, that'd be great.
What? Sorry, what?
Just so that you can hear that song.
I mean, I can play it over my speakers, and it won't sound as good, but you can hear it.
It'll still be heard.
All right, cool. I can do that. Turned up very loud.
Age restricted.
Give it VC verified, bro.
Oh shit! I can't even.
I will.
Watch on YouTube. Here we go. You ready?
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too.
Oh, that's helium.
Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some good they must. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they spin. Does it slow? Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Go stone and make a fly longer. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, fire out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Clovers! Clovers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. MacGyver. Shout out to MacGyver. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm good on Jesus Christ.
Hey, Rabbit, did you say shout out to Jesus Christ? Because I'll back that one up too. Shout out to Jesus Christ. What's up? Glovers!
I wonder if Cheech and Chong know that the Earth is flat. By the way, in the movie, instead of saying, most fucking Americans, it was most Mexican Americans,
Ah.
Actually, I really like the part where he says, go to science and get a B, because in the original song, it says, they go to school and get a B, is what Cheech says.
Uh-huh. They go to night school and take Spanish and they get a B.
Most Mexican Americans.
I'm gonna have to watch that. I haven't even seen it.
Rabbit. Can you mute yourself when you're listening to music, please?
Yeah, there are certain music selections we can play on this stream. if you're playing any copyrighted music, you can't actually play it on here. It will affect our channel. So that's
Channel's taken down.
Yeah, we can play music, but we can't play copyrighted music. So.
Anybody new? Oh my gosh. Why are you a Karen tonight, Lou? I just noticed that.
It almost sounded like you said, "Why are you a caring tonight, Lou?"
Karen, yeah, Karen.
That's what he said, and I was like, "Well, wait a minute, what's Lou
No, I
doing?
know.
She's not doing anything." And then I looked,
Karen. Something must have happened.
Which Lou are you talking about? Are you talking about Lou or Lou? I don't know.
Which Karen is he talking about? Karen.
Oh man.
Karen with a K or Karen with a C?
Ooh,
with a K. See up there? It's
Wait, what?
Karen.
What are you guys
Yeah, we're
talking
talking about you. Why is your name Karen tonight?
Is it Karen? Who changed it?
Yeah.
she
That's
didn't.
Karen.
It's news to her.
It's news to her.
Does anyone Karen to change it?
That's so.
Hey, it says Coffee Karen, so yeah, it's Karen. Might as well be.
That's awesome.
I just woke up and I heard you guys talking about Lou. I thought you guys talking about lunatic, but I guess it's me.
It was you. I thought something happened to you and you just had to be Karen tonight.
Oh, I don't mind being a Karen right now.
You believing in that Darrenism again?
Darrenism?
Karenism, that's what.
You know, instead of Darwinism, it's like the Karens and the Darrens are in the Darrenism religion.
Wait, is there a Darren of the world? Is that like
the male version of
the
Karen.
guy version? I didn't see. I didn't even know that. It's good to know. I learned something new today.
And then Brandon's gonna be another one. Go Brandon, remember.
Who's Brandon?
I guess you didn't hear that. Yeah. The news was covering the Biden speech and the whole audience was just saying fuck Biden. And the newscaster said go Brandon.
That was the NASCAR guy, right? This is kind of weird. Is that what you're talking about?
Funny.
Yeah, Brandon's going to be our next president.
Brandon's going to be the next president. Yeah, Brandon. Go Brandon.
Might as well be. I mean, anybody has he might as well be the next president.
Ow, Rabbit, turn it off, man.
Rabbit, if you try to play music on here again, we're gonna have to
that you're
ban
unmuting
you.
yourself and playing music.
Yeah, Rabbit, if you don't stop playing music on here, yeah, we're gonna have to put you in cog dis. You can't play music.
If you don't quit hopping about, we're gonna have to put you in cog dis.
You're hopping all over the
hoppity, thumpity, thump, thumpity, thump, thump. Look at Rabbit go.
Hoppity.
So what's new, everybody? Hi, everybody.
Yes.
I missed you guys and girls.
Yep, it's been good.
Well, the Earth got just a little bit flatter, I think. It was pretty damn flat to begin with.
It's the flatter day.
Man, it's almost the flattest it's ever been. I mean, this is so amazing. This flat Earth thing is like it gets flatter every day. I mean, how? One time I was like, it's sort of flat, but it's the flattest it's ever been.
Are you trying to say the Earth is flat?
Well, can it be any flatter than it always has been? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure this out. Just like you guys are too, right? It's flattish.
Wait a second. Just like an hour or two ago, weren't you saying something like it's not flat or something?
I did. Hey, definitely call me out on that because there's no such thing as flat Earth. Earth is Earth, and I use flat Earth as a trigger term to lead people to the topic because Earth is obviously not flat. It's a
flatter than it's
it's a level stationary plane with topography. But I love the term flat Earth because it triggers people. I love it. Yeah, I see. You got your eyes on me, Lulu. I get you. Yeah, I mean, I like to confuse flat earthers. I like to confuse flat earthers and globies all alike.
Oh, I thought you were doing that to me, Lou.
She's doing it to everybody. She's doing it to everybody. She's like me. I'm always keeping an eye on everybody too. I mean, I see what's up. I miss some things, but I don't miss much.
Yeah, no, I'm just like always in the background, lurking, listening, watching.
Yep.
I know that sounds creepy, but
no, it's necessary for. It's necessary for. You're a creeper.
It's not creepy if a hot woman's doing it.
No, man. If you really care about the server, if you really care about the server, it's necessary. So yeah. And you're not the only one, Lulu. So it's all good.
Yeah. By the way, I want to apologize for Ladies' Night. My network totally just shot out, and right when it started.
Excuses.
So
just don't let it happen again.
Yes, I wasn't let that happen again. I was so looking forward to it too because it was the first night in a long time that I was actually going to participate for a whole hour or two and spend that time trying to figure out what the hell happened to my network. But anyway, it was okay, cool that was left behind by herself. So I heard she recovered, so it was okay.
Because I missed the beginning of it, but there were a couple. I think I don't remember how many, but there were a couple by the time I got here.
Yeah,
I think all the ladies' nights start a little slow, then it always rebounds. Like, first hour or so it gets a little slow, but then it gets fantastic after that. So yeah,
you know how women are.
Yeah,
they've got to put their makeup on and.
Yeah.
Get online.
There's gotta be just perfect.
Yeah, mine wasn't. That's why I had to bounce.
And if you break a nail or mess up your nail polish, then that's like another 30 minutes at least. You're behind.
Make sure you dress nice to put on your headset.
Yeah.
Make sure you match your headset. Color match.
Hey, but at the end of the day, I mean, people show up for ladies' night. Right? It's an exciting event, and the ladies always finish well. So that's definitely commendable quality.
It's good.
It's good. It's good. It's good.
It's good talk.
So, any new interesting Glovers coming through? Or came through?
Yeah, a few. But they like to run.
Yeah, we had a good sophist troll earlier today. He was very, I think, experienced at what he was doing, so I have to at least give him that.
He was high strung. He did go all over the place though too. Skipping from everything like they normally do. We tried to keep him, in one spot, but it was not. It was very hard.
So, Rabbit, it's because you keep playing music in the background. If you can mute your mic when you're playing music, cool.
Here's an idea. If you're governing
You did mute yourself before, Rabbit. I saw it. So can you push the button again and mute yourself again? That would be nice when you're not
I
speaking.
think she's referring to the server mute or whatever. But if you,
Is Rabbit a Glover?
You're pretty garbled there, buddy. You want us to look at the become ungovernable?
Yeah, mute yourself when you're not talking, Rabbit.
I don't think she could burrow into the earth if it was, spinning.
oh, he was talking to us. I thought he was hot micing.
Yeah, me too. So is Rabbit a Glover? Or I was listening, but I was like dreaming, and I'm not sure if
I was dreaming.
Oh, well, let me introduce you to Rabbit. Rabbit, me, Lulu. Coffee Karen is her screen name today, but say hello if you'd like. If not, then whatever.
Hi, Rabbit. Maybe
I don't think she's a Glover. She's just got a bouncy attitude.
What the fuck? Okay, sure. Hey, what up?
What's up? Are you what? I'm sure they went over this with you. What are your thoughts on the Earth?
What's your thought on the Earth?
Is it me or I can't hear her? It's low.
What's your thoughts on the Earth? I'm tired of like this over repetitive questions, so I'm gonna ask.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah, it's getting annoying.
Well, because you're new, so you should expect that to happen.
I'll just get you up to speed, Lou. She thinks it's level, and she doesn't think it's curving. She doesn't think it's moving, but she doesn't want to be called a flat earther. And she said she believes in aliens, but she also thinks that we are enclosed. So.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. I won't ask any more questions.
Yes.
But I do see Octane. What's up, Weasel?
Oh, what up, gamers?
Not much. How you been?
Pretty good. Just chilling.
With these ugly flowers.
Sorry, what? I just hear mumbling. You still a Glover, man?
Yep. Still the same old guy.
You sure about that?
I like to think so.
I mean, have you gotten any new information on the globe that we haven't heard about?
Not recently. I took like a 6-month break from the server, so I don't know if there's anything new spreading around. Like the last time I was here, it was the Black Swan. I don't know if there's been anything.
Alright. Rabbit, you're hot micing.
Sorry. Don't listen to me.
Alright, you can mute if you don't want me to listen to you. Yeah, I don't think there's anything, as far as I know, there's nothing new on the flat side. It's still flat. So.
Fair enough, yeah. I was just curious.
Anything new on the globe side? Like,
I mean,
any curvature yet?
I mean, for like proof of the curve or to prove to people, not really, but in terms of like space travel and stuff, there's been a few things I think you guys have heard about. Like that one shuttle that went around the Earth a couple of times full of all private citizens. I think that was pretty cool. Forgot who launched that. Was it SpaceX, I think?
That went around the Earth?
Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, it just went around the Earth. I don't know how many times, but they were in there for like a few days. And it was like all private citizens too, and that's why it was such a big deal. Like there was no like, I guess
he's talking about Virgin Galactic.
Oh, was it Virgin Galactic or was it SpaceX?
No, it was Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, they didn't even make it to the Kármán line, dude.
That's okay. They still went really high, right? I think that's pretty cool.
I've been really high before too, but it wasn't, 180,000 feet or whatever they claim to have been.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just think it's cool. That's all. I mean, they went really high. They went higher than any of us would probably ever go.
Well, pretty much what they did was parabolic flights. I mean, and that can happen in the Vomit Comet. That's been done many times. And they didn't go to space, bro.
Yeah, and I think both companies, because there's like the Amazon people that launched. So I think it was like Amazon's thing that launched all the private citizens up. But I remember like they were like having a little fight on Twitter or something, saying, "Oh, Virgin Galactic didn't make it to the Kármán line, so they didn't go to space."
Wait,
and stuff like that.
If they did, actually, what do you think space is? I mean, it's like, so they went higher than, general space flight or whatever. I mean, you know about the SR-78, the Blackbird or whatever. That's that goes about 80,000 feet. If you go higher than that, the Blackbird doesn't do parabolic maneuvers, which is what they did with the Virgin Galactic. They didn't actually go to space and experience. Some people say zero G, which there's no such thing. So yeah, they just do parabolic maneuvers and record themselves in, falling. Basically, I mean, it's the same thing that happens in the Vomit Comet.
Yeah, the whole space thing, it's like a very loose term because there's some companies and some space agencies that are like, no, space is defined at this height or whatever. It's like there's not like I don't know. Like a line where space starts. It's just like, is there more space? Or
I mean, here's the brainwash. Is a lot of people that aren't familiar with this topic think that rockets just go up and then they experience zero G, right? Which there's no such thing as that. And any person in their right mind that understands this topic knows that there's no such thing as zero G. They just start falling around the Earth because of gravity. They're going to shoot something out. This is how they, say, "Oh, we're introducing satellites into space." This is how the satellites get there. They just spit them out into space, and then they start falling around the Earth. This is what satellites do. But if you're inside a vomit comet or the Virgin Galactic, then you're going to reach that point, and then you're going to start falling, and then you're going to start floating, right? But you're not floating; you're just falling inside.
Right, yeah.
This is where we get into reference frames.
Yeah, it's like a simulated.
Yeah, there's no such thing as 0G. Anyway, go ahead.
So space is like the beginning of the area that they claim is 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. The near perfect vacuum of outer space is.
Yeah, there's still some molecules up there, but not very many. Like how many parts per million is it up there? It's something like ridiculously low. But there's still molecules up there bouncing about.
Well, how can you confirm that?
There's been a lot of tests that just measure how many parts per million stuff there is. Because then there's no such thing as because there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, right? Like we all know those don't exist, and that includes space. And I believe they measured it. I could probably look it up. Probably looked it up in the past, but
when there's no measurable curvature anywhere or measurable movement, so something traveling over the Earth is different from traveling around a sphere. So it wouldn't first need to be a sphere before anything could travel around it. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, to be honest, I wanted to point that out, and thank you guys for everything you guys do here. I actually have to check out. I'll be listening. I have to be working a few hours, so
I'll rip.
Continue.
Yeah, I was getting ready to
later, Helio.
Say goodnight. And Lou, it's good to hear you.
Hey,
I'll let you continue your conversation.
To be honest, Octane Weasel, it sounds like you're more reasonable than in your speech now than you have been in the past. So yeah, continue.
Oh, yeah, for
guys.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when I joined, how old was I? 19, 18? Yeah.
Cool. I appreciate you. You're still hanging on there. Good deal. Peace, everyone.
See ya.
Bye, Helio.
Night, Helio.
You leaving too, Truth?
Well, it's 4 a.m. So
oh, that's right.
I have to leave the house at 7, so I thought I'd at least lay down and get some shut my eyes for about 2 hours.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Yeah. But, it's I only have 3 or 4 hours, then I can come back home and take a nap, so it's no biggie. But anyway, good night, everyone. Catch you.
All right, have a blessed sleep. It was nice to hear you as well.
Yeah, check your DMs, Lou.
Oh, got it.
Good night, Truth.
Good night. Sweet dreams, everyone.
Yeah, is there any reason why Virgin Galactic could not find the curve?
I don't think they were looking for a curve. I just think they just wanted to show their shareholders and everything. Look, we could take normal people up close to space or close to where it's defined.
Yeah, but they actually had film, right? And this film showed a flat Earth, a flat plane, no arc at all. They forgot to install the fisheye lenses.
I don't even remember. I have to look at this footage again. I mean, that's possible. It's possible it could look flat from that height.
No, it should be curved. If an F-17 or even if a MiG plane can show the curvature by going as high as it can to the ceiling of its operation. They went. You just said they went a lot higher. Look, this is actually a concave Earth. If you look at it.
Branson did talk curvature the wrong way, man.
So it seems like in some shots it looks more flat than others, and yeah, convex. It looks like the windows could also be affecting it. because it because the windows look like they're a little bit rounded to some degree. So it's
Well,
probably
hang on. Let me upload this video. It's going to take a couple of seconds for it to upload, but it's a globe earther trying to debunk the the flat Earth, and he ends up debunking NASA story. So.
Yeah, but my main point is I think it's pretty cool that this stuff is slowly becoming more normal. I think that's what we all want, generally speaking. We want, normal people to be able to see the Earth from that distance. So I think it should be like a good thing all around.
This guy's all proud. I just posted it. He says, this is an official, from the horse's mouth itself, this is an official NASA photo or video archive that's going to show you once and for all the curvature of the Earth, right? So just please, if you don't mind watching that little clip.
And do I have to watch it with sound?
No, but you don't have to watch it with sound, but his reaction is priceless. Especially when he says, what the fuck? Now it's concave? It should be convex. Not convex to flat to concave.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Hey, doesn't Branson have one of those fucking ranches in New Mexico? Where like he can take in like homeless and orphans and tell them to wear Wild West hats, and he can come in with a black hat and kill them all.
I have no clue what you're talking
Like
about.
that Westworld thing. Yeah, he's got a lot of fucking land, man.
I wouldn't be surprised. My man's a billionaire, isn't he? Okay.
Yeah, but in order for you to own the land, you have to occupy the land. So did you know that all airplane autopilots use the math and the model and everything about the flight characteristics are based off of a flat and stationary Earth?
That wouldn't really surprise me. I don't even know why we would need to account for the Earth that's spinning because you're spinning with it.
That's not true, though. That's not true, though. The air does not spin with it. How do you get wind at different levels?
So
going against the supposed rotation and three other vectors at the same time?
So wind happens because you have a higher pressure and lower pressure.
No, okay. Here's the thing. You know how fast it's supposed to be spinning at the equator?
I'm sorry, say again?
Do you know how fast it's supposed to be spinning at the equator?
I think it's just 1,000, right?
Yeah. That's faster than the speed of sound.
Okay.
Now, however, do you know how fast you would be if you're, say, in Antarctica or Russia?
Slower?
Yeah, significantly slower. You'd be going about 250 miles an hour. Yet the time is the same. Still 24 hours of time.
I guess I don't see the problem.
You would see a problem. There would be massive time dilation. Not to mention flights from north to south would be completely askewed because, well, they would have to take off at a tangent, not even aiming towards the city that they're going to catch up because of the spin rate alone.
Well, I thought that's what planes do when you put them just on like autopilot.
Planes fly in the straight line.
But they constantly change like trajectory, like they're constantly making small adjustments, right?
To stay on a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. So
because the quickest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right?
Yeah, and that's what planes do by making a lot of mini adjustments to stay in that straight path. So I don't see the issue, I guess.
So you're saying there's no Coriolis effect happening?
Well, it would be very small, and I'm pretty sure the plane could adjust for that. I don't see why it couldn't just dip a little bit, fix its path.
Oh, except for, when you're trying to land heading southeast on a plane, the runway would be sliding underneath the wheels of the plane because the plane is in an independent, not part of the ground frame of reference. So it would have to land sideways without breaking the wheels. Like on an aircraft carrier, they can't land sideways. They have to land dead nuts on. They have to make adjustments all the way till they touch down and hit the wire.
Well, that's why planes make adjustments in speed, and also
aircraft don't do that on the land, though. It only does that on aircraft carriers.
No, right. I mean, the plane's making adjustments while it's flying, so by the time it reaches the runway, everything will be good. I just don't see.
Yeah, but you got all these yeah buts, okay? A plane that takes off from the ground and goes to land on the ground doesn't have to adjust for anything. However, a plane that takes off on an aircraft carrier doesn't have to adjust for anything until it's time to land on the aircraft carrier. It has to be lined up perfectly, otherwise they will crash.
I mean, yeah, and they make adjustments before they land, so I don't see the issue. I mean, the whole plane from point A to point B is constantly making adjustments. So I don't see why it couldn't fix for Coriolis or air or a bunch of other things. I mean, it seems like, I don't know, it just makes sense to me, that's all.
But still, 1,000 miles an hour to 250 miles an hour.
Well, the plane could slow down over a slower time.
Traveling from, say, I don't know, Colombia to Alaska, right? There would be a major lag issue because the ground is spinning a lot slower than it is at the equator. Just like take a sphere, take a ball, take a basketball and spin it on your finger. You'll notice where your finger is, it's rotating, but it's not moving in a rotational vector like it is in other places, right? So this is the physics of a spinning ball. At the equator or 90 degrees from the axis, it would be experiencing more inertia and more speed, more energy than something closer to the axis of the spinning object. It moves slower.
Right, and I'm just saying from point A to point B, the plane has a lot of time to make small adjustments for things like that by the time it reaches the runway at point B. So I guess I don't see the issue why a plane couldn't account for that stuff. It could just slow down. It could make a slight turn every once in a while. And
well, for one thing, you would be going from 1,000 miles an hour to 250 miles an hour. Now, what would the difference in airspeed be?
I don't think you would drop
About
the plane going that speed that much, or you would just
75.
You wouldn't fly anymore.
No, it would be 85, right? No, 75%, somewhere around there.
I'm not
You'd be
sure.
losing 750 miles an hour on a linear path. Otherwise, you would never catch your target.
But your target is spinning the same.
No, it's not. That's the thing. It's not spinning the same. If you're from the equator, that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and you go into Alaska, that's spinning at 250 miles an hour. You have to dump 750 miles per hour in.
But it's not spinning away from you. That's okay, so it's not spinning away from you. It's still the
just
same
the
distance
fact that
away.
you move. Since you are moving faster and you're independent from the ground, you're no longer connected to the ground.
Well, but
you have an artificial horizon, therefore you're not relying on the apparent horizon.
I think there's a disconnect, but I can't really explain it.
No, it's your belief that the Earth is rotating, Octane, and you need to make up stories to uphold that belief. That's what's going on.
Real quick, what story did I make up?
Well, it could. Well, listen, your words. It could be that the airplane is just correcting and slowing down. It could be, right? So where is that happening in real life?
Well,
you said it could
make small adjustments when you put it on autopilot. They constantly dip, slow down, speed up. I mean, yeah.
No, there's no correction for speed or
that's what autopilot
following
does. It maintains the speed. If it realizes it's going off course, it's going to put itself back on course. That's what autopilot is supposed to do.
Right.
Yeah. Right? I mean, am I wrong?
The autopilot, right, follows its course. It doesn't track the Earth underneath it to slow down or speed up.
I'm pretty sure it just uses like a GPS and it just keeps itself.
So show me where the autopilot corrects for the Earth turning underneath it whilst it going faster or slower. Show me where it does that.
Where it does that? I mean, to be honest, there's bigger issues at play than that.
So no.
Well, it's called wind and turbulence and stuff. That's a lot more affecting the plane than the court. I mean, if the plane realizes, it's very simple. If the plane realizes it's going off course, it's going to put itself on course. It doesn't really matter what forces are acting on it at the time. It's just going to put itself on the right course. Does that make sense? It doesn't have to really account for anything. It just puts itself.
It doesn't have to account for the physics of the situation. So take all the physics, which is the bodies in motion, right? The objects in motion, and all the forces that is supposed to be there, and just completely ignore that because my belief dictates it. Thanks.
I mean, I don't know why a plane would have to really account for Coriolis when the autopilot's job is just, the plane's off course, let me put it back on course. So
no Earth-based Coriolis then? Then it doesn't
there
exist.
could be. I mean, I haven't looked through like a pilot's manual on like the specifics, but I'm pretty sure you haven't either.
I'm not making
we could do that now, but
I'm not making the claim that the Earth turns underneath the airplane. Do you? Do you make the claim that the Earth turns underneath the airplane?
Why would it turn underneath the airplane? You're going the same speed. It's still conserving the momentum.
Yeah, so if it's conserving the momentum and it flies from south to north, right, it still goes 1,000 miles per hour, right? And then wants to land on an Earth that's going 250 miles per hour slower.
And the plane can't make adjustments while in the air from point A to point B.
Well, show me this. Show me.
Well, that's what a plane does. When you fly from point to point B, it's constantly making adjustments. That's why you feel it dip left and right. Sometimes you'll feel it speed up, sometimes you'll feel it slow down.
Right.
Yeah.
Show me this.
A plane is not traveling the same speed as the ground, by the way. Otherwise, the plane would not move anywhere. Thank you.
Wait, what? Okay, so when you take off from the ground, let's say you're in a helicopter, you're going the same speed as the Earth, even though you're in the air, because the last place that you previously were.
No, you are not.
That's called conversational
are
momentum. This is
traveling. You are traveling. If you are going the same speed as the Earth, then you are stationary.
Oh, so you're saying because I moved, now the Earth is freely spinning like underneath that? Wait, I'm trying. Okay.
Yes, even if you're in a car and you drive down the road, you're still moving faster than the Earth is
I'm trying
moving.
to figure out how I could word it, because I think I know where the disconnect is, but...
No.
So is conservation of momentum infinite, Octane? Is it infinite?
I'm not for sure what that means.
No,
You
it's not,
rephrase it?
right? It's not.
Well,
What are you guys even saying to each other?
What do you
Try
mean?
to follow, Rabbit. Try to follow. So it's not infinite.
I was definitely listening.
Angular
And
where's the conservation of the momentum with the
he was
pendulum?
talking about
It's okay.
flying in the
Pay
air.
attention.
Yeah.
If you got the pendulum,
that's
right, and the
faster.
Earth is spinning underneath it, right? How come it doesn't spin underneath the airplane? Go ahead.
What?
Wait, you're trying to compare Foucault's pendulum to a plane?
We're
Is that
talking
where you're
about
going?
Earth-based Coriolis, right? Does the Earth spin under the pendulum?
Does the Earth spin under the pendulum? Yeah.
Does it spin under everything else, or is a pendulum magic?
But it's traveling in one straight line constantly, right? Like, do you guys know how the Foucault pendulum works?
But
please tell us, how does it work?
Well, I want to hear you guys say it. I'm just curious.
You just claimed that the Earth turned underneath the pendulum, so...
No, someone else brought it up. I didn't bring it up. So I just want to know from that person.
You said that was your claim, though, Octane.
But I never brought up the Foucault pendulum because they're completely separate. But if you're saying they're the same, I'm just saying, can you explain it?
So the Earth does not turn underneath the pendulum, Octane?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so... And it does not turn underneath airplanes?
Does it? No, these are
See, the problem here is that the pendulum is strapped to a building of some sort, right? And it's actually strapped to the Earth, right? And the airplane is moving freely, so you would expect to see more spinning under freely moving objects like airplanes, hot air balloons, helicopters. You wouldn't expect to see it on the pendulum, but you see it on the pendulum. So the Earth is spinning under the pendulum. Is it not spinning under everything else?
You're trying to say because the pendulum is like changing that you should see this on a plane?
I don't know where the disconnect is here.
I just don't know how you guys can compare these two.
It's in the definition, Octane. They tell you the Earth
And I also
turns
don't
on the...
see...
They tell you the Earth turns underneath the pendulum. Is that so? If the Earth turns underneath the pendulum, right, then it definitely should turn underneath an aeroplane or an helicopter or an hot air balloon.
Okay, sure.
Okay, but does that happen, Octane?
Does it happen? I mean, yeah, I guess, sure.
Oh, okay. So when I take off when I take off with my helicopter and I hover an hour or two above the ground, then my destination should come towards me, right?
No. No. You're going the same speed as the Earth.
Right, because conservation of momentum is infinite, right? It's
I don't know where infinite. I don't think you ever answered that.
So it will never stop infinite. It will never, so the helicopter will never stop being pulled with the Earth, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So when I go up in my helicopter for 2 hours, the Earth does not turn underneath, right?
I mean, the Earth's still turning, but you're going the same speed as it.
Right. And why is this?
Because when you took off from your position, it's the same speed.
Okay.
That's the last
so you're claiming that conservation of momentum is pulling the helicopter with the Earth.
Well, it's not pulling, it's going the same speed.
Yeah. So is this thing an infinite? Is this always happening? So the helicopter does not slow down in reference to the Earth. It will always move at the same speed. Always.
I mean, I guess unless there's wind that's going to blow it over to the side or something.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Octane, right? If you know so when you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, right? It will at one point no longer have conservation of momentum, right? It is not an infinite quote-unquote force or thing that is pulling stuff or making stuff move with the same speed as it left, right? You get what I'm saying?
No, yeah, kinda.
Okay. So claiming it's conservation of momentum is just magic then.
I mean, all I'm saying is I don't know what was the problem with my first answer, which was planes make adjustments from point A to point B to stay on the straightest path possible. I don't see how any of that is an issue.
Okay, this is real simple, right? I'm speaking plain English so that everybody can understand. So, if you have a pendulum and the Earth is rotating under the pendulum, causing it to change 15 degrees per hour, then that means that the motion of the Earth is rotating under the objects floating above in the separate reference frame. So, you have two reference frames, right? In order for this to happen, there's no other way for it to happen other than the two reference frame if what you claim is indeed happening because of why you say it is happening. Then it would also work for every other object that leaves the reference frame, even though the pendulum doesn't actually leave the reference frame because it's strapped to the surface of the Earth, but I digress. So Neil deGrasse Tyson said that because a football field goal was kicked, right? And he blamed something of the field goal it missed because the Coriolis effect, right? So even the experts agree that there's this Earth curve Coriolis effect where the Earth is spinning underneath moving objects in a separate reference frame, because if you look up the definition of Coriolis effect, it talks about two separate reference frames, because you can't have the effect without the second reference frame. That's what the Globers don't understand. So,
but the pendulum and a plane, I think the problem
hold on, I can't hear
you. Testing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was to say, I don't think you could compare a pendulum to a plane because a pendulum takes like, how many hours? 24 hours to make a complete circle? It's a very slow thing. And we're talking about a plane that's going a little bit faster. I don't know if that makes sense.
So tell me again how 1,038 miles an hour is slow. I'd like to hear it.
1,000. No, but do you understand like how the pendulum is working? It's like it's constantly going in a straight line.
Right, but you're talking about how slow the Earth is spinning, right? It spins 1,038 miles an hour. So tell me how faster than the speed of sound, which is what jets do. Tell me again how that's slow. You're saying I don't understand how slow it is. So please help me understand how slow it is. Right? How slow is faster than the speed of sound?
No, okay, but we're talking about like, does the plane have to account for like the spin of the Earth, right? That's what we're talking about, like the Coriolis.
Yeah, the physical spin, the 1,038 miles an hour at the equator. How slow is it? Please help me understand.
How slow? It's that speed. And I mean, that's pretty slow in terms of space. 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah,
I'll give you that. As far as astronomical numbers, that's pretty slow. I'll give you that. Okay. So even though it's slow, the Earth is big, and it's going to be rotating, right?
Okay.
Does the atmosphere rotate along with it?
Yeah.
What is the bond that connects the gas, which has no bonds, to the Earth?
Well, I mean, it does have mass. I mean, like when we talk about gas.
Mass. What is the bond? Where's the chain? Where's the tether?
Well, where's the chain? I mean, it happens at the surface of the Earth. So while the Earth is spinning, the gas also gets kind of picked up by that, and it starts to spin with it over time.
What? So where's the separate reference frame if the gas is completely in sync with the spin of the Earth? You need two reference frames to have the Coriolis effect that Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about. See, that's why I say you guys don't understand the Coriolis effect. You don't believe in the second reference frame because you innately know, in reality, the Earth's not spinning, and neither is the atmosphere. Or another way to say it is that relative to space, the Earth isn't rotating. And therefore, the atmosphere isn't rotating. And you see it as still in reality, so you have to make up this like elegant story about how there's not two reference frames. It's one reference frame. The Earth's atmosphere is somehow glued or tethered or velcroed to the Earth. But that's what you have to do. This is the doublespeak that you have to contend with when dealing with globe earthers. Thanks.
Well, that wasn't my claim. My original claim was that planes can make adjustments to keep themselves in a straight path. So I don't see how any of this is an issue. I never said anything about reference frames. That wasn't what I was saying. I never said I disagree with two reference frames. Just putting words in my mouth. Yeah, I think my claim was pretty easy. I think it makes sense. I don't see the problem with it. And I don't see how the Foucault pendulum has anything to do with it or disproves that. So, that's all.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong then?
I would have to watch I might have to watch the video again.
Okay, so he said that because of the Earth's rotation, the ball deviated a few centimeters, and they scored a field goal. Right, they won the game because of the Earth.
I'm sure that was actually a joke. Was it not? Let me rewatch.
It was not a joke.
Saying it was
not a joke. Tweeted it.
I'm gonna look at it for myself.
It was not a joke. He tweeted it, and he went on to an interview with this.
Let me see, because there's been some things where people are like, "Oh, look, this person said this," and it's like it's so obviously a joke. Let me just.
So we get it, right? The globe is a joke. Same stuff when they say, "Well, it smells like farts on Uranus," right? They make jokes about it.
I mean, I think it's kind of yeah. I mean, it's fun to have fun. I mean,
well, that's the actual narrative, Octanweasel. It smells like farts on Uranus, but I digress. Right? It wasn't a joke. The same as Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I can't find it. Does anyone have a link to this video?
Sure. 1 second. It's very easy. Type in Neil deGrasse Tyson football. And here you go. It's a 6 minutes long video in an interview with him and a woman. And he explains how it works.
All right, and he's probably correct. He's a lot smarter than I am. That's for sure.
So the football is like how many seconds in the air? 10? 20?
Okay, let's see here.
So the football is 10 seconds, 15 seconds in the air, and the helicopter that's 2 hours in the air is just tugged along according to conservation of momentum, but the football isn't.
What time does he say the football or whatever? Do you know or no?
You know, a lot of times, the person that talked the most, instead of just watching and listening, is the person that don't know what they're talking about.
So 2 minutes 17, he explains it, right? 2 minutes 17, he explains it. He said, like, with his hand gestures, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna figure out because the football field is on a southwest northwest, right? And he did some punching, some calculations, and it's not a joke.
Hey Roger, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Sorry, Redman, I go ahead.
No. This was directed towards him. You know we get.
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson is allowed to joke on national television about his model, right? It's all fun and games.
I think you have to realize that these people in these positions, their goal isn't to, I guess, really prove things anymore to anyone on like in this fashion. Because I mean, the vast majority already, follows the mainstream narrative of what the Earth is.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's the use of a pendulum? What does it prove?
That the Earth is rotating. I'm assuming we're talking about.
Okay. This is smart guy. So now I'm gonna ask you another question. Do you have to start the pendulum, or will it start by itself?
Oh, of course you have to start it.
Why?
So you could get it to move.
Why?
So you can show that the Earth is rotating.
Right. This is a smart guy. If I gotta start it, then the Earth is not spinning. It should spin. It should start by itself.
So I think you're missing the point of what the Foucault pendulum is supposed to be proving. It's not supposed to be showing, oh, look at the Earth is spinning, so this object should just move for some reason all of a sudden. It's supposed to be showing, which it does, that the Earth is spinning, and you could calculate it based on where you are on the Earth. So the closer you are to the poles, it matches up with the sphere. The sphere, it's going to take, 24 hours to rotate? Then when you get to the equator, it's a lot slower. And you can...
Equator is slower.
Well, yeah.
You might want to go back and check your model.
No,
it's
so
the
Foucault,
fastest.
No, so the Foucault pendulum... No, the Foucault pendulum completes its rotation quicker at the poles. I believe. Wow. Unless I'm getting it backwards. I'm pretty sure I'm correct.
Yeah, you're wrong. You would be
what?
wrong.
Yeah, am I right or am I wrong?
Wrong.
Okay, so just real quick. Does anyone here know if the Foucault pendulum completes a rotation 24 hours at the poles? Am I correct on that? Does anyone here know that?
Well, it doesn't, because you need to keep it alive, right? You need to keep it moving. It stops. So it doesn't do whatever you want in 24 hours. It doesn't. It stops.
No, see, but okay, so I think this is where you're missing the point. Is that it's not supposed to... No, real quick, let me just speak. It's not supposed to show that, since the Earth is spinning, it will keep an object in motion, constantly in motion. That's not the purpose of the Foucault pendulum. So of course we have to move it. What it's supposed to show, though, and it does, when we just keep it in a straight line, that the pendulum appears to rotate, but the pendulum isn't rotating, it's the Earth beneath it. Because the pendulum is going only in one direction.
Right. But it doesn't happen with the airplane or the helicopter, right?
know what? I guess if the plane were to go in a straight line for a really long time, then maybe you start seeing the difference.
Or maybe
Or my pendulum clock.
So yeah, I just think that because most people that I talk to about the Falcon pendulum on the server, they usually say that, oh, but you have to move it first. But of course, but that's not what the pendulum is trying to prove. So you're not really getting like a gotcha on anything, you know?
Nah. See, they already got you in the joke, if you believe that.
Okay, but that's not like a valid like argument to what I said.
Yeah. I know. You can laugh at it all you want. Like I said, if the Earth is already spinning, it should start up by itself.
Well, no, because it's going the same speed as the Earth. What else is? I mean, if you have an earthquake, sure, a change in motion, yeah, sure.
Like I said, if you don't understand how it works, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay. Oh, sure.
We never said that was the gotcha. Here's the gotcha, right? When you're dealing with science, you got to deal with a cause and effect experiment, right? So when you're manipulating the variables, you're doing that, and you're getting all the other variables under control so that you can prove things. That's what we're talking about in natural science. We can prove things because we've eliminated all the other variables, and we manipulate the cause, right? We turn it on and off like a light switch, and then we see the effect go on and off, right? So tell me, how did you stop the Earth from spinning to see if it was the cause of the effect of the pendulum swinging that way? How'd you do that?
So I forget if it's the first or second law, but if you put an object in one motion, it will continue that motion. So if the Earth was not spinning, when we swing a pendulum, no matter how much time has passed, nothing would change. But
I'm sorry, I don't think you understand the question. So you have to manipulate the cause, in this case it's the Earth spinning, in order to prove that this is the cause to the effect, which is the pendulum doing what it does. So how did you stop the Earth from spinning in order to prove that this was the cause? Because if you don't do that, right, then it could be any cause, right? It's like you got a lamp that goes out, right? Maybe it's the bulb. Maybe it's the wire. Maybe it's the switch. Maybe it's the breaker box. Maybe the electricity went out. How are you going to figure out what's the cause? You have to go find the cause, right? Maybe you got to plug it in, right? Then the light comes back on. Well, you know that it was unplugged. Or maybe the bulb was out. You changed the bulb. Now it works again. Then it was the bulb. But if you don't do that, if you don't wiggle any of the variables and keep all the other variables under control because you can't plug it in and flip the breaker box, then you're not going to know which one it was. So all the other variables have to stay the same and conduct each hypothesis independent from each other. That's why it's called the independent variable. So I'm going to ask you again, when we're talking about scientific method, natural science, that's word means knowledge. How did you stop the Earth from spinning to see that it was the cause of the Coriolis effect?
So
that's the gotcha.
So I think I could answer that. So we have laws that essentially can't really be broken. And we know that if we put an object in motion, it should remain in that motion. So if the Earth wasn't moving and we were to swing a pendulum, right? Flat, motionless Earth. It should just keep swinging in a straight line. No matter how much time, it could be 5 hours, 24 hours, 1,000 hours, that pendulum should always swing just back and forth. There should be no change. But there is when we swing a pendulum. So, and we could also base it on where we are on the Earth. And the closer to the... Wait, real quick. And the closer we are to the poles, the faster that pendulum completes a rotation. Which also points towards the sphere. So.
Okay. Well, you said that it was the Earth spinning that caused it. I'm going to say that it was magical unicorns. Right? And you can't prove me wrong. And I can't prove you wrong. Is this science that we're talking about now? Have we left
science wouldn't just simply accept that they would ask for a lot of evidence. to support that.
Right, exactly. Right. So where's your evidence that the cause is the Earth spinning and not just any other random thing in the universe?
My evidence is the first law. I mean,
okay, that's not how
unless
the
you say the
scientific
first
method
law
works.
is wrong. I mean,
yeah, I can. Do you want me to? In fact, how about Professor of Yale physics? How about that? How about he says it instead of me? Right? Because what the hell do I know? You're talking about Newtonian's laws, right? The laws of mechanics, laws of motion.
Laws of motion, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to see? That those are dead?
I'm pretty sure they're not dead, or you get like a Nobel Peace Prize if you were able to.
Oh, well, I got something in the live stream voice text incoming in about 10 seconds.
I mean, but I hope my explanation on Foucault's pendulum somewhat made sense, even if you guys disagree.
Well, you kind of opened up a wormhole for yourself because you claimed like some out-of-date shit that never was science to begin with. So if you look at the live stream voice text 55 minutes after the hour, so we do a double slit experiment with a neutron particle, an electron. We close the slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close the slit and open another, fire a bevy of electrons, get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits. Well, we get a big fat 0. And what does this mean? Well, this is the end of Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar, physics of Yale, quantum mechanics. Next one. First, I'll tell you what goes wrong with the Newtonian mechanics. The double slit experiment is the problem. That's when you put the nail. Oh, sorry. That's what puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. So.
Okay, so this is more about light, though. This was, and obviously this was made.
Did you hear him say Newtonian particle and electron?
Yeah. I mean, does this include like the laws of motion?
What? What is Newtonian? Yes. What is Newtonian mechanics? What is Newtonian physics? What is he known for talking about?
Known for talking about a lot.
Yeah, he's also known for talking about like the rapture and the book of Revelation. But usually when we're talking about, in science class, right, in physics, what do you think the physics professor is referring to here?
Well, I mean, this is about the double slit experiment. I mean, this is about light. This is about a whole nother topic.
Right. I can't help it that you don't understand. He says this is the end of Newtonian physics. And the next one he says this is the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics.
Okay, so we have 2 quotes from a whole page of things, and I'm supposed to just change my opinion from these 2 quotes.
I don't care what you do. You can wipe your butt with this paper and go on teaching false stuff like you want to. That's fine with me.
Okay, so let me just look up these quotes in their entirety to see.
Sure. Take your time.
And then also, just because people say things like this, I feel like
does it mean that they mean them?
No, I think you're looking a little too deep.
So what does the nail in the coffin mean? What is that? Is he promoting it? This puts a nail in the coffin. Is this like his favorite physics?
I mean,
is there any positive connotation that you can come up with? This puts the nail in the coffin. Like, if I put the nail in the coffin in your mom, is that like a good thing? If I put like the nail in the coffin,
it's a little weird.
I know, right? It's never a good. Yeah, it was like edgy, right? It was a little weird because there's no good connotation that comes from it. So when I referred to your mom, you automatically got slightly offended because it's a negative connotation, you see.
Yeah, sure. I think I see where this conversation is going.
Well, see, I mean no physical harm or threat to your family or anything like this. We're talking about metaphors, right? It's a metaphor. This puts the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. It's a metaphor for it's buried, it's done, it's 6 feet under, it's not coming back. Because the saying goes, what's the last nail in the coffin, right? That means that it's not resurrecting, it's not coming back. You've heard it before, right?
Wait, what? Sorry.
The nail in the coffin. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that phrase.
Okay, so what do you think if he says, because I got another one here, today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up just to destroy them. Build up Newton, shot down. Build up Maxwell, going to get shot down. I'll post it right here. I mean, does this sound like positive stuff? Like the professor of physics, is he promoting Newton, or is he saying that this is done and over with? I mean, this is the chair of physics at Yale. This is not just some.
I mean, so you're posting quotes of people and saying, "Well, this is the end all be all."
No, I'm citing my source because I'm a pizza guy. If I say that Newtonian physics doesn't count, you're going to be like, "Oh, you're a pizza guy, right?" But this guy is a specialist in his field, right? So if he says something, you might ought to listen to him, right? Because you're just what do you do for a living? A student? Do you work? What do you do?
Contractor.
Okay, so you're just a contractor. So you know about contract law, but you probably don't know very much about physics, right?
Nope.
But if someone were to ask you, like, hey, I want to sell this truck, I want to know how to make a contract, I'm pretty sure you could, help somebody out, right? And if somebody quoted you, like, hey, my cousin Tim, he's a contractor. He showed me that there has to be 3 things to make a contract legit. There has to be 2 parties, an exchange of goods, right? And someone has to give and someone has to receive something, right? There has to be an exchange of value. It doesn't have to be goods, excuse me. So you need those 3 things to make a contract, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you can teach people contract law. You can teach people, like your everyday guy, how to make a contract to sell a truck for $200 a month for 15 months, that sort of thing, right? So if someone were to ask you, you'd be able to tell them, right? Well, this guy, he's the professor, he's the chair of physics at Yale. Like, this isn't just some little, college, right? Where some new professor, without his tenure, like, this is a tenured professor at one of the best colleges in the world, and he's saying, we don't use Newtonian mechanics. Not the way that you're thinking. Well, that's not exactly what he said. That's not what he said. He's saying, we're going to shoot down, put a nail in the coffin, and this is the end of Newtonian mechanics. That's what he said, actually.
Okay. So there's a lot of theories that I believe are better than like the Newtonian physics and everything. But that doesn't mean that they're, still not valid or can't be used anymore. Like, for example, people aren't going to use like special relativity or something because it's a lot more complicated. And you could just use Newton's. So it's like, I don't know what this is really doing, because, I mean, the laws of motion are still very valid.
Then you disagree with Professor Schenker.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, just because he's a professor, I mean, that sounds like an appeal to what? Appeal to authority on your part? You're like, oh,
appeal to authority is when you say, like, well, the cop told you that this is lawful, so it has to be lawful. Well, a cop's not a lawyer. Right, so just because the cop has, hold on, I'm explaining how this logical fallacy works. If it's a professor of physics and you cite him talking about physics, that's not appeal to authority. If you cite a cop talking about physics or law, he's not a lawyer, that would be an appeal to authority. But if you're citing them with this inside their specific field, like Dr. Peterson, right? He's a psychoanalyst. So when he talks about, Freud and, all that psychobabble bullshit, he really knows what the fuck he's talking about. But when he goes outside of his field of expertise and he's talking about something, he usually says, "Now look, this is outside of my field. I'm sorry I sound like Kermit, but I'm just, this is what I think." And then he talks about what he thinks about. Like, he doesn't necessarily, you can't really cite his, idea. You can't cite him for physics. That would be an appeal to authority. But you can cite him on his psychoanalysis of, Freud. That would be valid because he's a psychoanalyst. He can analyze Jung and say that, yeah, this guy was crazy, but he's got some good stuff, right?
So yeah, I just don't see how just because there's a better theory doesn't make the previous theory completely invalid. I mean, again,
please.
Well,
so you want to eat have your cake and eat it? Is that it? So when it's
no, I'm giving my answer
for you. Yeah, but when it works for your mind, then it's okay to use all the busted stuff.
It's not
right?
busted. It's just that there's a better theory. It's not like it just breaks. It's not like the old theory just like falls apart when you find a new one. It's like, oh well, can't use that anymore.
So what Hank just told you, right? It put the nail in the coffin.
I mean, sure, he posted 4 quotes.
Okay.
I mean, I could post a lot of quotes from NASA saying how good something is, but that's not going to do anything, right?
We're not talking. We were specifically talking about the laws of motion, right? Which have been debunked.
They haven't been debunked. It's just that it's like they haven't been debunked.
They were
it's just that there are better
Einstein.
theories. Yeah, they were superseded, but not debunked. It's not like. So it depends what application you're using.
So are they both valid at the same time?
I mean, it depends what you're using them for. I mean, Newton's theory and Einstein's theory can both be used for the same things a lot of the times. But when you get into
one's 3 space and one's 4 space. In Newton, it's spooky action at a distance that's instantaneous, right? In Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. But in your head, they fit together like peanut butter and jelly, right?
I mean, they could both be used to make similar calculations, but if you use Einstein's theories, it will always be better than Newton's, because the math is just better, which is why most people use Einstein's theory. Now, but if you're dealing with very basic things, you could still use Newton. It's just not going to be as accurate. But if you don't care about being that accurate, then you can still use Newton's theories, because they're easier.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 7 minutes past the hour. It looks like somebody's backing me up. I appreciate that. Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that the free test particle move along geodesics, the shortest curve in the space-time geometry. Let's see, who's that? Bekenstein? Okay. Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the law of motion and the law of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since the published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Does that sound like he's like the right-hand man, or like they're ruling together? Oh, toppled from the throne? That usually means that they're dead. That's another euphemism.
Okay, so their first quote...
Hold on. I just want to point out that every time that, we cite a source, right, and we're mentioning, these people talking about Newton, they're using these metaphors that have to do with death. Shot down, right? Okay. That's death. Wait, nail in the coffin, right? Toppled from the throne. These are all like euphemisms for death. You know that, right?
Okay, sure. But let me just... So the first quote that Don... I can't pronounce his name. The first quote he posted, I'm reading literally the second sentence. And it's basically saying this theory is highly accurate in its predictions in regarding everyday phenomenon. However, high precision measurements of motion in the solar system, binary planets, and structures of black holes can only be in terms of the relativistic theory. So even in the quote where it's like being replaced, they acknowledge, like I do, that you could use it in everyday life still. It's still good. It's just that Einstein's better. That's literally what I've been saying. So again, he didn't read it. I'm not surprised. Now I'm going to read the second one because I wouldn't be surprised within the first 5 sentences. It'll probably say the same thing that I did.
Go ahead. Yeah, cite your source. Show me what we're talking about. Copy and paste it. The whole thing. Yeah, you're saying that there's, context, right?
Oh yeah, because I just read the first 2 sentences from Donato BR from the first link he posted that used the quote.
It's Donato.
Gee, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to offend anybody. So you want me to just post the quote?
Are you saying there's some sort of discrepancy in what we're quoting here? You're saying we're cherry picking or something along those lines? Yeah. Post the full thing so we can see it and talk about it. Don't just be like, well, I read 2 sentences before. You're debunked. You know,
that's going to be a wall of text. Wait, why is it so fucking...
Yeah, we need to go through it. If you're saying there's...
Okay,
if you're saying there's context...
I'm just saying it's just a lot.
Well, point out the part that you're accusing of some sort of discrepancy.
Wait a minute. If we really care, read the whole thing that I posted. This is why it's bad just to rip quotes. They're just looking for one specific quote. You should read the whole thing.
Do you know the difference between a quote and citing your source? Like I said, I'm a pizza guy. Everything that comes out of my mouth is hot air. So I use someone who's a little more qualified in the field, someone who's highly educated. I don't know. Are you? I'm not citing my source from you. I'm citing my source from the professor at Yale.
Right, but I'm saying you should still read what they posted. You shouldn't just go off of one quote out of a whole page. That's just bad practice in general.
Okay,
it doesn't take anyone smart to do that.
Do you know what citing your source is?
I did. I posted it.
No, I'm asking you, do you know what citing your source is?
My source is from the first link that guy linked, the guy whose name I can't say.
Okay, let me help you out. So in school, right, they teach you that
I don't want
you can't just rip... Bro, hold on. They tell you in school that you can't just rip off someone else's work. So when you quote someone, like if I said, Fairbanks, Alaska did a 4-year study on Tower 7, September 11th, 9/11, right? And if I were to quote something out of there, I'm supposed to cite that as my source. This is my source material where I got this information from about 9/11. If I just go quoting them, then everybody's going to think that I'm smart. That's called plagiarism. So I'm not just quoting the guy. I'm citing my source of where I got my information from, so that you may go and check it out.
I cited my source.
Okay, so let's
my
go
source
over
is
this.
actually your
Point out
source.
the discrepancy. Go ahead. Point out the discrepancy.
I posted the text from your source.
All right, let me have a read. I asked you to point out the specific part, but I guess you mean the whole thing?
Yeah. I think it's important that the whole thing, yeah. And just saying, my main focus was just because there's a new and better theory doesn't mean we still can't use the old ones for basic everyday things, which is what it says.
All right, I read it. You know what it said? It said that Newtonian mechanics breaks down, and it doesn't work where there's these extra solar system phenomena, such as binary pulsars, black holes, expansion of the universe, right? So when this happens, they reverted to, this is called an ad hoc theory, they switched to Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, which proves my point that Newtonian is dead, Einstein is the theory, right? So I posted another link for Harvard. You heard of Harvard, right? Because pizza guys are probably dumb. You should probably listen to the expert at Harvard. So this is called the vacuum catastrophe. It's about the cosmological constant problem. Okay, so the quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density in the vacuum, and its density should have large gravitational effects. So what are the subjects of this? Two subjects in one sentence. What are we talking about? Quantum field theory and gravity, right? Gravitational effects. You with me so far?
Yep.
However, these effects, which ones? The gravitational ones, are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. Do you know what that means?
That it was wrong or something?
It was wrong by a number with 120 zeros. 10 with 120 zeros after it. So when you look at gravity and you compare the theory and the observation, so what is the theory? The theory here is the quantum field theory, right? Because this is the subject, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when you compare the theory to the observation, so what we actually see in reality is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. Now this one's talking about Einstein, because quantum field theory is where they tried to marry quantum physics and Einstein's gravity.
Okay, I get.
I don't know if you understand what this means, but
I mean, I was gonna say
this is the nail in the coffin for.
So I wouldn't say it's a nail because I mean, we call theories a theory because they're always going to be incomplete. So when you find something wrong with it, it's not like, oh, we can't throw away the whole theory. I mean, that's not how science works. Science is largely based
Whoa, we're not talking about science. Einstein never produced a hypothesis with gravity.
I could probably go on the Wikipedia, but I'm pretty sure he predicted a lot of stuff, which is what makes a theory valid.
Yeah, so did Chloe from Jamaica. Just give this man your money. Yeah, we're not talking about theories that can be predicted. We need valid hypothesis testing. That's what science is, right? We're talking about natural science.
Wait, so you're telling me you wouldn't use a theory even if it were to like benefit your life in some way?
Do you know the difference between a theory and a scientific theory?
They're pretty loosely interchanged. Like when people. What? Well, it really depends who you ask.
Okay, I'll answer the question for you. The difference is one is scientific and one is a layman's theory. So the scientific theory has been validated through rigorous testing and has proved the theory to be correct. The other one, that's a layman's theory, any village idiot can give you a theory of why the lights in the sky are doing what they're doing. So show me the hypothesis, the valid hypothesis, in Einstein's paper that was written in 1915. I would like to see it.
Not something I could really just, find and get and really want to do at 2 in the morning.
Because it doesn't exist. So 19 minutes past the hour. One could see that relativity and quantum mechanics, the two most fundamental theories of matter, really directly contradict each other in the sense that relativity is local, it's casual, it's determined, it's continuous, and quantum mechanics is just the opposite.
Okay.
You know what the problem is? Quantum mechanics is experimental science, and theoretical astrophysics, there's no science in the entire field. Watch, I'll prove it to you. I'll show you right here. Where's he at? What if I told you that Michio Kaku said that no one in my field uses the so-called scientific method? Leaps of logic. Guesswork.
I guess I would like to read it.
Right, so there's a definition of pseudoscience while you wait. Get real familiar with that because you're going to need it.
Oh, this guy? I feel like this guy's misquoted so much. I need to rewatch that video.
Hold on, let me find it. It's quite a ways down. I'll go ahead and give you that too. I do apologize about the wait. I got quite a bit of stuff here.
No, it's fine. I got all the time in the world. That's why I'm here.
All right, go ahead and click on that video if you don't mind.
And is he, and what field is he talking about? Like quantum mechanics? Or what is he talking about?
You'd have to look him up and do your own research. I'm letting the man speak for himself. No one that I know of in my field. So let's look up Michio Kaku.
Oh, is that his name? Yeah, see, I didn't even know his name. Oh.
Yeah, let's look it up together, because, he might just be some quack, right?
Well, how the hell do you spell his name?
Hell if I know. Michio, Japanese, nope, that's not the right one. Oh, it autofilled it, no wonder. Alright, so according to Wikipedia, right? Grain of salt, right? Michio Kaku, Michiokaku. I'm about to cite my source here. I mean, it's Wikipedia, right? But,
okay, thank you. I got it.
Come on, it's got to be mostly accurate. It's just talking about the guy. All right, born 1947, theoretical physicist, futurist, popularizer of science communicator. He is a professor of theoretical physics. Right, so he's talking about theoretical physics. So when you said, earlier that theoretical is interchangeable with, scientific theory and irregular theory, this guy just proved you wrong. He said there is no scientific theory in my field. No one that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. So that means every guy.
But what field is he in?
I just told you, theoretical physics. He's a professor of theoretical physics, City College of New York. You heard of it? I mean, these aren't little people that I'm quoting from. This isn't, the college at, Texas, right? Like, this isn't the A&M Commerce, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like the big guns. Founded in 1847, City College was the first free public institute of higher education in the United States. It is the oldest CUNY's 24 institution of higher learning and is considered its flagship college. So that guy works there. So he's no run-of-the-mill professor.
So how does this tie into... I don't even remember what we were talking about.
I just told you. You said that a scientific theory is interchangeable with a layman's theory, right? And I just showed you that when we're talking about theoretical physics, like Einstein and space-time, there's no science involved. So they're not interchangeable at all. If there's no scientific method, it's a just-so story. In other words, it's a layman's story. It's a cool story, bro. Imagine if you go to the Village Idiot and you say, hey, what do you think that is up there? And he gives you a story, right? And then you go to Michio Kaku and you say, what do you think that is up there? And he gives you a story. They're both equally scientific value, which is 0. Do you get it now?
Well, yeah, but I don't know how this ties into what we were originally talking about with like Newton and Einstein.
Gravity, bro. It's not scientific. It's not scientific. Okay, do you know what science means? Natural science. It means that we can test things, eliminate variables, form hypotheses, and prove things right or wrong. But if you remove the scientific method out of that, it's a cool story, bro. Do you understand?
I don't know how this branch of science has anything to do with what we were talking about, what I said, when you could still use Newton's theory even though there's one that superseded it. That was like the original talking point. So I don't know how we got down to theoretical physics. I don't know.
I led you down the path. I gave you the information.
But that doesn't do anything.
I'm the Village Idiot. Read those guys and listen to those guys because they know what they're talking about, okay?
I mean, I did, and one of the sources literally said what I said. Newton's can be used for everyday phenomenon, but Einstein's a lot more accurate, and it's a lot better with black holes.
They're not interchangeable. Einstein has 4 space. Newton's is 3 space.
Okay, but you could still use either theory. I mean, the words are the same. It's not like, oh, there's a new theory. The words are going to change.
So if I calculate the galaxy spinning 10 times too fast, like Michio Kaku says, and I use Newton's equation, right, and it proves that the galaxy should fly apart, like Michio Kaku says, but it doesn't, so they came up with the theory of dark matter, right, to take more matter, put it inside of the galaxy so that it has more gravitation so it can hold on to the stars at the outer parts of the galaxy that are spinning too fast, right? Let's say that I do that, right? So that's a theory. It's called dark matter theory. It's not a scientific theory. It's a Village Idiot theory. They're both equally as scientific. The Village Idiot comes up with a theory about why the stars don't fly off, and then the scientists come up with, in this case, this was a Catholic priest. He came up with this theory. The Village Idiot and the Catholic priest, they're both just as scientific, except for we're going to go with the Catholic priest, right? The dark matter, right? There's another theory that's competing with this one. It's called dark gravity. So dark gravity and dark matter, they're both competing theories for the same phenomenon. Which one is right? Which one is correct?
So I think you're conflicting scientific method and scientific theory. Because when we're talking about scientific theory, we're talking about something that, like, we can see. Like, okay, so this guy claims that this will happen. Okay, let's put that to the test. And that's what we did with Einstein's. I mean, okay, so I go on the Wikipedia and look up tests done with general relativity. There's been a ton, because a lot of people want to prove Einstein wrong, because that would get you a lot of money.
How is going against the mainstream going to get you a lot of money? They take away your doctorate and make it to where you can't find a job. What do you know about real life, bro?
If you superseded Einstein's theory, come on. If you superseded Einstein's theory, that would be huge. You would be known. You would probably get a lot of money. Let's be real. But no one has yet. People are trying. And probably one day there probably will be a better theory than Einstein's. I'm pretty hopeful.
Yeah, scientific theory is a scientific theory because of experimentation. It's not because of some dude told them, right? So you have the colloquial word theory, but a scientific theory is something that has been proven by extensive experimentation and validation.
To be fair, and I think I'm being nitpicky, but scientific theories can never be proven because they're theories to begin with. Like, there's some assumed things that sometimes can't be proven, and that's why it stays a theory.
No,
you don't know what you're talking about. Look at what I just posted, right? So at 30 minutes after the hour, there should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and controlled. Dependent variable, the effect; result, the prediction; the independent variable, the cause, that which is varied or manipulated by the scientists to produce the effect. Controlled variables are variables that are held constant so not to confound the test. Experiment. There are 3 important variables you have to remember when you're designing your experiment. So you have to have these things. Now, why are these things so important? Why are they so important? Do you know? Why is it important to control the variables?
Well, so you know what's truly causing it?
Exactly. So, how did we remove all the space-time to prove that it was the cause of this, that, and the other?
Well,
you can't remove space-time, can you?
Well, that's why it's called a theory. Again, this is what I've already said. I said there's a lot of things that are assumed. That's why it's called a theory to begin with. I mean, like, no one's trying to pass off the theory as like, oh, this is proven 100%. There will never be anything else that's better than this. No, it's acknowledged as a theory. It's going to change over time. Some things are wrong in the theory that have already been changed. That's just what a theory is. It's a constantly developing
You're talking
thing.
about just so stories, man. I'm talking about science, bro. Pay attention. So at 31 minutes after the hour, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment.
Yeah, and that's what people have done with Einstein's theory. They put it...
No, there's no experiment, bro. Show me. How do you remove space-time to prove that it was the cause?
No.
How do you...
No.
Listen.
No, that's assumed.
Stop.
That's one of the assumed things.
Stop right now. It says up here at 30 minutes after the hour that you have to manipulate the cause, that would be space-time, right, to see the effect, right? And then you scroll down to the last thing that I posted. Experiment is the final arbiter of truth. The next thing it says, the only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That is the only way we change our mind. Professor Yale, Shankart. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it is wrong. It is the simple statement is the key of science. Richard Feynman, Nobel Prize. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. Max Planck, Nobel Prize, Physics. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatably incompatible with experiment tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, if its predictions must agree with experimental results if we are to believe that it is a valid description of nature in physics, as in every experimental science, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of a hypothetical prediction is absolutely necessary. So, do you see how you're talking about like poetry?
See the problem. So
you're talking about poetry.
No, wait, let me explain.
Go ahead.
Okay. So what they manipulate, well, God, okay, I'll try to explain a theory one more time. So in a theory, it's called a theory because there's a lot of assumed things, like space-time and stuff. I don't think that has ever been proven. But they assume that when they do the experiments. And
what experiment?
Okay, I'll just post the Wikipedia page real quick.
I'm just asking what experiment, because if you say you have an experiment, I'd like to see it.
All right, I'm gonna post all of them.
Sure.
So that, and this was the first famous test. Oh, slow. Slow chat's killing me. Okay, and then there's that. Basically, they did tests that Einstein said this is what should happen. We did the test. And he was right. He made a correct prediction. So that validates the theory. It doesn't prove the theory, it just validates the theory even more. But let's say if someone were to make another theory that's a lot more accurate, then it would supersede Einstein's. But you would still be able to use Einstein's just fine. So, I mean, like you're saying
I'm looking for
that,
this test.
I posted a live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for it. Which test are you talking about? What's the experiment?
The perhelion precession of Mercury? I butchered that word already now.
Perihelion. You did pretty good. That's all right.
Alright, cool. But that was one of the first experiments that they did to validate, and it's very important that
So
we don't
how did
say
they
prove, because
manipulate?
you don't prove anything.
How did they manipulate the precession of Mercury?
Well, so Newton's theory, I guess, couldn't make a prediction right on Mercury. So then they tried
I don't
out
think you understand.
Einstein's.
It's not about prediction.
That's what
Right?
theories help us with.
Okay. Let me explain to you. Let's say your car doesn't start, right? And I can predict it's not going to start again. That's not going to help you, bro. You're going to take your car to a mechanic, and he's going to start diagnostics. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, but real quick,
Diagnostics. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, but if your theory was, if you take it to a mechanic, he could probably fix it, then yeah, your theory would be pretty
Right,
valid.
but that's not a scientific theory. That's a layman's theory. So let me explain what's going to happen. You take your car to the mechanic. He's going to start running diagnostics. He's going to go back to his, professor, and he's going to say to himself, every engine needs 4 things. Combustion, right? It has to have the pressure in the gasket so it doesn't lose the compression, right? So you have to have that's one. You have to have air and gas mixture and spark. So if it doesn't have the combustion, it has to have the compression, or the gas, the air, or the spark, your engine's not going to run. So he starts eliminating the process of elimination. Okay, well, it's getting gas, it's getting air, it's getting compression. Oh, you need to get a new spark plug, or in this case, it would probably be a what are they called? They don't call them distributor caps anymore. Whatever the new thing is that you take out with like a hand tool. That's the cause, because he eliminated everything else, right? So once you eliminate all the other things and you got one thing, and then you change it out, and then you put the new piece in, and it starts right up. You've eliminated everything else, and you proved that was the cause. Now, if you take it to, the village idiot, right? The guy in your town that walks up and down, doesn't have a job, he doesn't ever seem like he has anything to do. That guy in your town. Every town has one, right? You take your car to him, he might say, maybe it ain't got no gas in it. He might theorize, maybe there ain't no air in the tires, right? He could come up with all the theories in the world, but the mechanic is going to use kind of like a variation of the scientific method. That's what diagnostics is. He goes through all the variables of why your car isn't running, and then when he figures out which one it is, that's the part that goes in your car. And he proved it. That's why your car wasn't running. Because the next day you pick it up, you give him $500 for something you could have done on YouTube, for a lot cheaper.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. I mean, I don't have a problem with trying to find the truth with things. But here's the thing. When we can't find the causes, it's better to have a theory than no theory at all. I mean, why wouldn't we make a theory that could possibly help us make predictions?
You're stuck on theory. I'm on science. Okay, so do you understand how the scientific method works?
They're used interchangeably.
What?
Yes.
Cite your source for that, bro. Cite your source. The theory and the scientific method they're used interchangeably. Go ahead and cite your source.
Wait. Okay, you're bringing up scientific method now. I thought we were just talking about theory.
No, I've been talking about science this whole time.
Are you talking about scientific method or theory? They're two different things.
Yeah, they are. So listen, I'm talking about scientific method.
Okay, so we're not talking about. So this whole time it wasn't about theory.
You were talking about gravity, which is theories, not scientific theories. Because you haven't produced a hypothesis test that is
I'm trying to
valid.
figure out where we are. Are you talking about scientific theories versus theory, or are you talking about scientific method versus scientific theory/theory?
Okay. You're trying to confuse things. What we've been talking about, I'll straighten it out for you. What we've been talking about this whole time is the difference between science and pseudoscience. That's why I said, read this definition. You're going to need it for later. Do you remember when I said that? Do you remember when I, posted the picture of Michio Kaku and I said, pseudoscience, read that.
Yeah, that guy, yeah.
A collection of belief that practice mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. So, you're talking about theories, which is pseudoscience.
You were talking about the scientific method. That's why
I'm talking about scientific. Yeah.
So that's where I think the disconnect is. I was talking about scientific theories in general.
No, you weren't talking about scientific theories. No, you weren't talking about scientific theories because you haven't produced one valid hypothesis to back up any of your theories.
So, a theory is valid based on its predictions. You're talking about the scientific method that you need to follow this, and this. A theory is valid if it makes valid predictions that benefit us.
Okay. So, I predict that your car isn't going to start the next time you turn the key. How does that benefit anything?
Well, the thing is with cars, though, we know the causes. We create theories when we don't have any causes, when we don't have any answers. Because, it's better to theorize on what's happening and to try and make predictions based off of that than just to do nothing.
I'm sorry for laughing at you, bro, but when it's 8 o'clock in the morning and you got to be at work at 8:15 and you start your car and it won't start, you have no fucking idea why it won't start.
You could do a diagnostic and figure it out. It's not like it's like this eternal mystery.
There you go. You have to do diagnostics, which is a variation.
We're trying to do with theories. We're trying to figure it out.
It's a variation of the scientific method. Like a theory is what your grandmother does. Maybe the battery's dead. Like she can't get out there and check it herself. She's old and decrepit because she worked all of her life raising your bitch ass, right? So what a man does is I'm going to use like the process of elimination, right? And what I learned about the scientific method and whatever I might need off of YouTube, and I'm going to fix this thing and I'm going to call my boss and tell him that I'm coming. Bro, don't fire me. I'm on my way, right? And you're going to fix your car using a variation of the scientific method. You're not going to stand back and put your hand on your hips and go, maybe it ain't got no windshield wiper fluid in it. Maybe the blinker fluid ran dry.
I think this whole conversation was largely pointless. I think this whole time you kept mixing method and scientific theory, which is why I think you got virtually nowhere. But hey.
Okay, I just cited a bunch of stuff. Do you at least know what the natural sciences? What are
natural sciences?
What are the 3 things that you need for an experiment?
3 things? I don't know.
I read it out earlier. Independent, dependent, control variable.
Okay.
If you don't have this, you don't have science. And if you don't have science, you have pseudoscience. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If that's the only thing you took away from this conversation, you'll be way better off in the future. Don't follow pseudoscience.
I don't.
Bro, you just got through talking about Newton.
Dumbass, you do.
Newton doesn't have any experiments, bro. Not a valid hypothesis in his whole entire life. He didn't come up with one.
Again, are we talking about methods or my main point was talking about theories originally. That's why I brought up Newton, Einstein's general relativity.
Yeah, and I showed you how to validate them. Maybe the car isn't working because it ain't got blinker fluid. Okay, let's go check the blinker fluid. I can't find the blinker fluid department. Fuck. There's no blinker fluid. Gotta look on YouTube.
Where's that goddamn
blinker
fluid? Yeah.
Blinker fluid is a joke, right? Do more research.
No.
Right. So here's the thing, bro. When your car breaks down, you're not gonna theorize.
Well,
you're gonna
because we
do a
know the
series
car-
of tests.
Well, because we know
Listen,
what
bro,
to do.
You're
You
gonna
can't
do a
compare
series
space
of
and a
tests to
car.
find out the cost.
Oh my gosh, I can't hear Hank talk.
Because wait. He talks for like 3 minutes straight, and I get like 10 seconds. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay,
Okay.
let's be realistic. You just keep on talking, dude. You're not even
Go
listening to
ahead,
what
bro.
he's saying.
Teach me about the theories. I want to know about the theories.
I mean, that's a lot of reading. I can't say all that in the Discord chat.
Look, I've been pretty lenient on you, and I haven't really cracked on you pretty hard because I know that you're a young man. How old are you, sir?
Big Bad 24.
You would do well to take the information that the professors are saying, because right, I'm a village idiot, and to learn from that, because in the future you're going to have to make some very important choices in your life, and if they're based on conjecture or theory, you might make the wrong decision. But if you can actually figure out how to make your theories based on verifiable, reliable, empirical, repeatable, testable, and most importantly, falsifiable, because if it isn't falsifiable, it's no good to you, bro. Like, okay, I got a theory. There's green grass on the dark side of the moon. You can't prove me wrong. Neener. Is that a good theory?
Well, no, because I mean, because what validates a theory is when you do experimentation, and there was experimentation done on Newton's and Einstein's.
Good. Show me the hypothesis. Put it in the text chat. I want the independent, dependent control variable so I can do the experiments myself. Because that's the thing about science. It's not like religion where nothing ever changes. It changes every day. If you have an experiment for Newton, I'd like to see it. What's a natural observed phenomenon?
You want me to explain it? You go.
Can I just say something real quick? Because I don't know Octane, but I've talked to him plenty of times before. I don't know if you remember, but I clearly remember you saying that mass attracting mass, which is Newton's, is just a belief. So I know you know there's no like experimentation for Newton's. Maybe you can, unless you found like a new thing.
Well,
since then.
We can make predictions based on Newton's math and everything.
What are you like? Are you a palm reader? What's up with all these predictions?
But there's
we can know like we shoot a missile somewhere. Like we can know where it lands and stuff like that. That includes Newton's theory. Like if we like launch a ball from a catapult or something, we could predict where it's going to land.
Yeah, but how is that mass attracting mass?
Well, see, this is why it's a theory, because some things are unproven. If the whole thing was proven, it wouldn't be called a theory anymore, right?
Okay, but you said there was an experimentation to prove this theory, right? So, as far as I know, before when I spoke to you, there was just a belief that you claimed it was a belief. Now you said there's an experimentation. I'm just saying.
Okay, so
since you've been gone for like 6 months, maybe you've found something new that you can enlighten us upon.
I'm still waiting on it, by the way.
So maybe it's my fault. I keep using the wrong words. I keep saying proven. It just validates the theory even more, which I guess kind of inclines us to keep using it.
Stop decorating your words with colors.
What? What? So don't talk the way I talk? What?
No. We just want. Listen, me specifically, I like to just use simple words, simple answers. Just simply give us the experimentation that proves Newton's theory of mass attracting mass. What is the experimentation you're talking about?
You can't prove theories because they're inherently theories. I don't know what else to say besides that. I mean, you're asking me to prove a theory, but it's a theory.
No, you said there was an experimentation, unless I misheard you.
So there are things you can do that validate the theory. based on the predictions like that it gives us ahead of time. So like we could make a calculation on from like a catapult, like when we launch a ball, we could predict where it's going to land. It incorporates Newton's theory.
Okay, maybe I'm just repeating myself, but okay. You go ahead. Continue, Hank.
Yeah, no, I think it's just a disagreement.
He's purposely acting confused.
What?
Right there.
I'm confused. I mean, yeah, there because you're questioning me on something that doesn't make sense.
But here's the thing. Earlier, Hank gave you an example of you can find. I didn't hear this specific example, but like green grass on the other side of the moon or something. That's his theory. How would you know what I mean? Like if there's no way of verifying it or actually using some type of scientific method or experimentation to validate it, how would you say if what he's theorizing is true or not?
Okay, so if Hank were to just give us a theory, right? We would have to do some tests and experiments on it to validate it. But if there's no way to validate it, no one's really going to use it because it doesn't benefit us in
gravity
in any way.
Like gravity?
Well, gravity benefits us because we weigh things. I mean, what do you mean? Gravity's used for a lot.
You can't measure it. You can't do anything with it. It doesn't exist, but it benefits us.
Well, okay.
You talk in circles.
No. Okay, so are you saying you would rather live in a world that's worse when we could use a theory, even though it may not be real?
Here's my theory on gravity. Tell me if you agree with my theory on gravity, okay? Here's my theory. My unicorn holds all the water to the ball in space. Is that better than Newton's? I think it is.
Well,
it explains more.
Would it make more accurate predictions? Sure, yeah. I don't see why not.
Rainbows because when he farts, he creates rainbows. So that's two things my unicorn does.
Sure, that would be a valid theory if it made accurate predictions.
Why am I not getting paid for it? You said if you have a better theory, you get
because
paid a lot
you would have to make accurate. You would have to make accurate predictions with your theory. But if you can't, you're going to use your
Every
theory.
time it rains, I see my unicorn goes out and makes rainbows somewhere.
Oh, okay, but does it make accurate predictions? It's a very simple.
Yes, every time it rains, my unicorn
show it then. Show it.
When next time it's raining, at a certain point, go look for a rainbow. You might see it, and if you do, then you know my theory is correct, right?
Well, no, it would have to make a prediction that I could validate. Like you would have to
make a prediction.
You would have to say this is going to happen at this time. To do this and it calculates for these.
My unicorn is going to make a rainbow.
So your theory would be valid if it makes accurate.
Let me show you why this doesn't work. Let me show you why this doesn't work. Okay. So I'm going to make a prediction that it's going to start getting colder, right? So because of the green grass on the dark side of the moon, it's going to start getting colder as the more days pass. And then because of the light colored grass on the sun on our side of the moon, it's going to start getting hotter after Christmas. Right? That's my theory. But how do you prove what I said was the cause, the green grass, was the cause? You don't.
Well, that's the thing.
So that's why hold on, bro. Stop. That's why it's poetry, right? It's just hot air. It's the village idiot with his verbal diarrhea saying, this is what I think is happening, right? You got a pretty mouth, right? This is what I think is happening, right? That's the problem. You don't know what the cause is until you use the scientific method. Without the scientific method, it's a religion because it requires belief. We don't believe that water is boiled by heat, right? We know it. We know that heat causes water to boil because of the scientific method.
I mean, I'm just saying if it's so easy, like you got. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you guys make it sound so easy.
It is easy.
Wait, let me speak. You guys make it sound like it's very easy to just make a theory and have it be accepted essentially by the whole world and all the space agencies. But do you guys have anything? I mean, because you guys are saying, "Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. Get rid of it." But do you guys propose anything
You just said
alternative?
a theory and something in somebody's imagination was confirmed by imaginary things like space agencies. To me, that's what you said to me just now.
I guess you misheard. I don't know what to say.
But I'm sure you've heard of the falsification doesn't require replacement. Or what we're saying is not, we don't know what the causation is. What we're saying is the people that are saying they know the causation, they need to provide us with some type of verifiable, tangible proof of this causation.
Well, you're not looking. So, okay. And, well, that's what they try to do. So that's what validates theories, is that you can predict things with that theory.
But the prediction does not validate the theory. You need to have some type of experimentation. Like Hank was telling you, you need to have the. You said prediction. I'm talking about experimentation.
Okay, so
you
when
need
you
to
do
follow the
predictions,
scientific
generally
method.
do an experimentation. Right?
Okay, I've been telling you, give me the experimentation that shows mass attracts mass.
Well, that's okay. So I can't, because this is why it's a theory, because we don't know the cause. That's
But hold up, you just did a whole 180 on that.
How?
You just contradicting yourself, dude. You just said, okay. You just said that. I'm going to tell you. You just said that to validate a theory, you need to do prediction, and prediction is part of the experiment. But then I ask you for mass attracting mass, you say you don't have an experimentation for that.
Because that's why it's called a theory, because we don't know the cause.
Yeah,
that's
because
the point of the theory.
No, but you are saying you know the cause. Listen.
No,
you're saying the cause of things falling down is mass attracting mass, correct?
Well, that's the assumed cause. We don't know. That's why it's called a theory.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is you keep saying there's an experimentation that proves this theory.
No, it doesn't prove. Validates the theory. That it's
same shit, man. What are you talking about? It validates it. Does it say it's true or not? Does it make it? You're saying that what you're saying is the causation is true or not?
Well, we don't know the cause, so we can't really say if it's true or not.
You're saying it is the cause, though. You're saying it is the cause.
It's the assumed cause. That's why it's called a theory. I mean, if we knew the cause, it wouldn't be called a theory.
Oh my gosh. Okay, mass attracting mass. Throw it out the window, right? Because you're just giving up on that.
No. Why would you throw it out the window if you have nothing better to propose it?
Because it doesn't.
Why would I assume something I don't know and say, yeah, this is taught as fact, right, to children? Assumes that. I mean, why would you assume in science?
Okay.
There's no harm in it, but like Gravity was saying, in honor of his unicorn, he's saying the unicorn is what's causing the for us to be stuck on the ball. So I can assume that theory versus mass attracting mass. For both of them, don't have any way of validating it. You keep saying there is through experimentation. I ask you what the experimentation is, and then you say it's a theory. There's no experiment. So I mean, I don't know.
So let me try to explain the whole unicorn farting thing. It's a dumb one. So I would be fine.
I personally don't believe through the farting, but I think.
Oh no, right? I know you don't. No. Yeah, I know. It's just a dumb one. But okay, so let's just roll with that. So that would be a valid theory, because that would be the assumed cause, right? Is that unicorns fart and then something happens. But we would still need experiments done. I mean, if you're saying we would just use Newton's theory, but we just change the cause, then sure, it would still be just as valid.
Okay, we agree up until that point. You need to have some type of experimentation to validate this. But you're not giving me any experimentation that validates mass attracting mass.
No. Because that's the assumed cause. That's why this whole thing is called a theory.
I get it. What is your...
You're basically asking for the cause.
Okay, no, I'm asking for... Listen, you're saying this is the cause. I'm asking you, okay, why are you thinking this is the cause? What is your reason?
Based on the predictions we could make, based off the predictions we can make on the assumption that we made. So the assumption is mass attracts
Oh
mass.
my
So we
gosh,
see
that
two
is
large bodies and we make a prediction on that and it validates it.
it's what
It
is
doesn't
that
prove
called
it,
when
it just
you're like
I already told you.
What do you mean by validate?
Circular
Hold
reasoning
on.
is what you're doing.
Can we get him
Alright,
to
go ahead.
define validate?
What validate? So that it's correct, right? Like
right, but I just showed you the professor is saying that the only way that we establish something is with the scientific method. They didn't say anything about, validating theories, right? They said if it doesn't pass through the scientific method, then we disregard it. Right? Isn't that what they said? Didn't I read that to you?
I think you're misquoting. Let's
They said without experiment, right? Because you keep saying theory, right? Okay, so
well, because that's the topic.
There's different. No, this is not.
Wait, yes, no, yeah. I've been talking with theory with other people. Come on.
Right, come on, bro. We started off talking about theoretical astrophysics.
No, we didn't.
Right.
We started off with Newton and Einstein, and then you brought it to theoretical.
Dude, what do you think Einstein is? It's theoretical astrophysics. His theory of special relativity is theoretical because it's not scientific, right?
And it's validated because it could make accurate predictions that benefit us.
No, it's not validated.
Yes,
See, here's the thing. In order for something to be scientifically viable, it has to be falsifiable. Like I said, you can't disprove that the moon grass isn't causing the seasons. Right? It validates it because I predicted it. Right?
Well, no, so that would be your assumed
That's
cause.
your logic.
Now, no. That's your assumed cause. Now, what's your prediction? Because all you've been talking about is just the assumed cause. You haven't actually gave me a prediction that would make.
So yeah, it's going to cause the seasons, right? It's going to start getting colder. It might snow up northeast, like New York or Minnesota or something like that, right? But yeah, it's because of the moon grass. That's my theory.
Okay,
that's
so
the cause, and it's validated because
give us a
it's going to
prediction.
start getting cold. You're going to have to
Based on
start
what?
wearing like I just did. It's going to start getting cold.
So how can we
because of the moon
experiment
grass. You can't. It's just a theory. But it's validated because it's going to get cold by
No,
predictions.
it's not validated because what did it help us? What can we use? Like, what is it helping us predict?
Exactly. Now you get it. It's pointless, isn't it?
I've been saying
for me to speculate about theoretical
that is a
moon
pointless
grass.
theory. It doesn't do it.
Exactly. So now, what about space-time? Right? We're going to speculate that out in the middle of a vacuum, out in the middle of deep space where there's barely any hydrogen or helium, we're not talking about those little particles of matter, right? Excuse me, I had to drink some tea. We're talking about the space-time itself, right? Now, this is in the middle of a near-perfect vacuum, but we're not talking about the particles, right? We're talking about the non-physical space-time, right? You with me so far?
Yep.
So this metaphysical space-time, meaning non-physical, it exists in our minds because it's a concept. It's not real. You can't go get space-time, put it in a jar, and paint it yellow, right? It's just a mathematical concept, right? And this concept, we can't do anything with it. You can't manipulate it. You can't use it to test things, right? To prove hypothesis, right? You can't do anything with it. It's just a concept. It's no different than my concept as a Texan. I like to think about things like liberty and freedom, right? Can you bend and warp my concept of liberty?
No.
No? Okay, so this metaphysical space-time that exists in space is no different than my sky daddy who exists in heaven. Do you get it? I believe in God. You believe in space-time. But I know what actually causes things to rise and fall. And I can scientifically prove it.
Buoyancy and density, huh?
Special relativity. You put an apple in a pail, right? It's at the bottom of the pail. You manipulate the independent variable, which is add water to the pail, the apple rises. You take the water away, the apple does what? It sinks, proving that the cause of everything in the natural world that rises and sinks is the medium and the relative density of the object in the medium. I just proved it scientifically. things rise because of relative density. Things fall because of relative density. Has nothing to do with space-time. Your theory about space-time, it might as well be moongrass. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, because it doesn't exist.
I wish I could. Yeah, I think we just have to, I don't think we're going to agree on anything.
I know, because you're anti-science. If you would just... See, I'm not asking you to take some new religion, and I'm not trying to convert you to it. All I'm trying to get you to do is adhere to the scientific method, because it's what has made the world great, because we can prove things.
I agree.
The world is great. Right now, you live in 2021, bro.
Yeah,
I can play video games. I can play video games with Brazilians in Brazil. You know what I'm saying? It's a great time to be alive. Do you know why we got it so good right now? Because we can prove things.
Because of science and technology.
Technology isn't science, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. That's just science. Yeah.
Yeah, if you leave here with anything, bro, I want you to just think this. Think for yourself. Question authority. Validate stuff the right way with a scientific method. If it's not falsifiable, it's bullshit. So if I say that the reason things rise and fall is because of specific gravity, that's the only gravity that actually works through the scientific method. Specific gravity. Did you look it up yet?
Did I look up what?
Specific gravity. I'm asking you to look it up. It's the only one that goes through the scientific method, because you can falsify it. I'm telling you that things rise and fall because of relative density, and you can prove it. But the most important thing about science is you can prove it wrong. That way nobody's bullshitting you and making you believe a whole bunch of shit that doesn't exist in reality. Some metaphysical pseudoscience, right? You should be looking for the real cause of things, and not some theoretical astrophysicist who married his first cousin, couldn't put on his pants before he goes outside, didn't comb his hair or tie his shoes or wear socks. You can do better than that, bro.
Yeah, I think I can. It's a little quiet in here.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of mad at me because I had hum the shit out of that guy towards the end, which I shouldn't have done. But, I'm just pointing out that he wasn't that fucking smart. He couldn't pass his college entrance exam.
Nope. Now you're good.
He's a genius. But, I shouldn't have had hum, but I'm only a man, right? I make mistakes. I apologize.
We all make mistakes.
No need to.
You done good, Hank. I also recognized his voice. Couldn't remember his name or anything, but I recognized the voice and the tone and everything.
Nice. So just curious, is this server still banned from I guess vaccine talk or immunology?
Yeah, we can't do that in here. If you want to go downstairs, you can.
Okay, I was just curious. To be honest, I'm more interested in that ever since I took my break, because that's been on the news 24/7, so I have a big interest in the immune system and stuff. I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. I can tell you about that. The immune system? So here's what makes the immune system so awesome. So there's the T cell, right? And the T cell is a really big deal with the immune system. But then there's a helper. Right. Then there's the helper T cell. So the helper T cell helps the T cell do its job, right? And the only way that this can happen, it's by design, right? So a wise man once said, which came first, the termite or the bacteria in the guts of the termite that helps process the wood? And the only answer is one can't live without the other, right? So they had to be made at the same time. If they weren't made at the same time, they never would have evolved separately and then eventually found each other, right? Because they're symbiotic, right? They're not parasitical, they're symbiotic. They can't live without the other, right? So this T cell and helper T cell, it's not like the T cell came along and then like 20,000 years later, the helper T cell evolved, right? They have to have each other. It's like a union, right? They work together as a team. It's like it's by design, obviously. But the most important thing about the immune system that I've come across, and I've done a little research, is that the gut-brain connection. If you don't have a healthy gut, you're not going to have a healthy brain. And 80% of your immune system is in your gut, according to the stuff that I've seen and Dr. John Bergman. Okay, so what he says, and he's on YouTube, you can see this stuff, he constantly talks about it. What he says is that if you destroy your microbiome in your gut, then it's going to destroy your immune system, because your immune system comes from the microbiome, because you're not even 50% you. If you take all the genetic material from your body, about 40% of it's yours, and about 60% of it is something else non-human. Right? So you have all these viruses and you have all these bacteria and stuff that is in the human body. Right? And that's what makes up you. So you're not just human, right? You're not just Homo sapien. You're also Homo sapien this, and add that, and a little bit of this, and a little sugar, and a little spice, and everything nice. And all these different things makes up you. Your meat suit is not just a human being meat suit. If you live here on Earth, you have other things in your body that you need to survive. And if you eat bread with glyphosate on it, like from McDonald's, then it's going to destroy your gut biome. Because the glyphosate does what? Kills every fucking thing it comes in contact with, right? That's Roundup, right? And this isn't fake news. Obviously, there was a lawsuit, $2 billion lawsuit. Yeah, it was billion with a B. This couple got from glyphosate causing them cancer. And if you eat the wrong kind of food, it can really mess you up. So the gut is like the most important thing when it comes to your immune system. So it's like imperative, absolutely imperative, that you don't put the wrong things in your mouth these days. Because our ancestors, despite popular belief, lived to be like 110, right? And they were still sexually active, right? So he was still knocking it out of the park, right, at 110 years old, because they walked everywhere they went. They ate nothing but organic food, no GMOs back in those days, and they didn't take any pharmaceutical medications, right?
Pharmaceutical medications really kind of screwed over a lot of people. Still do.
Yeah. So at least we found something we could agree on. So yeah, check out the ancient Greeks. They really were still, knocking it out of the park at like 100 years old, because they lived a healthy lifestyle. And I really think the reason that they lived a healthy lifestyle was because of the way that they learned from the Egyptians, right? And they had like their little colleges. The first one started in India, but these colleges like taught them how to like do philosophy, and philosophy is the study of the world, right? They're studying things, trying to learn things, trying to gain knowledge.
You got to become more wise.
The more wise they came, the less work they had to do because of technology. And the less work they had to do gave them more time to sit around and think about how shit works, which gave them more information. So it's kind of like philosophy changed the world, especially in the West, because natural philosophy, which is the scientific method, came out of philosophy. So every science is philosophy, but not every philosophy is science, and that's what I spent like an hour and a half trying to teach you. that not everything that you see is science. And that's because it's like this. Every Texan is an American, but not every American is a Texan, right? So there's a specific subcategory of Americans called Texans, and there's a specific subcategory of philosophy called natural philosophy. Now, this natural philosophy is highly useful because we can eliminate everything else but the truth. And the last thing standing is like 99.98% the truth. And I say 98.98 because if you got something better, show me, bring it to me, and this ain't a religion, I'll change my mind just like that. And that's what makes science so great. Because at any moment, you got something better, bring it to me, but we're going to have to do an experiment, right? We're going to have to eliminate some variables, and we're going to have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, or it's a cool story, bro. And if it's just a cool story, bro, go back over there with the philosophers, right? And the bakers and the candlestick makers, like, we're going to stay over here with the scientists and we're going to prove shit. By the way, I do think that Texas is the bee's knees of the states. By the way, just like the scientific method is the bee's knees of philosophy. But that's my biased opinion.
It's okay to be biased. I mean, it's impossible not to be, right?
See, I like you already because you can acknowledge that everyone has a bias. Oh, so we talk about logical fallacies on here all the time, right? And there's this cool little website, Your Logical Fallacy Is, or Thou Shalt Not Commit Logical Fallacy. And if you scroll down, it's Your Bias Is, and it gives you a list of your bias. So many people are unaware of their bias, and they walk around all day, and they're just ultra bigots. They're like super bigots, right? And in science, you're not supposed to be bigoted at all. You're supposed to be like, really? Show me. Really? Show me. You know, like when you go to a mechanic and he says, oh, by the way, would you like cheese with that? Are you sure? Come on, bro. Is it really broken? Show me. Right? Even if you're a dude, like, bro, show me. What are you talking about? It's broken? Let me see. I didn't know that. So when you say show me, right, you're showing that you're open to changing your mind with new information, because facts trump feelings. Like, I feel like my car's fine. I've been driving it all week. I didn't feel anything. I didn't hear anything. I didn't perceive anything wrong with it. But if you get down there under the car and he shows you, oh, shit, yeah, that's a brake line. Yeah, that looks like it's rusted out pretty bad. Let's go ahead and change that. You know, that could be a life or death situation, but without him proving it to you and verifying it, right? And you looking and, you know, you saw it with your eyes, right? That's one sense. You want to test things out with one sense, but also get a second opinion. Then you rub the brake line and you see, oh crap, that's not surface rust. Like it's rotten throughout. Okay, I better change that whole brake line. Right? Because your wife could drive it next week and your wife and your kids are dead, right? Because, you know, you got new facts, but you're willing, you're like, oh man, I've been driving it all week. I didn't know anything. So your bias gets in the way of your everyday life and everyday decisions. So please go to Your Logical Fallacy Is, or Thou Shalt Not Commit Logical Fallacy, and click on the bias thing and read that shit, because it's so important to be aware of your bias. Because it's like, it's almost like we're little children walking around the world and we stump our toe and fall down and scrape ourselves, and we see other people do the same thing, and it's like, you know, we're just like bats in the dark, you know, bumping into each other, you know, like little children, and we don't ever reach maturity because there's all these things that like hold us back. And that's one of them. Like everybody's bias. Like for all I know, California could be the shit, right? Because you got to have an app in certain cities so you don't step in it. I think that was San Francisco. Is that where they got the poop app?
It's a shithole. Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. I bet it's a beautiful city, but y'all's liberal ideas. I can't warp your liberal ideas. What is that? That looks interesting. Oh. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh.
That didn't sound good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm playing Metroid, bro. The new game came out.
Is it good?
Car accident.
No, I'm not driving today. Yeah, it's really good. It's okay. So you know how like classic Metal Gear is like sneak and stealth. This is like Metroid versus Metal Gear. Cause all right, I'm about to go in that room again. And I gotta like not get found this time. Cause this thing can hear you. Oh, he heard me. Fuck. Oh no.
What's the game called? Metroid Dread?
The new Metroid. I don't know the name. Let me go look.
Prime 4?
No, I think it's called Dread. I think you're right the first time.
Yeah, it's Dread, and I am dreading that big motherfucker. He keeps killing me.
Is it so? It's PC, Switch.
Switch.
Yeah, I'm going to be careful with this game. It's like, I usually live my life in zero fear, but I keep getting caught by this big robot, like Amy from that one Martian movie where they go to Mars and they got like the little robot. She's like a satellite robot, and then she ends up like getting messed up and killing everybody. You guys seen that movie?
No, I don't think I have that one in my
Okay, well, just imagine, killer robot from the Marines that they loaned to the people to go to Mars with, and this Marine, the Marines robot goes haywire and starts killing everybody. That's what this game is like.
It's a platform game, right?
Yeah, it's like the old school. It's like really terrifying too, because when you see it and you get caught, you're like, no. So I have
a question for you. Are there killer robots on Mars?
No, it's just Hollywood. But I gotta say, I'm really gonna have to do some like programming before I play this game, so I can rid myself of the authentic fear, because I don't want the game to lower my vibrations. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you guys, but as someone who practices whatever I practice, if I say names, I'm just going to trigger the fuck out of people. But you want to take the center path, right? And the center path means that you don't get too angry, you don't get too sad, like you don't get like too happy, you don't get like too depressed. You kind of, stay in the center. So, I want to like program myself to be able to play this game. So I'm like terrified of that robot. It's a good game though.
Okay. Because I might pick it up.
It was worth $70 for me.
Yeah, like a lot worse, and it was like well worth the price.
Octane, on a scale of 1 to 10, how sure are you that you live on a flying ball in space in a vacuum? 1 to 10. 10 being.
If I were to be completely honest.
100% is number 10.
Okay, completely honest, yeah, 10.
That's incredible.
Wait. 10 out of 10 that you live on a.
Yeah, if you want to be completely honest, yeah.
No, I will not believe
You're a religious zealot, bro. I didn't know you were such a zealot.
Because you've been in here for the longest time.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
So you're going to space, right? I mean, that's part of your goal in life.
Actually, yeah, I would love to like take a flight up there for sure.
I can predict all of you guys.
I just died twice since I talked to you last.
Wait, I don't know if you've actually talked to anybody here about this now. I mean, about the curvature. What? Any new proof that you might have of it?
Nope. If I'm being honest, nope. It'd just be the same rehashed stuff.
Then how the F are you 10 out of 10?
Well, because that rehashed stuff is enough for me, I guess.
Oh, like it's too big to see, and that's why you don't see curvature.
We're measured 0, but it's actually curved. That kind of reality.
Yeah. Nah, dude, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I think maybe 9 out of 10, but not 10 out of 10.
I swear, like everyone on the server.
No, because you sound reasonable enough to like, you understand our argument and whatnot. But you're like another Matthew. You're just you just
exactly.
Oh god, I'm a Matthew. Who the hell is a Matthew? Oh god, I'm terrified now.
Oh, you don't know Matthew Learns? He's a very pleasant guy, but just like you, he just doesn't want to believe reality, I guess.
Interesting. Well, learn something new every day.
So you heard William Shatner's going to space?
Oh, is it?
Yep. Jeff Bezos. He's flying on the Jeff Bezos spaceship. What do you think of that? And he said that he's heard about people going to space, so he's going to give it a try.
I think that's cool, and I hope more people do it so it becomes more like normalized and hopefully cheaper in the
He's 90.
in the future.
90 years old.
I believe on that private space flight or whatever, wasn't there someone like really old too that went up? I think a lot of like range, like it doesn't matter like if you're too old.
But nobody flew in anything, so remember that. No pictures of it, just people saying, "Yeah, I flew."
Just curious, would you be willing to go in a rocket? Just out of curiosity, I mean, like if your safety was guaranteed 100%, because
Sure,
like you'd come back.
As long as I
I'm
can
just curious.
As long as I can verify the math used to put me up there, I'll go.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious.
I need the radius verified because that's part of orbital mechanics, and without that, I'm not even going to be on near the launch pad for your exploding rocket.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson came out right on national television saying that Jeff Bezos and the other guy, the Virgin Galactic Branson guy, they didn't go to space. Right? That's a marketing trick. So what would that prove if we go on to that Virgin Galactic and flying phallus? What would it prove? It isn't space, according to the heliocentric priests.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be space. That's like, like, where is it? Where's the Kármán line? 62 miles high, and I think Virgin Galactic only went 50 something miles high. So it's very close to the defined space, and I still think that's pretty cool and a very hard achievement to do.
But what did that prove, right? Because he went up and fell down. He fell down, right? It's just a glorified vomit comet, right?
I wouldn't say so. I would say it's a little bit.
Yeah, it is
exactly what it is. It goes up and it comes down.
Right. It
Would you
goes
say
up
about
and
like
you
any plane is a vomit comet then? It goes up and
no.
eventually comes down.
So you do know what the vomit comet is, right?
Yeah, like a simulate zero G through free fall.
Zero G plane.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I'm just
so
answering. I'm not debating all that.
yeah. So that is what they did, right? They went up and fell down. Nothing to do with zero gravity. They're just falling in a tin can, right? And then they sold it as, look at him being weightless. He's in space, right? So Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and tell national television, well, no, they didn't go to space. That's not space. Nobody's seen curvature from there. That's not space.
Well, I'm not for sure if they said that second part, but
yeah, he did. Yeah. So he said,
oh wait, from that flight.
With the Felix Baumgartner jump, he said he didn't see curvature. That stuff is flat. And then with the Jeff Bezos parabolic flight, he said nobody sees curvature if you're 2 millimeters off this globe I'm holding here. So you won't see curvature when you're up there. That's what he said. So he doubled down on that twice.
I'm surprised you don't keep up on your gods and your scientists.
I mean, I don't because it's not a large part of my life. I mean, I only really discuss it when I come here.
But you are going to space.
I mean, I hope one day.
You're going to save up money to do that, right?
Yeah. It'd be cool to get a different view from a height that I never been at before.
Sorry.
Just wanted to say that, just like I pointed out earlier, that you believe in like space-time and I believe in like a god or whatever. Like, I believe that I'm going to go up there one day too, bro.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty cool. Huh?
No, not to space, but you call it space.
Yeah, I know, yeah,
right?
to the...
I call it the heavens or whatever.
Yeah, the heavens. The place to be. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Right, I believe too, bro. So don't let them get you down just because they don't believe. You don't need evidence or anything like that.
So if you go to space, are you flying to heaven?
I think so.
I mean, the ancients called it the heavens, so they got the naming rights, right? So just because NASA comes along and they call it space, like it doesn't mean that it's not the same thing, right? Except for they come up with all these crazy theories about multiverses. And the reason they come up with that theory is because of the fine-tuning problem that Einstein and others have talked about. How the universe is so finely tuned to such a frequency that it can sustain life. So they come up with the multiverse theory because if you could imagine other universes, right, that weren't so finely tuned, and we're the one that is finely tuned so that we can have life, right? That's why they come up with these crazy-ass theories. If you look at why they come up with these crazy-ass theories, there's always some fact that they can't, avoid. So they have to come up with this theory, and these theories lead you down a road to where 96% of the universe is either dark matter or dark energy. Neither have ever been observed. It's only been theorized, or as I like to say, postulated. And it's like, so you're telling me that everything that we can see, taste, touch, smell, and observe and, detect that we call matter, that's only 4% of the universe? And everything else is untouchable, unseeable, unsmellable, unfalsifiable. But it's a cool story, bro.
I mean, you must admit it's a pretty cool story, though.
It's dumb as fuck. Dark matter?
Hey, Weasel.
Matter that doesn't interact with light.
Weasel, what color is your unicorn?
Unicorns are cool stories, too. And they make more sense.
That's funny. We'll say unicorn.
I agree.
Weasel, Weasel, let's talk about your unicorn. What color is it?
It's blues. It's the best color.
Don't be so hard on the guy. He's young. Weasel, you believe if you go high enough, you see the Earth start to curve, right?
I was gonna show him something, but
you can. You can.
Show something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What color is your unicorn?
Blue.
What do you feed it?
Grass.
Grass. How like tall is it? Like how big is it?
It's pretty huge. It's like a Clydesdale.
Really? What color is it?
Blue.
Blue. Do you like take it to the vet every so often?
I mean, sometimes I'm like, it needs its shots, parasites and stuff.
Right. So what if you had like a 5-hour conversation about this unicorn, and then like after that, the next day, you kept talking about this unicorn, and then you talked about this unicorn to everybody else, and then for years on end, everybody was talking about these unicorns. Meanwhile, here in reality, no one's ever seen a unicorn, felt a unicorn, touched a unicorn, and you've wasted all your time, energy, all of your self on these ideas of unicorns. All the while, it's never existed. How would that make you feel knowing you wasted all that time?
Well, I guess I wouldn't waste the time in the first place. It's pretty dumb. But if I did, I feel pretty shitty.
Right. So what do you think it's like believing in something like the ball that's almost directly comparable to a unicorn?
Well, it doesn't really feel bad because it's not on my mind 24/7. Like I said, it's only when I'm here.
It is on your mind all the time. It sits in the back of your subconscious, whether you know it or not.
Really.
Yeah,
I mean, when I took a break for 6 months, I heard nothing about Flat Earth anywhere in my life until I come on this server. So
it's not just that. Like you hear about Jeff Bezos going to space. It's constant bombardment of space propaganda. It is absolutely relentless.
Space
it catches your eye.
You man.
Well, here's the thing. It catches your eye, and you read about it. You listen to other people talk about it. And it just sucks away all of this energy that you could have put elsewhere because it's not doing anything productive for you ever. It's just a fantastical story.
I mean,
it's
I'll
like
put
reading the
that
same
much energy into it. I just kind of listen to it and be like, hey, that's cool. And then I move on with my life.
It still sits in the back of your subconscious, though. It does these things to your mind, like everyone else mentions, where it makes you believe in the exact opposite of everything.
I guarantee for this guy, for Octane, every time he sees a commercial with a rocket or space, he thinks of us flat earthers.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I can't forget about you guys.
Well, my point is that
he already knows that we live on a flat earth and it is flat and there is no space. He already knows this and he's still trying to hold on to it, and that's why he comes back.
No, I came back because I'm just extremely bored.
All right, so I'm going to do mine real fast. So you believe if you go high enough, you don't know because you can't do it. But if you go high enough, you'll see the Earth start to curve a little bit. And if you keep going higher in altitude, you'll see it turn into a ball, right? Like a sphere. It'll look like a sphere, should I say.
Yeah.
So, and then if you even keep going higher, you'll even see that it's spinning, right?
Yeah.
And then if you keep going higher, eventually you'll be in a 10 to the 17 negative torr vacuum, almost perfect vacuum.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I believe if I go high enough, I'll see unicorn tits and Pegasus nipples, right? And my theory is that there's no unicorn and Pegasus on Earth, so they all must be flying around up there, right? Because other people have theorized that they exist, and well, if they've validated it through prediction, like if Pegasus exists, or if a unicorn exists, then there will be some other animals on Earth with one horn, and well, the rhinoceros exists, so that validates that. So unicorns do exist, so they must be flying around up there. Do you see how like we've completely left the realm of logic and all reasoning and rationality, and we've completely gone off into poetic what's the word? Fanciful, like abstract, and completely left reality. Both you and I did the same thing at the same time, right? Because as we got higher in altitude, we thought about what we might see if we go up to space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both were as scientifically valid as the other. Because we can't go that high. You're never going to go that high. You're going to be stuck to Earth, which isn't that thing that you see on TV that's spherical and covered in blue and green. Earth is that stuff that gets between your toes when you're at the beach and outside with your shoes off, right? That's what the real Earth is. That stuff. But you've been told that Earth is this ball that floats in space that we live on. So this is the fallacy where you take an idea, a concept, like dark matter or like the spherical Earth or, like the space-time, and you make it concrete, right? When you make it concrete, right, a concept that's metaphysical, and when you make it concrete to make it physical, right? I forget what the name of the fallacy is. Give me 5 seconds. Reification, right? This is a fallacy, right? And we should stay away from fallacies at all costs, and be aware of our bias.
True. Yeah, we should be aware of our bias.
Sorry, I have a clumsy kitten, and he kind of fell a little bit.
Oh.
He's so fluffy. Man, it's getting late, and I keep dying so much. I work a lot. I'm not very good at video games. Roger, I hear that you work a lot too, bro. You're usually working, right?
Yeah. 5 days a week.
You don't ever talk about it, though.
No. That's my private stuff, right? But I do work 5 days a week, so.
Yeah, so you believe in spheres, and I believe in unicorn nipples. Both are just as scientifically valid as the other. Because you can't falsify it. I can't prove you wrong. And, the thing I said earlier about the whole moon grass, that's the burden of proof reversal fallacy. When you say, you can't prove me wrong, neener, 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 like, that's kindergarten bullshit. And for NASA and everybody else in the world to be back in Einstein and his space-time, and in Russia, when this all went down, there was this thing called the Einstein scare. And when these physicists and scientists would come out and say, Einstein's a load of bullshit, they would obviously throw him in the gulags. Because that's, what communism does. Right? They don't want you to be educated. In ancient Rome, if you taught the slaves the trivium, that's just grammar, logic, and rhetoric. If you taught them that stuff, it was death penalty in ancient Rome. You weren't allowed to teach the slaves how to read and write, think for themselves. and how to speak properly and convey ideas with one another. Because once you learn the 7 liberal arts, that's why they call it liberal, not in the meaning that you're thinking, right? Not leftist progressives, but liberal, meaning liberty. Once you learn the 7 liberal arts, it's impossible for you to be a slave. But what they've done with our educational system, we've modeled it after the Prussian educational system, which is very good for making factory workers, not so hot as far as critical thinking. So what we've done is we've taken cosmology, which should be at the very end of our learning with philosophy, and we've tacked it on to the beginning. So now it's like, hey, Timmy, welcome to school. It's your first day of school. We know you haven't quite figured out how to wipe your butt properly yet, but we're going to teach you about cosmology. You ready? And Timmy's like, oh, yeah, they're going to give me brownies after this. I love the ball Earth. Yeah, science. And then they go home and they're like, Mommy, they taught me about the ball Earth. And they're like, yeah, that's what my mommy taught me. And yeah, that's what her mommy taught her. But when you teach someone to fish, you demonstrate how to hook the worm, how to cast it with a bobber and wait patiently. And when you feel the nibble, you show them how to hook the fish. Like, pull it, yank it, yoink. Get that hook in there. And then you show them how to get it, take it home, clean it, cook it, eat it. Right? They didn't teach you none of that shit with the globe. It wasn't education through demonstration. It was indoctrination through repetition.
So, Octane, is there anything, right? So, 10 out of 10 is a glow, but do you have any doubts or questions concerning any official narratives you've heard in your young life?
Not any that I can really think of right now. Not any major ones or something. I don't know.
Like maybe 9/11 or 9/11 or.
Like
you think 19?
It was fishy.
Right. 19 terrorists with box cutters flew into steel enforced towers, and his passport just popped out in front of an FBI agent, right?
Lucky.
Yeah, that whole situation was really fucked and weird. I don't really do too much research on 9/11, to be honest.
So wait a minute, 500,000 dead children in Iraq alone. And that's just one country. We've invaded I don't know how many.
Too many.
And it hasn't been considered worth your time to investigate, the precipice of 9/11 from when we went to having all of our rights, where everything was kind of going okay, and then 9/11 happened, the Patriot Act, we killed a bunch of children. You didn't find it worth your time to look into that?
I guess me personally, if I was a different age, because I was 3 or 4 at the time, I probably would have looked into it a lot more, but it just kind of passed me
Never too late.
Look, bro, I don't know if you've looked out into the world. Me, I'm curious, so I look at some pretty dark shit.
Oh, I do
But
too.
this is a dark fucking place, bro. And if you're not searching for truth, seeking and spreading truth, and shining light onto the darkness and exposing it for what it is, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, oh, you're chasing females and trying to make yourself feel good so you can get caught in a positive feedback loop, right? And then you get really high, right? And it makes you feel good, and you get caught in a positive feedback loop, and you get addicted to all these things, and you have a dopaminergical positive feedback loop, and then you need more and more and more, and you can't never fill that hole, and you spend your whole life trying to fill that hole, and then finally you're like, nothing fucking matters. What's the point? Maybe I should off myself. I mean, wouldn't it be better to have like a goal, like a mission? Like, maybe I should leave this place better than I found it. Maybe I should like make moves in this ocean and make my ripples of choices travel through time into the future and make this place like better than I found it. Like, maybe I should clean this place up a bit. I don't know. Maybe I should seek truth. Maybe I should destroy lies.
Person. I guess it depends if the person's happy with what they're doing or not.
Yeah, but you can't afford to be neutral on a moving train, bro. This train is moving. This is a dark place.
Oh, I could be neutral.
You can't be neutral.
Easy.
The train's moving.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Dude, I challenge you. I challenge you. Just read a little bit of the Gulag Archipelago. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. You're right in the middle of California. You are at ground zero where they went from Germany and the Frankfurt School. They went to your colleges and started teaching communism. If you read that Gulag Archipelago, just a few chapters, I guarantee you it will change your fucking life, because you do not want to see all these millions of people dead over communism. You're ground zero, bro.
Killed the most people, like out of all like the ideologies and stuff. I mean, I'm
What?
aware of them.
What'd you say?
It's killed millions and millions of people. When talking about social causes and stuff. Yeah, no, I know.
Have you ever heard of the Holodomor?
I haven't heard of that.
Look it up.
I'm playing some Team Fortress 2, my guy. What's it called?
Okay, I'll do it for you.
The
Holodomor. It's like the Holocaust, but it's the Holodomor. DOMAR, something like that.
Oh, okay. So it was a famine.
Right, but it was manufactured by Stalin, because Stalin knew that he can't have a communist empire if there's a whole bunch of Christians in the Ukraine that are self-sufficient, right? Because communist needs everyone to be dependent on the state, kind of like California. Like, a lot of people there are dependent on the state. And once people are dependent on the state, then the state can control people. The only people that the state can't control are the people that are self-sufficient. So these self-sufficient Christians who live in the Ukraine, who are German and Russian kind of mixed together, European a little bit, mixed together, they were out there self-sufficient. So Stalin, being the guy that he was, made it illegal for any food to be kept in Ukraine. It all had to come out and it had to go to the Russian cities. And anyone got caught gleaming the food that the machines left behind to feed their children was a death penalty. So people started eating each other. They started eating their children, and it was all under the law, right? Because Stalin dictated it. It had to be done. 9 million, some people estimate 9 million people either starved to death or were killed or were sent to the gulags, because these people were just peasants, like serfs, just a few generations before that. And then they finally got, a little bit of freedom. And then they, got a farm and maybe hired a few employees. And then they were like, oh, yeah, we got to go kill these people. Like, these people stole everything they got from us, right? Because, the communists want equality of outcome. And that's the deadly doctrine of communism, right? It should be equality of opportunity. It should be equal opportunity, not equal outcome. So all those people had to die because of communism. And that was just the tip of the iceberg of the people that actually did die. So what'd Stalin do? He had guided tours of the Westerners when they would come into Russia, and he would show them, look, we got plenty, right? And then he would up the export. He increased the amount of grain that he was exporting and selling to other countries to trick people into thinking that they had excess left over, like more than they needed, right? So as Stalin like starved these people to death, well, it pissed Hitler smooth the fuck off, right? Because he was a socialist and he didn't like communism. And then he started hearing of all these German people suffering and suffering and suffering. So what did he do? He knew that he had to attack communism before communism waited for the West, the capitalists, to all destroy each other, because that's what was going on. World War II was already happening. He was already occupying Poland and France when he attacked Russia. But he had to stop the killing, the needless, senseless killing. So he teamed up with all the people that he could and tried to take on the Soviets. And then when he took on the communists, it was too fucking cold, and he didn't win. So what did we do? We teamed up with a mass murdering fuckhead known as Stalin, and we finished him off. We finished off the Germans. But yeah, you should probably read Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago.
I mean, are you saying so we should have like not teamed up with the Russians? Just should we teamed up with Hitler instead? I'm confused. What was the?
Well, what do you think? What do you think? Is communism good?
Well, no, but Hitler, I don't think it's very good either.
What did he do?
I mean, are you defending Hitler? Oh, because
no, I'm not.
Holocaust, probably.
I'm not defending Hitler, bro. Slow the fuck down. I'm just saying, what if we would have did nothing?
I don't defend Hitler, but that's what it sounds like to me.
Okay, so just because I'm looking at history, the way that it's written, like this is all agreed upon history. Like I didn't change nothing. I didn't go into any conspiratorial stuff. The only thing that might be semi-questionable is the Gulag Archipelago, but it was first-hand knowledge of a guy that was in a concentration camp in Siberia. Like any other historical document that is first-hand knowledge would be considered like valuable. So what part was I wrong? What part did I say that was wrong?
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying so you would have rather just teamed up with Hitler?
Did I say that?
That's what you're implying, I thought.
I didn't imply anything. All I did was go over.
It sounds like you're heavily implying. That's
no, it sounds like it sounds like you're taking what he's saying and then you're overlaying your own perspective on top of that. Like that's what you're saying.
It's just a question.
Well, it feels like that's what you're saying to me, right? But that's not what he's saying.
Well, okay, so he's saying we shouldn't have joined the Russians. We should have fought the Russians. So the implication is we team with Hitler to continue to fight the Russians. That's what it sounds like to me. Am I wrong?
Okay, after everything that I just said about Stalin, about how he sent all those people to their death and or killed them.
Right?
No, I'm not saying anything. I simply went over history as it is written. And then you called me a Holocaust denier and said that we should team up with Hitler.
I didn't call you. I just assumed that you believe it, but I'm not.
Just heavily implying.
I mean, you could tell me if you're not, but you haven't denied it.
Okay, the Holocaust happened. Okay. To what degree, I don't know. But there were people in concentration camps. But let me ask you this question. Why did it happen? Why did those people starve in those camps?
Are we talking the Holocaust camps or are we talking about the famine?
The Holocaust camps in Germany. Why did those people
starve?
Why did they starve?
They probably starved them.
So you're saying the Germans had hold on. You're saying the Germans had excess food and chose not to feed them and they died because of it. Is that what you're saying?
Their kind of plan was just to kill a bunch of Jews, so them starving them is one way to do it.
So I need you to answer the question. You're saying the Germans had excess food and they just chose not to give it to the prisoners. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, because the end goal was to generally just kill them. So why not just let them starve? I mean,
That's not what happened. What happened was anytime you're at war, the enemy cuts the supply lines. It's like the first thing you want to do if you ever played a real-time strategy. You're playing a real-time strategy, the first thing you do is you start attacking the farms. And you cut the enemy supply lines. That way they can't get bullets, they can't get bandages, they can't get foods. Well, this started in the 30s. There was a campaign against Germany everywhere, all over the world. They said, if you have German products in your store, we're going to smash your fucking store, we're going to burn it to the ground. So nobody was allowed to sell German products. So Germany at the time was importing 1/3 of their food. Now, when Germany is importing 1/3 of the food and then producing 2/3 of their food, once they got cut off from the rest of the world, what started happening?
people starve.
People started starving. So who starved the people in the concentration camps?
Well, they probably didn't have to starve if they weren't forced to be in a concentration camp.
It's a real simple answer. If the rest of the world cut Germany off, if the rest of the world cut Germany off and wouldn't do business with them, who starved the Germans?
Well, if the Germans let the people go, they could go back to their homes and they wouldn't be starved. But they were forced into concentration camps.
So were the Japanese in America.
I know.
Are we any better?
No. Why you? No, that's both bad. I'm against that too. I'm against people dying for no reason. I'm against killing civilians.
Yeah, me too. It's international war crime. Right? Yeah. You're not supposed to kill the civilians.
Yeah, so like, I mean, when you're saying like because they cut off Germany's supply, that's why their Holocaust victims are starving. Well, don't have Holocaust victims to begin with, first of all, right?
You know how big Germany is?
Wait, I mean, are you saying that they need to have Holocaust prisoners? I'm confused.
Well, they had prisoners of war.
They could have let them go. Let them go.
But can I really quickly cut in here? Hold on.
They lost anyways.
Hold on. This is getting a bit off the rails, right? Because a bunch of people are like, they're asking you a question or trying to tell you something, and then you reply with, "Well, so you're saying," and then you say something that they didn't say or that they didn't talk about, right? So that's not really going to be a productive conversation that way. So try to address what's actually being said instead of what you think they're saying, right?
Yeah.
You're a straw man me a little bit because all I did was go over facts. That's all I did.
So can I ask you a direct question then?
Uh-huh.
Was it good that we teamed up with the Russians to kill Nazi Germany?
Was it good that we teamed up with the communists to fight the socialists?
To fight Nazi Germany.
Now hold on. I'm looking at the big picture. You got to give me a second to answer that question.
What do you? So it should be pretty easy.
Why?
No, it shouldn't because history is not.
Wait, are you saying Hitler was good? Is this the argument?
Dude, I didn't say any of that.
That's the implication, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm looking at the big picture.
You think that's what the implication is because you're using the textbook version of history.
I'm looking at the big picture.
What other version should I use? What?
Well, communism is
the one that's based on historical facts, documents, and stuff, not the one that's told to you in the schoolroom, right?
Not the one.
Well, I mean, that implies just go to like alternative media.
I have documentation, right, about how the U.S., the banks in the U.S. were actually funding Nazi Germany. So what was that about? They were enemies, right?
Yeah, Prescott Bush,
buddy.
Prescott Bush, Union Banking Corporation. Ring any bells? No, you don't know about that because you don't learn about that in school, right? So why was the U.S. funding Nazi Germany when they were enemies?
Why was George Bush's grandfather?
Well, because at first I think we were trying to be like kind of neutral, weren't we?
See, this is the problem. You say, "Well, at first I think."
Well, no.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just telling us what you think, right? You're making up your own story about it. What's the point?
Isn't that what happened? Didn't we join World War II because Japan attacked us? At first, we were playing neutral and just giving Britain weapons and stuff. We weren't really.
We as a government, but Prescott Bush was
we're neutral, but we're going to give one side weapons.
He's an American citizen with access to industry money, and he was using it to fund both sides of the war before we were even involved. You understand?
I mean, because we didn't really see Nazi Germany as like a real enemy to us yet until we really joined.
Is that what you think? So you think it was Nazi Germany's evil that made us join? You don't remember Pearl Harbor?
No. Well, that's why I said in the beginning you weren't listening. I said in the beginning.
No, I'm listening. You're not listening to the words coming out of your mouth.
Well, you obviously didn't. Because Japan attacked us first. That's why we joined the war. Because at first we didn't want to get involved in the war.
So we were cool with everything that Nazi Germany was doing.
Hold on. Can I?
Yeah,
really
we
quickly?
were actually. We wouldn't have joined.
Hold on, because you're going to go off a tangent again. Why did Japan attack the United States? What was the reason?
I think.
Why did
so they
Japan attack the United States?
You already said the question. So they attacked. Well, I believe they bombed Pearl Harbor.
You believe, so you don't even know. Well, let me tell you this: the Japanese, right? Hold on. Stop over talking me. The Japanese, right? They were subject to trade restrictions before they attacked the United States, right? The U.S. put in all kinds of sanctions against Japan, giving them economic trouble and shit. And then you had in America the Japanese internment camps. That happened, right?
Yeah, that's bad.
Okay, did that happen before or after the attack? Did that happen before or after the attack on Pearl Harbor?
I'm actually not for sure.
Let me ask you a question.
All right, happened before, right?
It's bad either way.
So did Japan have any reason? Was the United States provoking Japan in any way, perhaps? Making life difficult for them?
Maybe they were to some degree. I mean, we were funding,
But this is the problem. You're arguing about things that you don't really know anything about.
Well, I'm pretty sure if I had to look at them almost.
That's what you're saying, literally, your words. I'm pretty sure, I believe.
So Germany was bad because they had concentration camps. Russia had concentration camps.
They were bad
States
too.
had concentration camps.
But they didn't want to take over the world. There's a big difference.
And the United States
were bad. I acknowledge that. I'm not saying that
Hitler was trying to take over the world.
What?
Who told you Hitler was trying to take over the world?
They were trying to basically take over all of Europe.
No, they weren't. Hitler was trying to keep Germany from, being subject to international garbage. He wanted to keep Germany. This is our country. We're going to do things our way. That's it. But the international, they didn't want that.
Wait, so Germany attacked Russia because they were saying, hey, you guys are bad because you guys have gulags. You're saying that's why Hitler decided to attack Russia?
Because the Germans that were being persecuted in Poland and other Soviet states at the time, there was genocides happening. One of the genocides was the Holodomor, like the one I talked about a few minutes ago. The one that you've never heard of until tonight, but had 9 million people that died, but who cares? They were Christians, right?
I didn't say who cares.
Well, how come you weren't taught that in your school?
Why are you asking me that question? How am I supposed to know?
Because obviously
thinking about
nobody cares.
You should be thinking about why you weren't taught that. That's the point. There's a reason.
How am I supposed to?
I need to point out a really big problem. You have this fundamental idea that correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's the duality, right? He's saying that because we teamed up with Russia, the only other alternative we would have had was to team up with Germany. Well, why can't you be against both? Why do you have to pick between
we could have been
evils?
neutral.
No.
We could have stayed out. We could have kicked Japan's ass.
Fallacy.
We could have smeared Asia with Japanese blood.
We were being
and then
attacked
went
by
home.
the Axis. We were being.
See, they told you.
Octane, can I ask
the
you
Axis
something?
forces.
Yeah.
Hey, Octane, can I ask you something?
Take care of that.
Well, I've heard you talk a couple of times now about Hitler wanted this, Hitler did all kinds of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which seems to be about like the psychology, what they wanted to do, etc. Have you ever heard any of Hitler's speeches? The ones that are 15, 20, 30 minutes long. Have you actually ever listened to the guy, what he's saying, why he's saying it, how he's saying it, etc.? Or are you just basing it off of stories you've heard about the guy?
I'm basing it off his actions. His actions speak louder than words. I don't care what he says. He's a propagandist. He's spreading propaganda to his own people to rile them up.
The U.S. has never used propaganda.
So you're just willfully ignorant then.
Check commander too. So He was a terrible commander.
Look,
Also,
bro, here's the deal. You're like, you're 24 years old, right? You don't have a whole lot of life experience. There's a lot of things that you're ignorant to, and right, some of that's your fault, but some of it's not. So there's a difference between nations and ignorance. Nations is when you don't know because the information isn't out there, and ignorance is when you don't know because you haven't found out yet. Okay, now we can fix ignorance, right? We can give you information, and you can use your own discernment and do what you want to with it, right? But what we can't do is we can't fix willful ignorance. If you just stick your head in the sand like an ostrich while the tiger is coming to eat the ostrich's ass, like there's nothing we can do about that. But I just told you about the Frankfurt School. You didn't ask any questions about the Frankfurt School. Right? But it's very important.
There's a lot of things that are important in history. I can't know all of them, for one.
Very important. Right, you're only 24, right? But I'm 39.
If you live 100 years, there's no way you're going to learn all the history in the world, right? I mean,
I know that.
There's something you always bring up, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
You one subject and you refuse to go look at it.
I didn't refuse. I did look at it. It's a famine. What more is there? Famines are bad. What do you think? Like,
it was more than a famine. It was communism.
Yeah,
100 million people died in the last 100 years. 100 million people died in the last 100 years.
Hey, stop downplaying it. Listen, stop downplaying it. It wasn't just a famine. Listen, it wasn't just a famine. You had parents eating their children. Like, that's disgusting.
Yeah,
and it's not like there wasn't food. There was plenty of food. Do you understand that? There was tons of food. They just refused to give it to those people.
I'm agreeing with you guys. It was a shit situation. You're just saying how bad it was, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing that it was a bad...
You agree that history is written by the victor?
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, how's the loser going to write? He's dead.
So do you know what that means, that when history is written by the victor, like how did the story play out with Jesus, right? The Romans killed him, but when you read the book, what does it say? It says the Jews made him do it, right? So who was the victor, right?
I don't know.
No, that's actually what it literally says. It says that the Romans tried to say, hey, I find no crime and no fault in this man. And the Jews were like, crucify him, and they were threatening a revolt. And the Romans had to say, look, I'll wash my hands of the blood off my hands of this guy, right? If you want him dead, we'll kill him, because the Pharisees had the right to punish the man, but they didn't have authority to kill him. Only the Romans did, right? And the Romans didn't want an uprising because he didn't want to be beheaded by Caesar. So how is the history written? When you read the New Testament, the first 4 books, it's written very favorable for the Romans, even though they were the occupying force in the land at the time. Every other history book that you read where the Romans won the war, it's always they were the good guys. They were doing the right thing, right? But what they were really doing was called imperialism, right? They were conquering the known world and turning everybody into a convert, a taxpayer, and a tithe payer, right? That's why they had missionaries to go out and convert or kill people, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, history's written a certain way to make the winners look like the good guys. Because doesn't everybody who does bad things, they think they're the good guy because they're justified in doing what they're doing? Because nobody thinks I'm the bad guy, right? Nobody thinks that. They're like, oh, I was justified in doing it, right? And the means outweighs I forget how that goes, but the means justifies the, how's that go?
Ends. The ends justify the means.
Right.
The ends justify the means.
So I can justify this assassination because we got to have, total control of South America's economy, right?
I mean, basically, they both were shit countries at the time, but we teamed up with I would argue, lesser evil, even though the other one killed a substantial more amount of people. But I would say during that time, Hitler was definitely more evil. So we paired with the lesser evil. In hopes we get.
Well, wait a minute. If one guy kills 10 people, and then one guy kills only the one that he had to, how is the guy that killed 10 people like willy-nilly, like how is he the bad one if the other one was trying to defend the life of Germans who were being genocided?
Well, because Nazi Germany was wanting to spread out and take control over large portions.
I told you that wasn't true, but you were
bullshit, dude.
Can you guys please actually point me to a source, or where do
Absolutely.
do I just Google? I mean, because if I'm wrong, I actually want to know, but I don't think I am on that.
We've been trying to tell you you're wrong for the past 3 hours.
But why did Germany invade Poland, and why did they start the war if they just wanted to keep to themselves?
Because of German citizens in Poland being persecuted.
Not just persecuted, like murdered brutally.
Yes.
German
And he
people
tried
were being murdered
diplomacy.
in Poland, and Germany wanted to, they tried all kinds of ways. They didn't want to go to war. They negotiated. They did everything they could not to go to war, but Poland didn't really give them any choice, right? This is not stuff you're taught in the high school history. This is stuff you have to learn on your own by looking at actually, documents from not just like stuff you hear in the United States or Europe, but, look at the German stuff. Look at the German newspapers, the German people who were talking, Listen to the guy himself, maybe, before you pass a judgment based on a story you heard or actions that have been attributed to him, right? And I'm not defending the guy either, right? But there's definitely more to it than you've been told.
Yeah, to tell you the truth,
If
I'm
you're
not a
just
big
here
fan
to
of Hitler.
tell us, repeat to us the official narrative. Like, why are you even here? We already know that, right?
We all heard it.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of Hitler. I think he was a globalist. I think he was a Zionist, and I'm against what they did and the way that they did it. They could have did it a hell of a lot cooler than they did. They could have paid the Palestinians for the land, just like we did for the Mexicans. So, little Texas history. We went to war against Mexico because we wanted slavery and they were Catholic and they did not. Well, we wanted slavery and we were going to have slavery if we wanted it. So we went to war with Mexico. They did the Alamo, which kind of turned into our, let's say, 300, right? It was our battle cry. Remember the Alamo, remember the Alamo. And it was kind of like when the 17-year-old girl stood up against the evil people back in the day, the Joan of Arc thing. Well, they were like, well, if this little 17-year-old maiden can stand up and give her life, then who the hell are we? What are we? We're a bunch of men, right? So let's go kick some ass, right? So it was kind of the same concept. So when we got our recruits, like the cavalry came in, we went to Mexico and found Santa Anna in a dress hiding in the woods. And we stole the land, and then we paid Mexico for the land. So how come, like, the Palestinians couldn't have been paid for their land instead of colonized, much like the Native American? And look, I know that the story of Texas it's wrong right, from a bunch of different standards. I'm not justifying any of that stuff. All I'm doing is repeating the history as it is written. So all I'm saying is, how come, they couldn't have done a little bit different? Like, why does it have to be like kill everybody and wipe them out, right? I mean, there's so much land on this earth. It's ridiculous. Everybody in the world can fit in Texas. And it would be no more crowded than Dubai or New York City. Everybody in the whole world can fit in my state. My state is only one state. And yet there's people saying that we're overpopulated. There's people telling people right now that we're overpopulated, despite the fact that we can all fit in Texas.
Right, but it's not about like the room for that the population would have. It's about being able to sustain that population, right? Especially with the current system of all the countries basically being out for themselves and, stuff like that. There's going to be shortages, resource scarcity and stuff. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, but that's manufactured.
That's why they're saying sustainability and all this stuff now.
Yeah, but scarcity is manufactured because the natural way of things is abundance. You put a seed in the ground, and this technology that is contained in the seed, I call it technology because every cell is a factory.
Operating system. Yeah.
Yeah. and then every few, so long couple weeks, that cell, it doesn't divide into 2, it multiplies into 2, and then 4, and then 8, and then 16, 32. You get it, right? So abundance is the natural way of life. The only way that we have scarcity is if it's manufactured by people like the communists and the capitalists, because who went to not even space and could have ended world hunger? Jeff Bezos. He chose not to end world poverty, right? He chose to go to not space instead.
You can't end world poverty with no.
Are you kidding me, bro? Jeff Bezos can't end world poverty?
And
Are you fucking shitting me, bro?
The problem is getting the food to these places. That's the main issue. It's not really the money. It's just how do we even do that?
So what? How do we even transport stuff? We got boats and ships and cargo trucks and everything.
It would require an insane amount of
We already have that.
money.
No. We already have that, dude. We already have cargo ships and trucks going all over the place, delivering shit all over. Go to a Walmart or whatever. Where do you think all that comes from?
You know how expensive it is to send Marines to another country and topple the regime and replace it with a new puppet government? Do you have any idea how expensive that is?
I mean, yeah, and I'm not saying that's good or anything either. I don't defend that.
When I go to the supermarket, I can, buy fruit from, I don't know, Peru and Brazil and all kinds of places.
You can
buy it from places like in West Africa and stuff. There's a lot of
fruit from 20 different countries in the supermarket, right? We already have a system like what you're talking about. The problem is not food distribution. The problem is that some countries are not either, they're not really desirable countries. They have no use, or, they just want to get them out of the way.
You can convert a city high-rise into a farm using hydroponics. Grow it right there where the people are.
Yeah, all you have to do is get back to nature. What's wrong with this world that we live in? Everybody's violating natural law. If cops weren't killing unarmed men in the streets, people wouldn't be protesting. And if people weren't protesting, then people wouldn't be rioting. And if people weren't burning down buildings and stealing stuff out of the, buildings, right? Do you see how it's like a chain reaction? It's a positive feedback loop. Like if everybody would just obey natural law, right? Don't spray like all these chemicals on the food. Maybe we won't have such a high cancer and death rate. I mean, it's obvious that we're screwing up. We're completely away from nature, and we've turned around like 180 degrees, and we're like doing the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. And it's been this way for hundreds of years. Because remember, George Washington, the first president, remember that guy? He had pneumonia, which is like liquid in the lungs. So the doctor bled him to death, even though the Bible sitting right next to him told him that the life is in the blood. Right? And then the guy who said you should wash your hands, right? That dude died in an insane asylum because he said, hey, I did some research and I found out that the midwives, they have a very high success rate of delivering babies compared to you guys. Maybe you should wash your hands when you go from a cadaver to the OB department. Just wash your hands. And he was said to be crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're a flat earther. You're a retard. They put him in the insane asylum, and he died in there because the Bible said you should wash your hands after you touch a dead body. And the flesh-eating bacteria that got into the woman's body after she was touched by some dirty hands that just got through digging into some fat, bloated, dead guy's intestines. Right? She got sick and died. And so
I think it was actually several years that went on after that, right?
Oh yeah, kept going on for a long, long time. But the doctors had cognitive dissonance because they couldn't believe for a second that they were the ones causing the deaths. So because of their bias and their cognitive dissonance, it continued on for a long time after, because that guy didn't get no Nobel Peace Prize. He died in an insane asylum as a crazy person.
Yeah, that sucks.
And to answer your question, I don't know who we should have teamed up with in World War II. As a Texan, right, my thinking is to be conservative. Right now, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about not sending our bravest and best genetics to go fight and die in a war that didn't have anything to do with this. So my thinking is that as a nationalist, that wasn't any of our business, and I wish we